Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We're glad you are watching. Thank you so much for choosing Tembe TV and Open Forum Political Discussion Show. A show that gives you an opportunity to air what you feel and think about the latest development on our political front. We're glad to come to you from Nairobi, Kenya, as we'll hook up to the rest of the world and discuss most touching issues on the progress of this country in view of the upcoming general election, 9th August 2022. Welcome from wherever you are, and let us get talking. Well, today is DP Ruto again coming out, guns blessing and say ignorance, poverty, and disease are no longer problems in Kenya. The only problem in Kenya is economy and joblessness. Do you agree with him? Or is he just playing games with us? How do you tackle the economic problem without addressing the ignorance problem and the poverty problem, and of course the sickness problem, or rather health problem? I will need to know what you feel and think about the same. ARAP KIRWA, the deputy party, wherever chair of UDA former, for that record, says the reason he is out of UDA is because UDA is undemocratic. Do you feel and think is he right, or what is cooking? Let us talk again. Of course, KINGI and RAILA meet today after the fallout. What is your take on the same in the unfortunate passing on of the member of parliament? They had to meet face to face. What is your take on the same? Kenya Kwanza is in KIRINYANGA, drumming up support for DP Ruto and UDF fraternity, even as we look forward for the most promising elections in this great country. May the best man win, and let us get credible leaders who will help navigate this country to a better place than where we find ourselves. Welcome, everyone. The link to use to get in the studio is right now in the comment section. You click on it, allows StreamYard to configure your camera as well as your audio, and you will be in this space for us to get talking. I want to apologize for starting the show a bit long. We have hiccups with our internet, but I believe it's now stable. We can get down to talking. Tatu Juma, thank you so much. Evelyn, Philora, thank you so much. Salome Mbone, asante sana. Kuna Mohamed Nyamawi, asante sana. Meril, we appreciate you. Thank you so much. Kuna Robert Opilu, karibu kwa show. Kuna Enoch Motiriot. Haya, mambo ni kama haya. Jackson Ogutu, karibu kwa show. Belinda Ogweno, we appreciate you. Judith Richards, thank you so much. Kuna Eric, nani huyu, Okoth Suarez, thank you so much. Hi to you. Victor Owino, asante sana. Alum, thank you so much. Karibu kwa show. Kuna Nyabor Ochieng, we salute you, thank you so much. Gideon Barini, we appreciate you. Kuna nani huyu mwingine, Cindy Williams, asante sana. Thank you all of you that are coming in fast and furious. If you're able to get us, please make sure you invite somebody, let the whole world tune in, and let us get talking and learning what we need to know and be armed with, even as we anticipate these upcoming elections. You cannot afford to be ignorant at this point in time. Even if somebody claims ignorance is no longer a problem, well, there could be a reason why he's claiming that. We will want to gauge that against what is on and what is being said. Jericho Donge, karibu. Nani huyu Melchizedek Moenga, asante sana. Favor Akita, asante sana. We know Repomo, we appreciate you. Kuna Yufin Otieno, we appreciate you. Francis Kamau, thank you so much. Christopher Otieno, Karibu sana Mato Mark Ndet, karibu sana Achinya Nyamigori. We appreciate you. Thank you so much. Elijah Odao. Alafu kuna Pastor Peter Ahasamba. Hey, nakuambia leo ni leo. Judy Nani Tamara Williams, thank you so much. Simba Omar said, David Kisoi, thank you. Alafu tunakamilisha na nani huyu? Kuna Joseph Nyilima. I want to appreciate all of you. Please, let's keep talking. Let's keep looking at this keenly and be able to analyze accurately. Thank you, those of you coming into the studio. Make sure your camera is on as well as your audio. We no longer take in people who want to hide behind the curtain even as they converse, is our current standing order. So make sure that you do that. And when you click on the link, allow StreamYard to configure the camera and the audio for you. If you do it for yourself, you will be locked out of the app, so you may not be able to contribute even as you wish to. I thank you so much, everyone. Let's get talking. Bwana Guru, habari ya leo?
Mzuri.
Hali ya anga namna gani huko?
Hali ya anga ni mzuri. Yes.
Karibu tupatie utangulizi wako tukisonga mbio.
Asante sana. Habari ya Serena?
Salama.
Na wengineo. Kwa hivyo leo unasemaje Bernard?
Inasemekana kumbe ignorance, poverty na disease are no longer in Kenya. They are not a problem. The real problem is money and jobs.
Pesa ndio shinda. Nadhani huyo ni mtu ambaye haelewi sababu pesa tuwezi sema ndio shinda ya nchi hii. Shinda ni vile inatumika. Hiyo ndio shinda. Na ndio nafikiria yule anasema kwamba kuongea mambo ya kuleta maendeleo bila kuongea vile tutapigana na ufisadi ni kuchanganya wananchi na kuwadanganya, sababu tukifuatilia mzuri hata zile shinda ambazo tunasema tunazo kama ya kulipia watoto karo, kununua madawa, kutengeneza barabara na mambo hayo mengine, inawezekana ikiwa pesa itatumiwa mzuri, lakini ikiwa ni ile tunasikia ni bottom up ambayo ni watu kupitia kwa CDF offices kuchukua pesa, basi nchi itaporomoka. Hakuna njia ingine hapo. Kwa hivyo poverty, disease and ignorance are very much the problems of this country. But how to solve these depends on how we use the national resources. Mtu hawezi kuamuka anasema ninatenga. Unaweza tenga na utenge watu wengine. You have to do a lot of planning na kutumia pesa mzuri ambazo zinaokotwa na zile tunaomba kutoka nje. Kwa hivyo mtu ambaye anaongea namna hiyo ni mtu ambaye hajaelewa na shinda ya nchi hii. Na shinda ya nchi hii inajulikana sana. Ya kwanza ni kwamba hatujawahi kujirisha kama nchi. Tumekuwa na shinda ya chakula miaka nenda miaka rudi. Na shinda moja kwa sababu ya hiyo ni kwamba hatusaidii wakulima vilivyo. Saa zingine ni kwa sababu mvua inakosa. Lakini zile damu tunasema tujenge ili tuweke maji wakati wa mvua, watu wanakuja wanakula hiyo pesa na wanakunywa maji ya dam, tunaachwa hivyo kafu. Sasa kama ungeona kama saa hii ni kama mvua haiendi mzuri sana. Unaweza elewa kwamba tungekuwa na hizo dams na zinamalizika, hatungekuwa tunababaika, bado tungeendelea kuzalisha kwa mashamba. Lakini sasa ikiwa ni kwamba mnatenga pesa alafu kabla kumaliza hata project mnaweka pesa kwa mfuko ili mpate pesa ya kufanya campaign, basi itakuwa namna gani? Alafu unaenda round kupatia watu pesa kidogo kidogo ili upatiwe kura. Leo mtu anaitwa Rigathi amesema kwamba ameambia wakale huko Rift Valley kwamba ataonyesha vile pesa inatengenezwa, sababu sisi tulipenda huyo kijana yao juu ya pesa. Na nadhani nikwambia Bernard, wacha hii mzee apatiwe mic aongee kila siku ili watu ili tuelewe kwa uhakika ni development gani wanaongea mambo yao hapa. Kusema kwamba kwamba makamu wa rais anapendwa hapa mlimani kwa sababu ya pesa, basi wakale jini sasa wanajua wakati pesa itakosa tutakuwa tumepart ways. Hakuna lingine, hakuna sisi ni pesa, si ate huyo kijana anapendwa hapa, hapana, alete pesa lakini unajua bado watu wanajua hiyo pesa inatoka wapi, wanajua na inajua inaelekea kuisha, si ati kuna pahali unaenda kukata miti ya pesa, hapana. Kwa hivyo it is true that disease, poverty and ignorance still remain our key problems in this country. And how to solve these problems is to use the national resources in the best way possible. Hakuna siri ingine hapa, hakuna siri ingine, hakuna. Lakini ni mzuri, wacha tuendelee hivyo. Tunafurahia sana mtu anaitwa Rigathi. We have given him to the Kalejins, pale Rift Valley ndio anashinda huko na tunafurahi. In fact tungependa akae huko ili Martha aweze kupakua kura hapa kwa mlima, wakati wanarudi watakuta hakuna kitu. Asante sana. Bernard, chukua.
Asante. Sasa hivi mnataka microphone ilale kwa mdomo wa mtu. Sawa. Mama Selina, namna gani leo?
Hey Bernard. Mambo ni hayo, Kuru. Lakini shida sasa, pesa yetu ilichukuliwa ya Kimwarer na kila kitu ikapelekwa mlima kununua watu. Sasa nyinyi mumekula pesa yetu yote, na Kashakwa anasema atatufunza pile tunatengeneza pesa. Kama kijana yetu anawapatia pesa yetu, tena mnatufunza aje? Kumaanisha ile kasi yote ingefanyika Rift Valley, tumekuwa tukisema na watu walikuwa wanasema wanamupenda bure, lakini deputy president ya Huda ametuambia pesa inafunja mlima. Pesa yenu, kijana yenu ametununua. Na Waigoro alisema you can rent a Kikuyu but you cannot buy. So tunangoja hiyo pesa itafanya nini? Na sasa pesa ikiisha mtapatia kijana yetu kura? Kwa sababu pia hiyo ni deni, amwezi kutuambia mumekula pesa yetu alafu mtuache bure. Sasa hiyo ni deni ingine. Poverty, ignorance na diseases. Yes, kwa sababu Bernard, kama pesa inaenda nunua watu, pesa itapatikana wapi? Vitu ingine Kila kitu sasa Kenya ni kumaanisha ni pesa. Na wale hawana pesa, mchakue the right leaders. Piga kura kwa baba na mama. Ndiye sababu hii mambo ya ugonjwa, mambo ya pesa kufika kwetu, mkue naye. Lakini mkitaka biashara, vile Kashakwa amesema atawafunza biashara, then kuna wengi walikuwa nasema Kenya itauzwa, na ukweli itauzwa kwa sababu kama ni biashara ni ya pesa, utauza hata mtoto yako ndiye ukue na pesa. Because love ya mapenzi ya bure, ile ya Mungu ni ya maana. Lakini sasa tumejua kumbe mnatupenda kwa sababu ya mfuko yetu. That is a very dangerous government. Ya kwamba watauza hiyo Safaricom vile walituambia, wanachukua hiyo Kenya Airways, hiyo mbili ikiisha wataenda wapi? Kwa sababu wanataka pesa na wananchi wamesoea pesa. Unaona mtu pena
Pole Mama Selina, kuna shida na net yako? Sorry, the network is not good. Okay, naomba tumsikilize Nicholas. Nicholas, vipi?
Jambo Bernard.
Yes.
Yeah, you have sasa kwanza niulize wenye wamehudhuria mkutano. Kwanza haya maneno ya ignorance, poverty and diseases are no longer problems in Kenya. Who said this? Who said this, Bernard?
It's DP Ruto.
So I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised at all. You see,
Okay,
I don't know which kind of world.
Just a moment. Let's play the video.
With Kenya Kwanza leaders tearing the assertions by their Azimio la Umoja opponents that ignorance, disease, poverty are Kenya's greatest challenges.
In a campaign tour through 3 of KIRINYANGA's 4 constituencies, the Kenya Kwanza leaders argued that focus should be on the economy, specifically uplifting small businesses. And as Citizen TV's Chamatai Goen reports, the Kenya Kwanza Alliance leaders pledged to prioritize the reduction of the cost of farm inputs.
The Kenya Kwanza's campaign tour of Kirinyaga County comes 2 weeks after Martha Karua, a resident of the county, was named Raila Odinga's running mate. An appointed Karua followed with campaign rallies in the county. Deputy President William Ruto and his entourage received a rousing welcome in Kerugoya town. The campaign visit seen as strategic to counter any inroads by their opponents.
Nataka kuhakikishia William Samoei Ruto ground ya Kirinyaga iko sawa na sisi hatujahama, si ndio?
Mimi nimekuwa na huyu hasla number 1 Kenya pahali kwingi, and I have no doubt in my mind that William Ruto is the 5th president of Kenya.
Nyinyi mumejipanga ama nyinyi ni wale wa kupangwa? Deep state ndio kusema ama nyinyi ndio kusema? System ndio kusema ama nyinyi ndio kusema? Wale wanasema sisi ndio kusema, nione kwa mkono. Bana.
The team rebutted assertions by their Azimio la Umoja counterparts that Kenya was still battling ignorance, terming it a wrong diagnosis.
Jana tuko nao milioni 5 wamemaliza shule, wako na certificate, wengine wako na diploma, wengine wako na degree. Shida si ujinga, shida sio masomo, shida ni ajira na biashara, my friend. Ujinga isha Kenya. Watu wamesoma, kazi ndio wamekosa na pesa mfuko.
Tofauti yetu na wale watu wa Azimio ni mchana. Tunaongea juu ya ajenda ya kufufua uchumi. Ni kweli wao wanaongea maneno ya BBI na kubadilisha katiba.
Tumekubali mambo ya kutengenezewa NHIF, ndo wale ambao wamelemewa kabisa wawe wakishughulikiwa na serikali. Sio ndio tunataka?
The DP saying the Kenya Kwanza administration, if elected, would set aside a kitty to offer affordable loans to small and medium enterprises and 100 billion shillings more towards big four-line agenda, including affordable housing and agro-processing.
Tuhakikishe kwamba tunaondoa tatizo ya njaa, kusaidia wakulima na maji ya irrigation, kupunguza gharama ya mbolea, kupunguza gharama ya mbegu, kupanga soya sawa sawa, tuweke guaranteed minimum return. Kila mkulima wa chai, wa kahawa, wa mahindi, wa sukari ajue atalipwa bei ambayo inatoshana na mazao yake, ili tutumie kilimo kuweka pesa kwa mfuko ya mwananchi.
Tumekubaliana na Mheshimiwa William Ruto tumsaidie kazi ya kupanga uchumi. Bei ya kahawa, ya majani chai, ya maziwa, ya mchele, ya nyanya na mazao yetu hapa Kirinyaga. Tumesikizana naye tumsaidie, tupange vijana na wamama kwa sako. Ataweka bilioni 50 ya kusaidia wetu wafanye biashara.
Kupigia William Ruto kura ni kujipigia wewe upate kadi ya NHIF. Kupigia William Ruto kura ni kujipigia kura ndio bei ya kahawa, bei ya majani chai, bei ya mchele iweze kupanda.
With the official campaign period having started, and though the Kenya Kwanza team has been carrying out a series of rallies across the country, it is expected to review its strategies, with rallies lined up for areas perceived to be their strongholds and others in their opponents' strongholds, to ensure they can show up their numbers ahead of the August election. Chemutai go.
Yeah.
Okay,
thank you. Quickly. Thank you for the video. And something interesting there in that video is that the crowd behind the reporter quite looks differently from the crowd we saw Itumbi Post. Itumbi's crowd looked like Wembley Stadium. I don't know.
Sorry. Unmute your mic, Kwanza.
Right? Can you hear me?
Yes. Go ahead now.
Now, I've just said that something interesting is that the kind of crowd Itumbi posts for DP Ruto looks like Wembley Stadium, and I could see the crowd behind the reporter was quite natural and looks like something reasonable. I don't know where they fetch such big crowds online. But back to the discussion. Bernard, you see, if somebody who purports himself to be the hustler, who knows problems and every details of every life in Kenya, can claim that ignorance, poverty, and disease are not any part of our problems currently, then I'm not surprised if it is William Ruto saying so. He doesn't even know what to say tomorrow and what to say today and what to say the next day. He just wobbles around words and perhaps is not in terms with the current situation of the economy. I think he just finds some words that can come off his mouth at any time in a public function and says them wherever he feels like they're the things that can woo the crowd into his favor. You see, first it is ignorance that we Kenyans have, that William Ruto is riding on. We are so ignorant of so many things. We are ignorant of the law. We are ignorant of the facts around our lives. We are ignorant of the true nature of leaders, of which one sounds natural, which one sounds realistic, and which ones the politicians and the political leaders, contestants can always promise any kind of thing, and we shall buy it and believe it. You remember the same Ruto promising a lot of number of stadiums to be completed in a few months' time, just the other years, and Kenyans were up yelling in applause of that. They promised laptops, Ruto himself. Kenyans were up yelling in applause for that, and none of those came to be. But still, wakituongelesha tunawaamini tu, and that is ignorance. Also, poverty is something that is here in Kenya, and so many of us are living with below the poverty level, the poverty index that is recognizable by the government. That is a fact. Joblessness and lack of basic resources and so many things, including diseases. We are still battling with malaria, HIV, cancers, and many other things that are coming forth. So if somebody who wishes to be the president of the country and is currently the deputy president claims that these are no longer part of our problems, I don't know the kind of problems he's planning to solve, actually. That's very unfortunate from him. And there's also this other thing of UDA being undemocratic. Now, first of all, I just listened recently to an audio from Rift Valley where Murkomen was pleading with the people to vote all UDA candidates 6-piece voting system. I've come to realize that the democracy that UDA has been claiming to have is the kind of democracy they are trying to kill, and they are killing it off. Even they are cutting off even any political or leadership rights of their partners under the umbrella of the Kenya Kwanza Alliance. You do realize that Ruto is going to contest as president under no political umbrella, under no political coalition, but rather under political party. The same to his deputy. And you have realized how frustrating they are to other parties with which they are in the same coalition in other regions. Like for example, in Western Kenya, UDA is really frustrating ANC and Ford Kenya, frustrating those other candidates and trying to win every kind of seat. So UDA is undemocratic. That is true. Very undemocratic. They don't even give space to political allies that they have under the umbrella. If Ruto becomes the president, I don't see any space where Wetangula and Davadi and any other person that joined him, any other party that joined him, will have any substantial stake in that government. So that is true, because whatever is trying to come up to create a dynasty of UDA, of his party, of his loyalists around his government. He doesn't even want to give an inch of regional balance, at least those seats that are believed to be from stronghold of his partners, to give them a chance to do. You see, the way Azimio is doing it is quite reasonable. Jubilee has been given to Central; they can field candidates there, and ODM should not give them competition there. They have also arranged the same in Nyanza region and Ukambani region and coastal region for parties that are strong partners of Azimio. That is somehow, because this is a game of numbers, and when the resources shall be shared in the national cake, it shall be on the basis of the numbers that you came up with as a party in this coalition. And that is quite reasonable. And about Kenya Kwanza hitching camp again in Kirinyaga, Bernard, this is something that I really expected ever since Martha Karua was declared Raila's running mate. It is now Ruto and his team running after Karua, and they are trying to make sure that they follow back into anywhere Karua has visited. And that's why they are pitching tents back into Central.
Okay. Yes, Bwana Nicholas. Ni kama umekatikiwa hewa, pole lakini. But yeah, I think you made your point. Thank you so much. Let the conversation continue. Bwana Wangira, vipi?
Mzuri sana Bernard. Habari yako?
Niko salama nashukuru. Namna gani huko?
Huku tuko salama. Habari ya kila mtu, Mama Selina, Nicholas, Peter. Bernard, wacha nichangie haraka haraka. Bernard, we need to put things in their true perspective. And you know, the reason why I'm saying that we need to put things in their true perspective is because of that thing that is scrolling down there, reading that ignorance, poverty, and disease are no longer problems in Kenya. Then, then in relation to the clip you have just played here, Bernard, I listened to that clip yesterday keenly, and I've just listened to the same clip here as you have played it. As much as I don't support William Ruto, Bernard, I want to be his devil's advocate in this particular case, because William Ruto never said that ignorance, disease, and ignorance, poverty, and disease are no longer problems in this country. He never said that, and that clip is very, very clear. What William Ruto said yesterday was that, you know, the issue in this country is no longer about ignorance, because people have gone to school. That's what he was saying. And he said that the issue in this country is about poverty. That's all that he said. He never said that ignorance, poverty, and diseases are no longer problems in this country. So he only said that we have dealt with ignorance. Now the issues in this country are about poverty. That's all that he said. And I tend to agree with William Ruto on that particular perspective, Bernard. The only area, because he talks about, you know, tackling poverty, Bernard, and it's true that in this country, the real problem that we have is poverty. People are poor in this country, Bernard. And all that we need to do is to find a way on how to tackle poverty. But the only problem that I have with him is his solution on how to tackle poverty, Bernard. Because whenever he comes up with solutions on how to tackle poverty, Bernard, he does not mention this word called corruption, Bernard. And unless we fix corruption in this country, Bernard, we are not going to fix the economy of this country, and people will continue being poor. So as much as he has the right message, Bernard, but he doesn't seem to have the solution for the people of Kenya, Bernard. On the issue of UDA being a dictatorial camp, this morning I listened to this guy called Caleb Kostanyi on Citizen TV, and now I tend to agree with even Kipruto Kirwa. The guy was arrogant. You know, he said openly that what matters in UDA is William Ruto. These other guys don't matter at all. And in fact, that guy who was the moderator on Citizen, you know, wanted to know further from him whether that's what he meant. And he went on to repeat that in UDA, the person who matters is William Ruto. Watu wengine tu ni kama wale wa kuosha choo. That's what that guy said today on Citizen TV. So in Citizen TV, it's William Ruto, and William Ruto, in UDA is William Ruto, and William Ruto is UDA. That's all that I have to say about the dictatorial tendencies in UDA. On the issue of KINGI, Bernard, today we saw KINGI in Kilifi, where he had attended the funeral of the late Kamoti, and there, for the first time after a long time, they met eye to eye with Raila Odinga. And Raila Odinga, in his normal nature, Bernard, he treated KINGI as his son. And in fact, today, as much as that was an ODM congregation, the funeral there, but KINGI was allowed to have his day there as the Kilifi governor, Bernard. Finally, Bernard, I sent you some numbers, Bernard, because I wanted us to use those numbers to demystify these lies by Tanga. You never responded to me. Bernard, we need to find some time so that we can interrogate those numbers, Bernard. Ni hayo tu kwa sasa. Asante.
Okay, thank you. There is a group where those numbers are being dealt with. I think I will add you to the group. and then we'll see, because we'll have a session for those numbers tonight again, as we did yesterday. And the interrogation is still on from 11 o'clock. So we are headed there.
Okay,
thank you. Mama Selina.
Yes, Bernard. Oh my God.
De nini likatika kabla hujamaliza, malizia ndio tulete mwingine.
Asante sana. So nilikuwa nasema yale deputy president ya UDA anaambia watu kuhusu pesa. So I don't think wanataka vile wanatengeneza pesa. So nikikuja mambo ya Kirinyaga, umeona vile imekuwa mkutano, the small group is shouting. Yes, na wanarudi Kirinyaga, na unaona kama wangekuwa wanaweza Kirinyaga, they should talk about Martha Karua. Lakini hapo wana skip hiyo kwa sababu wanajua watu wanajua mahali wanaenda. Nikienda mambo ya mashishi, yes, baba ni mwerevu, walipatia Kingi nafasi yake, na unaona Cho alisema atuongei mambo ya siasa, tumekuja kusika ndugu yetu, na wakamwachia Kingi nafasi kualika baba. The only thing I was happy ni kwamba baba wakati alipoamuka alipatiwa microphone yake. So na amechionea watu ya Kilifi wako na baba. Everybody aliongea, hakuna mtu nilisikia wakisema Kenya kwisha, na wakahakikisha, na ninafurahia baba aliwaambia wakae chini jamii na constituency watoe mtu wapeane, na nikaona kama wanataka hiyo nafasi wapatie one of the family members. So hapo inakuwa ni mzuri Bernard. Sisi hapo ni mali tunasema wananchi wanaamua. So najua ni hapo tu, na sijui kwa nini network yangu inaanza kunipatia shida, lakini tutapambana naye. Tuma ni si mbali mpaka tukute tumeingia State House. Otherwise nashukuru Kibruta KIRWA. Na jana watu waliongea, naona watu wengine wajajua impact ya KIRWA. Wacha niwaambie, there are so many respected Kalenjin members. Wale wamenyamaza na watatokea. Hii kura itawashangaza. Kwa sababu community, hakuna mtu anataka kupaki nje Bernard. Kama unaambiwa baba anaongoza na 6 counties. No, ile ya samani. Alafu, ile Central tumepelekea wa pesa, pia wakihitaji pesa mingi na hatuna, mambo ni ngumu. Kama walikuwa wametupenda kwa roho moja, that could be something else. So, kama watu watakuwa 7 provinces ile ya samani, baba ako naye. Bernard, nani anataka kukaa nje ya serikali? So, nataka niseme watu ya Rift Valley wafungue macho. Hatuwezi weza kukaa nje ya serikali. Najua mtapatia deputy president wa Kalenjin members of parliament, na nimeshukuru kwa sababu walisema watakuwa na independent. Bernard, wakati tutapata independence, na muone leo Baringo vile wamereceive Kithion, ndio mjue mambo ingine ni mdomo. Watu wanapenda kufurahisha kwa mkutano. Pena tukipata hiyo clip ya Kithion wakati amewashilisha sakapati sake, hautaamini ilikuwa ni Baringo. Walitokea kwa wingi na wakamwambia Kithion kiti yake ya senator iko. So again, hakuna hiyo 3 piece. So mjue tu, watu wamejua. Hakuna watu waendi kwa deep. Samani ng'ombe inapelekwa kwa deep Bernard kabla hatujaanza ile technology. So hakuna mtu anataka kupelekwa kama ng'ombe, aingie tu akitoka. So najua Kenya imeamua, na batu nashukuru kina mama. Hata leo unaona huko Mombasa kwa mashishi wa mama wamejitokeshea kushukuru baba kwa sababu ya kukumbuka mama mwenzao. Bernard, imagine Martha Karua is not in all those campaign, lakini unakuta china yake kwa sababu ya wamama inatokesea. So nataka kushukuru kina mama sana, nimwambie pongezi. Na hata ukisikia wale wa Kirinyaga wameongea, they are panicking. Wamepanic Bernard sana, lakini tunasema campaign imeanza, tuendelee tu. Ikifika Batu ninawaambia Central they are going, wanatoka kwa sababu hawakumpenda pure, wamesema pesa, love of money Bernard. Hata ukilete mwanamke kwa nyumba yako, wakati pesa yako imeisha, nataka uniambie kama huyo mwanamke atasema tu nimekula pesa yako tuishi na shida, atakuacha na hiyo nguo yako moja umepaki naye, na anaenda mahali bwana ingine iko atampatia pesa. So I'm really like, huyu tribute apatiwe nafasi aongee sana.
Okay. Pole Mama Selina, tena network yako inahitaji kushughulikiwa. Pole. Now we move on forward. Let's listen from Obwanda. Obwanda, karibu.
Asante sana Bernard, na salamu kwa kila mtu. Anifanyie hivi ndio nijue kama kila mtu ananisikia. Asante sana Wangira, asante sana Lamek, asante sana Guru, asante sana Mr. K, Henry Stanley. Bernard, kuna vitu tuanze kuongea kwa sababu hii mjadala yetu ni mjadala mzuri sana. Tunaweza angalia mahali pa William Samoei Ruto na hii chama ya UDA ama hii inaitwa Kenya Kwanza. Tunaweza ona ya kwamba wakati hii sana chama ya Kenya Kwanza wame change tune ya kuongea jina ya muganga, wameacha siku hizi wanaanza kuongea jina ya mama. Ukiona wakati saa kama sahii wanaongea jina ya Martha Karua sana. So hatujui ni kama walikuwa nafikiria ati mambo haikukuwa vizuri, so wanaona ya kwamba mama ameingia mountain sana. So wakati saa kama sahii tunaona ya kwamba wanaongea mambo ya Martha Karua sana. So ile kitu tunayosema kwa sababu hata tukiangalia mambo vile wanajaribu kuongea mambo ya kubadilisha inchi, hata mimi saa zingine inanishangasanga kwa sababu ukiona au deputy president is talking ni ya kwamba anaona ya kwamba ni kama anaongea ya kwamba ni kama yule mtu, wale watu hawakuleta hii serikali hii tunayo saa hizi. Anaongea ni kama yule mtu alikuwa opposition, ni kama yule mtu si deputy president wa ile serikali. Nilisikia vile aliongea juzi ati hii mambo ya CBC, mambo ya watoto, hii mambo ya kuleta CBC, yeye akichukua uongozi atajaribu kutoa sana mambo ya CBC. Hatujui kama hii mambo ya CBC ilipokuwa inaletwa Ruto hakukuwa kwa sababu naweza sema ya kwamba kila kitu inayotengenezwa lazima, kwa sababu yeye pia lazima sit kwa hizo mambo ya makabinets, na hakuna kitu inaweza pitia ndio ikuje kama mambo ya CBC kama yeye ajui. Naweza sema ya kwamba hii chama ya UDA, wale watu wako kwa hiyo chama, wengi wao ni waongo sana, wanadanganya wananchi, na inatakana wananchi wajue ya kwamba uongo iko hapa kubwa kama nyumba ya gorofa. So lazima tuijue ya kwamba njia gani tunaweza follow, njia gani tunaweza iangalia na tusifollow, kwa sababu tukiangalia tunaona ya kwamba wanajaribu kudanganya kwa sababu wanajaribu kuisema ukweli, lakini ukweli hakuna hata kidogo. Siku ya leo bwana Bernard, niliona vizuri sana kwa sababu kuna lesson nilisoma kati ya Prime Minister Raila Amolo Odinga wakati alienda kwa masisi ya William leo upande wa Kilifi. Kuna ile kitu nilisoma kwa sababu tuliona ya kwamba walipokuwa wanaongea mambo ya, walipokuwa wako huko kwa matanga, hakuna mtu aliongea mambo ya siasa, kwa sababu yule jamaa alikuwa kinara ama alikuwa pande kati ya wana ODM, walikuwa na uchungu sana. Hata niliona ya kwamba wakati Amason Kingi alijaribu kuita Ali Hassan Joho, alisema wacha niite ndugu yangu. Ali Hassan Joho pia aliresponse kama mwanasiasa mzuri sana, sababu alisema ya kwamba Amason Kingi ni my friend. Hawakuonana mambo kama huyu mtu ni kama aliepa kutoka chama ya Azimio na kuenda chama ya Kenya Kwanza. So hiyo ni maturity. Tuliona ya kwamba chama ya Azimio kuna maturity ndani ya hao watu. So ile kitu tunayosema inatakikana tuonyeshe maturity, vile leo Raila Amolo Odinga alionyesha maturity katika chama letu ama chama cha ODM. So hiyo kitu tunayoona ya kwamba lazima tuisome na tuiangalie. Watu jana waliongea mambo ya Kipruto ARAP KIRWA. Wengine walijaribu kusema ati hakuna kitu Kipruto ARAP KIRWA amejaribu kuleta. Na Kipruto ARAP KIRWA alipokuwa anaongea, alisema ya kwamba yeye kama Kipruto ARAP KIRWA amekuja na chama yake, amekuja na kura yake, kura moja. Na tunahitaji, tunataka kama tukipata 50 na hiyo kura ya ARAP KIRWA kura moja itakuja ilete 50+1. Hiyo inamaanisha Kipruto ARAP KIRWA akikuja pandetu vile alikuja hivyo, inatuonyesha ya kwamba hiyo kura yake moja, hata vile watu walikuwa wanajaribu kuongea ati hakuna heavyweight. Tunasema ya kwamba ndio uone huyo ARAP KIRWA alikuwa na heavyweight, ndio sababu alichukuliwa mpaka walimweka kama naibu wa chama cha UDA. So kama kuna watu wanajaribu kuongea, inatakikana tuiangalie. Mbona people were talking about Kipruto ARAP KIRWA ati hakuna kitu ataleta kwa hiyo chama ya Azimio? Tunataka tuongee hivi na tuangalie, sababu watu hawezi ongea kama hakuna mtu anaweza leta kitu, sababu wanajua ARAP KIRWA anajua kuna ile resolution walikuwa wanafanya huko ndani. ARAP KIRWA anajua hizo resolution ilikuwa inafanywa aje, na anajua ya kwamba kile kitu walikuwa wanajifunga kwa manyumba, kwa mkutano. Wanajua ya kwamba Kipruto ARAP KIRWA akikuja pande hii vile amekuja pande ya Azimio, atajaribu kuongea na kuleta vile mjadala walikuwa wanajaribu kuongea. Mambo ya ukweli wa chama, tunaona ya kwamba leo wakati Ruto alikuwa upande wa Coast, alijaribu kujidanganya sana, kwa sababu tunaweza sema ya kwamba Ruto anasema ya kwamba ati wakati saa kama sahi akikuwa president atarudisha dry port kutoka Naivasha hadi Mombasa. Hatutaki adanganye wananchi wetu, kwa sababu tunaona ya kwamba ukijaribu kudanganya wananchi, hii ni njia fulani ndio ya kwanza tulijaribu kusema ya kwamba hii ni udanganyifu kubwa. Sababu wakati walikuwa wanapigania hii mambo ya dry port, Ruto pia alikuwa katikati ya hao watu, walikuwa wanasign, walikuwa kwa hii mambo ya ministry ya kusema ya kwamba lazima dry port iende upande wa Naivasha. So ile kitu iko lazima tuione ya kwamba hatutaki mambo ya udanganyifu, na mimi naweza toa ama naweza sema ya kwamba vile sisi tunatoa mjadala.
Chunga muda. Time, please. Okay, katoroka mwenyewe. Pole lakini. Henry, are you there?
Oh, yes. You know, it's lunchtime, so I was listening.
2 minutes. We need to clear the queue.
My contribution is that I've had 2-3 days I've been just watching, but something I wanted to add on what my friends have said. I watched it on Manura, and sometimes I watch on all these other commentators what they say. So they were saying, I heard Ruto say that the Raila anangoa reli, Raila anafanya hii. You know, you can't relate. It's like you are 4 brothers or 2, what's happening in your family's house, you can't relate it to another one. So tukisema we Ruto ulipiga Raila mawe, we Ruto uliua watu wetu, so we don't have to bring those things. It's like you are inciting your people, your supporters, so that in the case of anything, siniliwaambia hawa ni watu wa vita. And I'm happy of the way Asmia is conducting their campaigns. There's nothing like they talk about like this happened and this was happened this way. They don't even mention them because they're just dwelling on the problem, the issues which we're having now. I've seen and I do see wherever they go, they talk to the people give them their problems. They try to talk to them and tell them, in case we come into power, this is what we're gonna do for you. But this doesn't make sense. You'll be talking of issues. Today, unasema hii, kwa mfano, our deputy president is saying, unajua, hawa wamefanya hivi, hawa walifanya vile, walifanya, mimi nikiingia, sasa hako wapi? Saa hii akiongea anasimama wapi? Anasimama kwa upinzani, kwa serikali, kwa nchi nyingine, amezaliwa mwaka huu wa kura. So we don't understand. And actually, those supporters, na wale watu wako kwa UDA, as this other speaker said, they are double is like wameambukizwa. Anasema hii leo, kesho anasema right now anasema hii, next minute anasema kitu kingine. So let us say the truth. And I'm happy, as I always say, the contributions, it's not that we don't like Ruto, we don't like what he say. He's a good leader, but we don't want what he say. He said this and they don't do it. You see all the promises within their regime, nothing. Hata Raila akiingia kwa serikali atafanya. Those few years alikuwa kwa kama prime minister, we saw what he did, or the way he has been fighting out of the government. Ruto hii yote anasema imefanyikana kwa serikali, and all the money for all the projects are funded by the government. So we don't know where this money, should say this is the money I constructed this road using my own money from my business, using my own money from this and that, for my salary from this. So you can't give false promises. Unaanza ni kama alienda huko the other day alikuwa huko Masaini akawaambia hii land nikichukua tu hii, I have to make sure imebakishia nyinyi, hakuna mtu atakuja kunyakua shamba lenu. Hiyo shamba kama ni mtu amechukua ama amenunua, ametoa pesa zake, hata yeye amenunua huko kwingine kwote, tukisema hata wewe toka huko, so it's like hit and that. Ukisema kila mtu atoka, hata wewe yale mengine umenunua utoke, hata wewe umenunua. So before he say anything, wacha Ruto ambiwe. I know most of his followers pengine wanasikiza, wamwambie ukisema hivi usianze kutaja masamba, wengine wanyang'anywe, upaki na hiyo uko nayo. Na saa ingine, as what they say, he did not acquire them in the right way. Anyway, thank you for the time. I appreciate.
Asante sana. Tumsikilize nani? Mr. Kama.
Hello.
Hello.
Habari ya wananchi watukufu.
Tuko salama. Vipi huko?
Nashukuru sana, tuko salama, ground iko sabamba. Ule mtu ambaye ana bank ati na Mount Kenya anafikiri hii ndio itampeleka kwa urais, atastuka. Unajua Michuki alisema huko kwetu sisi ni kama maini ambayo haijapikwa. Unafikiri iko kwa mkono na kumbe ina Teresa. Kwa hivyo sisi tunasema ni unakula kwa Ruto na kura ni kwa baba. You eat kwa UDA lakini kura ni baba bwana. Eventually it is gonna be amazing. Mimi nakwambia hii story unasikianga Atwoli anasema. You know, Atwoli is not an ordinary Kenyan. He has a lot of information. Ukisikia anasema watu wakate miti, watu watavunja ma TV, Ni kwa sababu
1 minute, Mr. Kamau.
Okay.
1 minute, Mr. Kamau. Nelson Mwatela anasema, can you please clarify the issue of Kisumu Ruto billboard? Is it true that it was brought down? I can't say that for sure, but I saw a post by Jimmy Wanjigi saying that he has been to Kisumu and he has taken a photograph for the billboard. It is just there. It was the billboard is up and running. Nobody has touched it. It was just William Ruto trying to look for the usual sympathy addict notion. So unless kuna mtu Kisumu ambaye ana habari tofauti, Maina Wanjigi ambaye I don't see why he should he should be defending ODM. In fact, the post said he should Ruto should apologize to the Kisumu residents, especially the youth, in claiming that they brought down his billboard when it's still there. So kama kuna mtu na habari tofauti, unaruhusiwa kuniambia. Carry on, Mr. Kamau, sorry.
No, it's all good. It's good to clarify because I saw that trending also. But I also know that they like creating a storm out of a teacup, and of course creating a mountain out of a molehill. Unajua wakati wa siasa kitu yoyote tu una spin nayo and unakimbia nayo. But now I think as you have seen in the mountain we have because I want to talk about the mountain. We have one Mother Karua, the Iron Lady, and we have Rigathi Gachagua, the former DEO, and it's purported. I don't know the facts, but it's purported that the former president is a biological father. But that aside, we know that the contest will be between those two people. Those two people are the ones who will influence the vote in Mount Kenya, and it means if Gachagua is so popular than he thinks he is, then he's going to bring a lot of votes to Ruto. If Mother Karua is popular then and influential, then he's going to bring a lot of votes to Raila Amolo Odinga. But I'll tell you from the start, without a blink of an eye, that Mother Karua has made a name for herself. He has made many people in Mount Kenya realize that they are safe. And what Mount Kenya is looking for, and I'll tell you this without fear, is a person who can propel their agenda even after Uhuru Kenyatta leaves. And I'm happy that Uhuru Kenyatta now has gone behind the curtain because he has realized Mother Karua has the vigor, has the language, has the message, and has the power and has the influence. So even the need of Uhuru Kenyatta now is not important. Because I was telling some people anywhere in the world, even in the United States, you'll find that even when even when Obama was coming to end his tenure of 10 years, and Trump, the popularity of an incumbency is always affecting the person who is coming next. So it is good that now we can see the incumbency is on UDA. It is not on Kenya. It's not on Azimio. The incumbency now it is seen with Ruto because he's a person in government. He has those motorcycles. He has the limousines. But the Raila and the Karua are outsiders. These are new people with new ideas, and many people are realizing that. And therefore, as I was saying before, I digressed a lot, that Karua now stands tall in Mount Kenya. And Mount Kenya sees that their future is safe with her. That is why he was telling some people at one point, if you are strong and you know you are powerful and you know you can come and take this microphone, kuja uchukue microphone. That is the attitude we want. We want a person who can stand for the people of Mount Kenya, and that is one Mother Karua. He has changed the trajectory. When you see people going to shout and sing in UDA rallies, it's because there is incentive. Yeah, every boda guy is getting about 500 bob, and particularly in that where they were in KIRINYANGA, that is a place where UDA has been dominant, and that one I know. KIRINYANGA, Embu, and of course KIRINYANGA, Embu. I think that is where the wave has been. In other places, people are jittery. They are like, if this person became the deputy president and told us he's going to give us stadiums, yeah, does it mean he couldn't make it? He couldn't even build with one of his many lands that he has been given by battle criticals. The other one is at Narok. The other one is at Murubi's place. I mean, hata angejenga stadium hata kama ni kidogo ya children. Tuone he was very serious, ni serikali ilimkataza. And therefore, when you promise people stadiums, you promise people, when he was get inaugurated, he said that even unga will be at 60 bob. We cannot trust the people who are taking advantage of Kenyan predicaments and promising them lies. We want agenda like of Azimio that is saying one county, one industry. Agenda as in Azimio that is saying there's going to be tax reliefs. Agenda as in Azimio that is talking about Babacare. And those are the things that people are going to look for. See story. Now I'm happy that now people are realizing the lie in the person of one Samoei Ruto Kipchirchir. This is a person who goes and says now the issue of poverty, as we have written there, and of course disease is not a problem in this country. We live in this country. We know people are spending a lot of money to go to the hospital. They are selling their cows and they are selling their businesses. Yeah, they are growing broke because of issues to do with medication. So why do you say it is not longer a problem? It is a problem. We still have the major three things that were being fought in the independence. That is hunger, that is shelter, that is also decency, and all these things are part of the problems Kenyans are facing. I usually think if for example Kibaki and Raila ruled this country since 1978, we would be, even right now, we will be having swimming pools everywhere. We'll be very rich to a point where nobody can say he doesn't have enough money to go to the hospital, like the way Canada is, where the government has paid all the bills, and I mean, you go to the hospital, you just walk to any hospital. That is the kind of a country we need, and Ruto and the group cannot provide that. Yeah, because I asked myself, he said that he has been given 2,500. 2,000. He says he fights for the hustlers. Then he confesses that he has been given 2,500 hectares of land that belongs to the hustler. He knows that land belongs to the hustlers. It was taken by long people because the Basil criticals, these are visitors, they are investors. So that land belongs to the hustler. Doesn't he find even one thing, even 500 hectares, he gives to the hustlers of Taita Taveta? Apatie Taita Taveta watu hafa ndio tuone yenyewe huyu mtu anaongea ukweli. But as KIRWA said, in UDA is full of darkness. That is why the democracy there is darkness. You didn't see how they voted for the deputy president. There's a lot of opaqueness in that kind of camp. There's no openness. There's no even the little iota of openness. KIRWA was saying that they were selling those tickets to the highest bidder. So you can see there's a problem. But one thing I think about KIRWA and many people from the Rift Valley, they have realized if they don't make a choice now, this Samoei Kipchirchir Ruto will take them to the opposition. And if you take them to the opposition, then it will be so difficult. And nobody wants to be in the opposition. People want to be in government, and they want their problems solved by the government. So as I finish, Bwana Bernard, I want to say I'm happy because of what is happening. I'm sure that Baba is leading in 6, as Mama Selina said, in 6 out of the 8 former provinces. And even in the 2 provinces Ruto is leading, there is a slight lead, very slight lead. Because in the Rift Valley, for example, Turkana, I think Baba is on top. Pokot, Baba is on top. Kajiado, Baba is on top. Narok, Baba is on top. Trans Nzoia, Baba is on top. Almost 5 counties in Rift Valley. Yeah, so that is obvious that he is a slight lead of Ruto. So we want a strong opposition. So we want them to also to be there, be voted by the people who want to vote them. But we know that Raila Amolo Odinga is the 5th president of Kenya, come 10th. by saa 4 tumemaliza hii mchezo na tunatengeneza serikali.
Okay. Asante bwana Kamau, maoni yako hayo, tunashukuru kwa mchango wako. Naomba tusonge mbele. Bwana Guru, namna gani? Guru upo?
Yes.
Nataka kupatia wewe chairman. Wewe chairman wa hii chama kiasi na Ruto. Sawa sawa. Unafuata tu mkururo. Ukimaliza Lamek enda kwa Shiwani, alafu Clint, alafu Charo.
Nadhani wamesikia.
By the time they are done, I'll be here.
Na so, kusie yule ataruka mwingine.
Okay, thank you, Bernard. Bernard, as you break and as you go, I know you must be going to have your dinner. When you're back, you get we have already moved on. Thank you very much and enjoy your dinner. Good evening, my colleagues. I think I've been here for Bernard. If I remember well, for the last 4 days. Today I wanted to tackle one item. The so-called economic forum. That even I got surprised when I heard people talking that poverty and disease is no longer a Kenyan problem, or is no longer a problem for Kenyans. I've always said this. Economic forums is just a fallacy or a PR. All has been mentioned in those forums that I've seen the Kwanza team going around. It's not going to assist Kenyans. Actually, they are lying to Kenyans. They have promised things that even them who are in the same government, you ask yourself, they could have done it 9 years ago. But here they are promising hell, they are promising heaven, ideally, which is not practical. So today I wanted to be very brief that whoever attends those economic forum, you need to ask yourself a lot of questions. Are these people sincere? Are they being honest? Apart from one speaker who went ahead and said, if they take the government, the people will be training the KDF are the people who have voted a UDA member of parliament. Nguru, you are the chairman. So that's the question we are throwing to Kenyans. This is the narrative we need to change. The economic forum, they're just lying to Kenyans. And we have to speak it out. It's a wrong strategy. They're lying to Kenyans. And the Kenyans, they will come later on to realize these people are just there for just interest. Sometimes back I said, the Kenyan politics is local. But now, they have tried to localize every Kenyan mind to start behaving like them. But again, we are seeing an objective, most Kenyans who are now saying, no, you people are lying to us. All these things you are telling us, how objective it is. The same people who are not seeing what the President Uhuru has done in this country in terms of development, that the same people are saying, we could have used that money to feed those Kenyans who are hungry than having these roads here. That we
Can
can't
I ask
eat
you
roads.
something, Ramek?
Yes. Yes.
Is it, what role is the county government playing in this? Because basically the understanding of Kenyans was that the county government was being brought in so that they can be able to be closer to people, to be able to understand the problems that I think are currently being expounded through these so-called economic forums. I don't know, can you discuss then Is it that our devolved system is failing? Or why do we feel that everything should be listened to by the central government or people who are contesting to get to the central government?
Mr. Nguru, you know, I was giving my submission about the current affairs of this country and the different aspirants, Kenya Kwanza and Azimio. I do not want to go to trickle down to the county governments, because one way or another, we have seen development in county governments. Since we started having these county elements, we have seen development. But here, we are now talking people who want to aspire to take over Uru's government. That's my concern. And I only raised this that I wanted to tackle only one item. The economic forum is a fallacy, is a PR, is not going to assist Kenyans. Thank you. That's the submission I had, Bwana Chairman.
Okay, you have misunderstood my question, but it's okay. I wanted to ask you, is it that the voices of the people down there are not heard and that they have to wait for people from the central government to come and talk and listen to them? That's what I wanted to know, because basically, like you say, I think this is just pure PR.
It's PR. I don't want to dwell on the county element. I've just given my submission, and today I was only handling one item, the economic forum.
Who is this next? Who was called next? Stephen.
Hello.
Is that you?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
No, it's him.
Yeah,
but,
Can you hear me?
I wanted to talk a bit short.
Pardon?
Okay, mute
Who's
first.
next?
I mute first. Henry Eshiwani here. Hello?
Oh, you are the next.
Are you able to hear me?
Okay, give your submission.
Yeah, are you able to hear me?
Give your submission then.
Yes,
yes.
Okay, good evening, everybody. Thank you. Yeah, this is my first time on this panel, but I've been following you from background. I hear people like Guru, Mama Selina quite often. And I've been impressed by your submissions because it normally informs us and gives us ideas to know how our country is going. I won't take too much time. I just first of all begin straight to the topic, whereby I heard our first elder, maybe Mr. Wangira, who said that maybe supposed to be the deputy president that education now is not a matter. But I'll tend to differ with this because one thing, if you look at Kenyans today, we know big population is educated, but also a big population is still not educated. And this, I'll give you an example whereby just go to the car wash. Look at these young men who are doing the car wash. Go to the garages where those guys who are doing maybe the servicing of the motor vehicles and whatever. Yeah, except that there may be an informal sector where they're trying to gain knowledge and do something profitable. But these guys are not knowledgeable to the extent of maybe saying somebody has a diploma, somebody has a level whereby you can say now he's able maybe to articulate issues about his career. So education is very important. And the three issues which our principal, maybe Raila Amolo Odinga is tackling, those are the basic foundation of a country that he wants to grow. For example, look at these developed democracies. I'm talking about maybe the European countries. These countries are advanced because most of the population is educated population. They know the human rights. They know what is good, what is bad. Although crimes always exist because people have to be in crime sometimes because of different reasons. But at least major of this population are educated and they know how to measure their issues by themselves. And that's why you find even these democracies are developed because people are informed of what is right and what to go for. So when we say that education and maybe these other things are not the issue, that's where we go wrong. For you to be able to tackle poverty, you need education. For you to gauge a country where it is heading with policies, with the visions, whatever, the population has to be educated for it to be able to know where to head to, compared to other developed nations or other developed democracies. Now I'll come to this KIRWA issue. You know, I knew KIRWA, I began hearing of KIRWA, and KIRWA has been a very much I'll say, principled man, because I remember when we were in primary, we used to hear that KIRWA is hiding from the KANU regime. There's a time he went and hid in Kisumu. I don't know whether you guys, you heard of that, because he was trying to initiate some principles of democracy during the time of KANU regime, but now they were against him. So I think he hid somewhere in Kisumu when they were after him. So it was me, this a plus. And remember, we're not talking only about Rift Valley. We are talking of a country as a whole. There are those guys who know KIRWA from the word go. And they know that when this guy is in this side of the camp, there's a plus. So I support that KIRWA principle. And I believe he made a very wise decision, because these are people to give this country direction. I'll leave at that. Thank you.
Okay, asante. Who is next? Steven?
Next ni Steven. Habari zenu na hamjambo nyote ndugu zanguni huko. Mimi munanisikia? Munanipata? Mimi yangu atakuwa machache sana, maana hata niko kazini, ongea mbio alafu nirudi kwa kazi. Kwa mada ya leo naona hapa Deputy President anasema hizo mambo zake, anasema si muhimu kwa taifa, lakini ukiangalia hivi nchi ya Kenya imepata uhuru at least more than 50 years, na kuna sehemu zingine ukienda hadi wa leo zile funza zile jiggers they still disturb people and it's really a disease. So na ukienda hata kwa hospitali zetu huko unakuta hazina madawa. Wenyewe wakishikwa na wagonjwa wao wakubwa wanapelekwa South Africa, wengine wanapelekwa nchi za Europe. Hiyo kitu kama kungekuwa kule Kenya ni kuzuri, sidhani kama hao watu wangekuwa wanapelekwa hospitali za nje. Sidhani kama hizo majiga zingekuwa zasumbua watu. So hawa jamaa wanajaribu kutuweka in this situation ndio tuzidi kuwa hatuelewi na maisha yanavyoenda, ndio wazidi kututawala, wakiingia pale waibe pesa, wachukue wafanye mambo yao. Hata kuna leo pia nimeona ODP akisema Wamasai wasibandike alama zao ng'ombe kwa sababu wanaharibu ngozi. Wale Wamasai, nafikiri yule bwana amesema hapa sasa kama hatutaweka alama hizi ng'ombe tutasumbuana, maana ng'ombe zitakuwa zinapotea, hatujui ni sanani. Kwa hivyo tutatafuta maarifa mengine, hata kama tutauza ngozi ambazo hazina alama, lakini tutafute maarifa ng'ombe ile iwe na lazima ya alama. Sasa huyu Deputy President right now anajaribu kudanganya wa Kenya ili wasielewe what is going on, awatawale yeye miaka ile anataka na waibie yeye miaka anataka. Unaona, nikienda upande wa Kilifi leo, mimi ni mwenyeji wa Kilifi. Nimeona Raila ameingia na Joho pale kwa mazishi, hata wameingia pamoja. Alikuwa from the left hand of Raila alikuwa ni Kingi, halafu Raila katikati, halafu left hand ikawa ni Joho, na wakahutubia ile mazishi, wakasema hawataki siasa hapo ifanyike. Lakini pia nilishukuru sana kwa vile Raila amesema wale watu pale village wachague mtu wanaotaka, wapeane makaratasi yao soon, hata ni kesho. Nafikiri aliwaambia kesho. Halafu yeye Raila mwenyewe alisema atarudi pale, na hata jana mimi nilikuwa namwambia Mama Selina ajaribu sana kumwambia Raila arudi na matakarua pale, yule mama wapiganie sana, manake tumedanganywa kuhusu mambo ya port, tumedanganywa mambo ya mashamba huko. Huyo Mr. Ruto alipoingia Mombasa alisema sijui atanunua mashamba huko, alafu aweke hao ambao hawana mashamba waganyiwe, ambao ni uongo. Na hii habari ya port kuwa atarudisha tena ni uongo, kwa sababu ile port ilikuwa agreement na China ile walivyojenga kule hiyo HDR. So anataka kutuambia yeye saizi atavunja ule mkataba, ile contract ataivunja, hatujui. Sasa hiyo tunataka Mr. Raila Odinga na Martha Karua mama wafike Mombasa na watuzungumzie ile kitu kwa mikutano hapo Tononoka Grounds, watu wazidi kuelewa zaidi. Yangu ni hayo machache, na waombea kila laheri, na tuzidi kuweka hii platform ndio Wakenya wazidi kuelewa what is going on. Tusije tukachagua tena watu wale ambao tumewatoa, ambao hatuwataki. Hata wengine hana makaratasi, wengine wako pale tu wameingia na makaratasi ya chini. Please tujaribu kuinform watu. Try all Kenyans to inform everybody so that we can vote for a better person. Thank you very much. I'm going to back to work and I will see you the next time tomorrow in this time. Ciao.
Kabla hujaenda, hebu tuambie hiyo maneno ya mashamba, kwa sababu kila wakati tunasikia suruhu ya mashamba inatafutwa huko pwani, mara tunasikia kuna absentee landlords ambao sijui watalipwa, sijui mashamba itanunuliwa. Wengine wanauliza hii absentee landlord watalipwa wakiwa wapi?
Unaona
tufafanue tu kidogo
hizo mashamba pale
tuweze kuelewa.
Hiyo ni history kubwa sana, kwa sababu zile mashamba upande mwingine ni za hao masultani wa Oman wakati wa before ya ukoloni. Upande mwingine ni kama ambaye ilichukuliwa na baba ya Kenyatta, kwa sababu hao Waarabu walipoingia pale slave trade, Wagiriama ama Wamijikenda walitoroka, wakawa hawako pale karibu na hiyo. Sasa hiyo ikawa iko hiyo long strip ya coast ikawa iko empty. Walikuwa wameenda huko Kayashukwaya, wameenda huko ndani huko. Sasa kuna wale Waarabu wa Oman, Mazrui, wana mashamba pale. Hizo title ni kama ambazo walikuwa wamerenti kwa miaka 100 na kitu. So kuna watu sasa waliporudi, watu wa coast walipoingia, walianza kukaa kwa zile mashamba, ndio wanavunjiwa kila siku. Hata mmoja alikuwa na shamba kubwa pale anaitwa Waitiki, iko pale Likoni. Yeye hiyo shamba tayari serikali ilinunua na watu wanajenga sahihi pale, lakini unalipa kwa serikali pesa kidogo kidogo ile kila mwezi. But otherwise nyingi zote ni zile ambazo zina mabwenyenye. Mabwenyenye ndio wana zile title deed ambazo ziko pale, kama huko Vipingo zote ni za mabwenyenye, na hiyo kitu ndio Ruto sasa anakuja kupata chance ya kudanganya wale watu, na hajafata ile history ya pale zile mashamba. Hope umenipata hapo.
Nimepata, lakini wako kwa nchi ama wako nje ya nchi hawa mabwenyenye?
Wengine wako ndani ya nchi na wengine ni wale Waarabu wa zamani, wale Mazurui wakina Sultan bin Haman, sijui wanaitwa nani, hata mimi mwenyewe sijawaona, hawako kwa nchi. Wale wenye zile kubwa wako nje ya nchi.
Okay, sawa.
Nafikiri hiyo forum, ile forum nikipiwa na time nzuri, ni vile tu sasa niko na haraka, ningia kazi usiku. Nikiwa na time ili forum tutakuja tuiongelee hapa na kila mmoja ataelewa vizuri, maana
nadhani umeongea sasa. Tutauliza Bernard one of these days tuongee hiyo maneno ili watu wafafanukiwe ni kujua ni nini hasa kinaongelewa pale, watu
pale
Mombasa wakandanganywa. Asante.
Okay, thank you very much and bye bye.
Asante sana.
Okay, bye.
Bwana, hatukupati, unaongea umejimute, so sijui.
Yes, Mr. Is it Clint? Ulishaongea?
Yes, Manoan, poka uwe bwana, sijaongea.
Oh, hujaongea? Ongea basi.
Sasa bwana, nimeshukuru sana venye Charo ameongea. Umemuuliza swali nzuri kabisa. Watu wanaomiliki hizi mashamba ni kina nani? But nimesikia akitaja sijui moja ilichukuliwa na sijui nani na nani wa Kenyatta. Lakini hapa kwa show hamwezi mkazungumzia hiyo. Mtazungumzia uongo inayosemwa na Ruto. Lakini mmoja wa wale mabwenyenye wanaomiliki mashamba Mombasa, tumeambiwa na mkazi wa Mombasa, lakini hiyo hatuwezi tukataja kwa sababu risasi zetu zote twazielekeza kwa William Ruto. My friend, Kenya iko na challenges ya land, na ni ukweli mabwenyenye wanamiliki mashamba. Mimi sioni shida William akisema kwamba atakapochukua urais atashughulikia story za mashamba. It is very true, anaweza, kwa sababu ni mtu amekuwa kwa serikali. Pengine anajua wamiliki wa shamba pale ni kina nani, na akituambia ako na solution, hatuwezi tukakataa. Jukumu letu ni kumpea uongozi, aende akashughulikie kesi za mashamba anavyosema. Pili, nimeona hapa story ya ARAP KIRWA. ARAP KIRWA ni paka anayejifanya simba. ARAP KIRWA na Tarus hawana tofauti wowote. Hao ni Wakalenjin wanaomuunga Ruto mkono lakini kwa sababu wanaona hawana nafasi katika chama cha UDA, then wanajifanya wametoka, ndipo Raila akishinda pengine apewe kazi ya uambasada. So atapiga kelele kama Tarusa alivyopiga, mwishowe atachoka na atanyamaza, lakini UDA tutasonga mbele kama injili. Nimeona leo Kingi na Baba na Joho wakiwa pamoja. And kuna kitu inaniuma sana Mr. Guru, kwamba ni kama Baba ameanza kununua watu wetu. Ni kama deep state imetoa pesa. Leo hii ni hapa tu kwa Facebook nimesoma deputy wa Malala amesema yeye ameachana na udeputy cause ana protect image yake. I think Azimio wameanza kutumia pesa ku weaken our candidates. And this is not healthy.
Clint, one of the rules we have here, we don't allow propaganda. If you are not sure about something, please don't say it. Because right now, when you say somebody has been bought, can you stand and say that for sure? How do you know? Everybody has a right to change the political stand anytime. And you do not have to insinuate bad motives, not unless that person says he has been bought or you have evidence. So we will not allow that one here, please. Number two, I want to ask you a simple question. There is an issue of buying land, and this cannot pass unquestioned. First of all, this problem has not come to Kenya today. Subsequent governments have been there. And these same people who are now talking about buying land have been in government for 10 years. We have never seen or heard any attempt to bring even a bill in parliament to actually advance that idea. Number two, I do not know whether you are aware that the country is currently stretching its resources, even to cover for salaries and buy medicine. So I don't know where this kind of money that you are going promising people to buy land, to dish money, and that kind of thing, where that money is coming from. So even as you discuss, we need to be very objective when we talk here. Let's not fall in the trap of politicians whose purpose is just to make statements for purposes of getting votes. Right now, you realize that that statement was made just after the former prime minister indicated that he would give the docket for us to Joho to deal with the problems in that area. So it is an afterthought. It's nothing that this man has been propagating. He's been to Mombasa so many times. But it's now that he found, because a card has been put on the table about somebody who will come to deal with the problems, and is an indigenous person, now he thinks that he can counter that by talking of how he is going to buy land. These are facts that can be verified. So even as you discuss, please, let's confine ourselves. The purpose of this forum is not just merely to talk. It's also to educate people so that people can understand and contextualize the issues that face us as a country. Thank you.
Thank you for cutting me short to make your submission. So I'll continue from where I left. Nimeona ni kama Azimio wameanza kutumia pesa kununua viongozi wetu, kwa sababu
No, I will ban you from talking because I have said again, maybe you can ask for advice from Serena. She's been on this forum for a very long time. We don't allow propaganda here. If you cannot for sure say that somebody was bought, please don't. Don't. It is not acceptable on this forum.
Guru, hata mimi niko na haki ya kusikizwa. So naona umechukua time yangu nikakusikiza ukamaliza.
Lakini sasa akiwa unaongea mambo ya
time niseme point yangu kama ni
nani amenunua mwingine? Wewe umeona mtu amenunuliwa?
Nipe time niseme point yangu
Wacha mambo ya
nikimaliza
propaganda
you
bwana.
counter me.
Wacha mambo ya propaganda please.
Nikipenda nitasema mwenye amenunua mwingine. Nikipenda nitasema bila evidence.
Wacha uulizwe swali.
Siwezi ulizwa swali na
tumuulize
sijamaliza
swali.
submission. Swali gani?
Wacha uulizwe swali.
Mimi nataka nimalize submission.
No, tutakuuliza kwa sababu.
Let me finish, then you ask me. Let me finish.
Order, please. Order.
Let me finish my submission, then you ask me a question. Hii submission lazima nimalize.
Ngoja kwanza Clint.
Ben, naomba nimalize submission. Nimefika hapo kwa deputy wa Malala. Na hii point lazima iwafikie wanaazimio.
Bernard, you can take from there. This man was propagating propaganda of people being bought. Now, when he challenged him to say who is being bought, you can't say who is.
No, let him finish. Clint, carry on.
Yes.
Nani anunua nani wapi?
Nilikuwa nafanya submission. Lakini wanaazimio hawezi wakani.
Kama kuna watu wananunuliwa, hata mimi nataka kununuliwa.
Bana, acha nimalize hii point ya kununuliwa ndio hata ukiwa kwa soko we pia ununuliwe. Ben, nakumbuka kwa hii show vizuri tulikuja hapa tukasema nunua Mudavadi upewe Simba for free. Hiyo haikuwa propaganda. Leo hii nikisema tununue deputy wa Malala baki uchi ni propaganda. Tumesema waende watutafutie 70% walete kwa chama before August. Tunasema Mudavadi ni 70 na Simba ndio %. Hiyo si propaganda. Unless definition ya propaganda kwa Azimio na kwetu wanauda ni tofauti. Ben, ile si strategy deputy wa Malala amefanya. Ile ni weekend Malala na Malala amekwisha kabisa. Na mimi kama Clinton nimeona mkono wa Azimio kwa huyu mama. Na huyu mama sitashangaa kumuona kama nominated MCA Kakamega County. So nikisema amenunuliwa hata kama hajapewa pesa, pengine amekuwa promised a position. The same goes to Ruto ARAP KIRWA, mwizi mwenye aliibia Ministry of Agriculture in 2003 sijui 2007 hapa. Leo hii ametokelezea ni mweupe kama pamba, ndiye anachafulia Ruto jina. Tumeona watu wengi kama Ruto. Ben, na hakuna place ataenda.
So, Bernard, you cannot allow that. No, Bernard. No, Bernard, no. You cannot say Ruto ARAP KIRWA ni mwisi. No. No.
It's okay. Let him substantiate.
Hebu mwache aniulize swali ya Ruto.
Wacha tuseme ukweli.
Clint, don't just give sweeping statements. Provide evidence of what you're claiming. Wakati wa KIRWA alikuwa Minister of Agriculture, nini kilipotea, nani alikipata na kimeandikwa wapi?
Hello?
Bana Clint, are you able to get me?
Yes, I can get you, Ben.
Yes, aliiba nini, nani aligundua, alafu ikaandikwa wapi?
Ben, wakati Kipruto Arap Kirwa alikuwa waziri wa kilimo, Kiswahili pia inapotea.
Yes.
I was somewhere
Agriculture.
in Miwani, and Kipruto Kirwa was supposed to come and address farmers, sugarcane farmers, yeah? The guy disappeared. And up to date as we are speaking, Ben, my dad was a farmer there. Hatujailipwa hii pesa, Kipruto aliretire nayo. Tukisema ni propaganda.
So, where is the money? State your historical facts properly. Arap
On the
Kirwa ndo
same
alikuwa
note,
analipa wa mkulima.
On the same note, Kipruto alisema kwa tweet, alisema 8 million may not be a lot of money, but corruption. Are you getting me?
Bwana Clint, you either substantiate the stealing you claim or withdraw the statement, because umeanza kuruka kutoka kwa post moja ukienda kwa nyingine.
Nyinyi mnaniruka.
You are veteran debater on this.
Ben, ni nyinyi mnanirukisha. Ni nyinyi mnanirukisha.
Mimi nikisema kwamba William Ruto aliiba hiki na substantiate. Wewe unaambia Arap Kirwa wakati alikuwa Minister of Agriculture, mahindi ilipotea wapi, nani alikundua, inasemekana amechukua nini. Kama sivyo, you withdraw the statement au songe kwa next point. Thank you.
Okay, I'm downloading you the video alafu na post kwa channel sahi. So, Ben, let me continue with my submission kabla kwa sababu bado kuna vitu negative nataka niseme kwa Azimio. Ben, finally, second last. Nilikuja hapa last week Ben, nikawaambia kwamba mambo na running mate nayo tulichezwa. Pia nikasema ni nyinyi mlitupea mkakataa kama wana media. Tulikubali. Leo ama jana nimesikia running mate wetu akisema eti ni pesa tulifata. Na ni kama alizungumza kwa Kiswahili, wa Kenya wengi wameelewa. Hiyo imetuuma kama wanauda, and we really regret. Na vota yeyote mwenye anataka kutuacha kwa hiyo statement peke yake, tunamuomba reconsider decision yake. Tunaenda kusuluhisha hii tatizo. Tunaona since Gachagua apewe running mate very soon, we will talk to him because we need all these voters that wants to run away. Ben, to be sincere hapo kwa running mate, maybe tuligonga nje na maybe we will have to apologize, ama Ruto achukue campaign yeye peke yake, Gachagua kuwe mwanakwaya kama Ndindi Njoro. On the same note, Ben, all presidential candidates are giving promises, but I don't understand why Ruto's promises ndio mnasema ni za uongo. Kwani hii 6,000 ya Raila tushaanza kuikula? Eti 6K ya baba na mama. Wewe ushapata 6K. Ruto akitupromise stadium ama land wako, sini kama tu 6K yenu kwa Azimio. Eti William Ruto's promises cannot be brought into completion. Nimesikia jamaa hapa akisema kwamba Ruto ako na mashamba, lakini sasa hivi ni deputy president, haizi hata akachukua 5,000 acres ajenge stadium pale. Surely Ben, at this point kuna Mkenya bado anafikiria kiongozi anaweza tumia pesa yake kujenga stadium ama land yake kujenga stadium, and we blame William Ruto for not building the stadium on his land using his own money. Hiyo nayo haijanifurahisha, na hakuna Mkenya anafaa kufikiria hivyo. Viongozi wote wako na shamba, wengine ni mashamba hata kushinda William. They can do anything on their land. We can't judge William Ruto on the failures of Jubilee government or the failures of failing to build the stadium. Tunasema ni shida ya William.
Ukijenga stadium kwa shamba yako, stadium haitasimama.
So tukitaka kumchagua Ruto kama rais, lazima atujenge stadium kwa shamba yake ndio stadium isimame. Ben, William alitupromise stadium akiwa kwa Jubilee government.
Kwa mfano
bado atafanya kazi na yeye.
Ukisikiliza, kwa sababu mimi babu yangu ndio alichimba ile barabara inapita kwetu. ikienda Malaba, na akaamrisha his several wives kupikia vijana wakichimba barabara. Right now that road belongs to government, but it was initiated and built by my grandpa as his personal initiative. Iko makosa mahali?
So Ben, grandpa wako alikuwa Mluya na Ruto ni Mkale. Kuna tofauti. Na grandfather wako pia aliishi hizo enzi. Si enzi hizi. So tuheshimiane hapo. Compare your grandfather na William's grandfather. Kwa sababu si rika moja. And again, Ben, we need to understand that let us accept William with all his weaknesses. Kila kiongozi ako na weakness. Let us accept Raila with all his weaknesses. So that tuende kwa uchaguzi, tuende tuchague ni huyu na huyu, tunachagua au wawili. Ni nani atatupeleka mbele? Wajua kuna wengi wenu mnafuatilia historia sana. Na Kenya imefika wakati hatutaki historia. Tunataka mtu ambaye ataendelea kujenga nchi. Place Uhuru atakuwa ameachia. Lakini nyinyi bado mnataka kufuatilia mahistoria. Sijui nani na nani alifanya nini na nini. Bana hizo saidi sikizi.
Huyu waenda aongee na watu ya UDA. Afungue station ya UDA.
Ngoja Mama Selina. Bwana Clint. Sisi hatujakana kwamba kila mtu ako na weakness. Nobody is perfect, okay? What we are saying is, must we buy into everybody's lies simply because they are weak? Or we have a choice as Kenyans?
Ben, why is it that all the promises William is making ndio tunaona ni lies? Lakini baba
It's because of his example. Alituanzia 2013, akatuahidi, hakudeliver. Amekuwa deputy president for 10 years. He has not done what he promised. Now he's asking for another 5 years ndio atumie kufanya ile alitupromise. How do we believe you kama siku njema inaonekana asubuhi? Wewe tulikupatia asubuhi, ulituahidi, mchana ikafika huko utengeneza, usiku imefika hujatengeneza. Sasa saa hii tena unasema tukusaidie tu saa hii. Ikiamka tu jua likiota tu hivi pap, utakuwa umetekeleza. How do we believe you?
Okay. It is always very difficult for me to convince a real Azimio supporter that there is a very big difference between a president and a deputy president. Hiyo nayo imenishinda kuwa convince Ben. Kabisa. Nitajaribu kwa WhatsApp leo usiku. Ikishindikana na achia hapo. Ruto si rais. Tafadhali.
Matiang'i yako kuwa president akaleta difference kwa Ministry of Education. Michuki hakuwa president akaleta difference kwa Ministry of Transport. Unaona? Sio lazima ukue president ndio ulete tofauti. Baba hajakuwa president lakini ameleta tofauti in our governance, in terms of our style of governance, new constitution, devolution. All these things are agitated for and brought into existence by a person is pushing an agenda. So you don't need a president to make a change. You just need to be alive and sober.
But those who have made change should also pave way for others to do so. Finally, in 1 minute, Ben, I want to ask the
Maliza tuondoke tafadhali.
Yeah, I want to ask the IEBC chairman, the police, au marafiki wa Malala, au wakibochi wanaitwa nani? The Kenya Army. Sana IEBC, ombi langu linaenda kwa IEBC. Wasijaribu kufanya kitu ambacho machairman wengi wa IEBC hawajawahi fanya. They should be up to their minds on the election day. Wafanye uchaguzi huru venye wamekuwa wakifanya. Ile inajulikana na Wakenya. Alafu watupe matokeo tarehe 9. Hatutaki kungoja sana. Wale wa stop the count, Chebukati stop the count. We will not hear you until someone is declared the winner. And again, ombi langu linaenda kwa rais wangu kwamba it's not too late to change your mind. rudi nyumbani, tufanye kazi na tujenge Kenya pamoja. Asante.
Thank you. On that note, I just want to confirm the commitment by ICT Minister. He said he is going to ensure that there will be a free, fair, credible election, just like they were in 2013. He celebrated 2018, so he should be happy to celebrate 2022 to use the same system, same players, the same man, the same. So I don't, unless anatuambia it was not free, fair, transparent, and verifiable election in 2013 and 2017.
Ben,
wachana na kama Chapukati afanye kazi yake, mwache Matiang'i afanye kazi yake, mwache Msheru afanye kazi yake.
Alafu baba ache kiherehere. Alisema eti haezi iba kura, eti kura zote ni zake. Ben, hiyo ni kiherehere, atuombe msamaha.
Sio kiherehere.
Pili baba alisema eti ashaongea na Museveni, ashaongea na Salva Kiir, ashaongea na marais Afrika itanachukua uongozi. Hiyo ni kiherehere. Sisi wapiga kura, we deserve to be respected until the day we make our decision. Eti nishaongea na Museveni nachukua serikali. We can't accept such things.
I'm sure your vote is for Azimio, just like I know you're going to vote for Azimio. Achana maneno ya UDA. UDA ni mtu mmoja tu, na tumeambiwa leo na Constant kwamba UDA ni William Ruto na William Ruto ni UDA. Hao wengine wote hapa, hata naambiwa hiyo kiti ya chief minister tena imenyang'anywa Mudavadi, sasa inarudi kwa Kindiki. Sasa mimi nashindwa wacha tu tuachie hapo. So kumbe hii sisi tunajaribu kuleta 70%. Kumbe hii struggle yote ya 70% ni bure tu.
Ben, alafu
tunajaribu kusalamia watu wakiuza angalau tupate 70%. Tena mshachukua kiti.
Alafu Mudavadi anaambia watu Kirinyaga eti kunjeni ngumi, anataka kusema Earthquake wanakataa kukunja ngumi. We will never forgive those people. Kunjeni ngumi mseme Earthquake alafu wanakataa.
Nyinyi ndio watapeli. Sawa tu. Thank you. I want us to make progress. Please let's keep it sober and Clint, wewe nakujua lakini nitakuchapa sehemu nyingine. Wewe umeita minister the best performing minister for agriculture, ARAP KIRWA, during the NAC government. Eti mwizi. Wewe. That one I will not forgive you until you bring me evidence otherwise. The best performing minister for agriculture was ARAP KIRWA, na hakuna mtu amevunja hiyo rekodi.
Bernard.
Hata tangu mwanze kukula wale ile time ya kukula, okay? Mlikula mpaka masto. Sasa wacha tu.
Bernard.
Mkenya Spain. No, Mose ngoja kwanza. Mkenya Spain, ladies first.
Hello. Habari ya masiku.
Tuko salama, karibu.
Thank you. Okay. I just contribute my whatever. Sometimes I think it's hard when you work with a chameleon person, a person who changes day and night, because tomorrow you might not know what is thinking or what he might do. So I think our political leaders, kuna wengine wako like chameleons. You can't trust them. Hata chenye wanaongea, and I wonder how can someone handle, anasimama anaongea, then after that the next day akiulizwa zenye alisema jana, can't repeat the same word, using the same language, ana twist, ana change, anakuwa si kama yeye aliongea. Surely I think if our country and if our political leaders, they want our country to go a bit far from where we are. They should be trustworthy people. When they say something today, they can say it tomorrow. Why am I saying this? Like now I've been talking to my friends here in Spain, asking them whether they're going home during vacations. Because here we are we have already started our summers, and summers here are very hard. They are very hot. We can't start them. So at least we need to escape. So I tried to ask them if they were going home to God. Watu wanaongopa. Why people are they ongoparing coming to Kenya? Because wanasema hawa watu hawaongei chenye wameongea leo si chenye wanaongea kesho. So you see there is that fear, mtu anasema nikienda Kenya itokee mambo ilitokea. Then it's like we live under fear tukisikia mambo ya election. Mostly wenye tulikuanga Kenya 2007 wakati tulifungiwa na huko, you find that we can't come back here. So unapata watu wanaongopa, and we can't fear our country. It's our country and is our motherland, and east west home is the best. And I think there is no way we can be staying here trying to at least to improve economy of other countries when ours is every day and night going down. So I think it's a challenge to our leaders, at least to talk words which they can repeat tomorrow, to be trustworthy leaders. Now you see they are trying to say that poverty and diseases are no longer a problem in Kenya. But we can see poverty is the poverty we Kenyans, every day and night, the poverty is growing. And this can be testified tukiingia manyumba za watu ndomba do. Hata zenye tunaona tu, you know, sometimes we can portray false image. Why am I saying this? Because ukiangalia maisha si sawa Kenya. Sometimes when you check on the foreign exchange, it's when you know the economy back home is not that good. So let's not cheat our people that Kenya there is no poverty. Kenya there is poverty. Kenya people are dying. Why? Because if you want to get a good medication, you have to pay, and if you don't have, you die. So are we trying to build a country for the rich, or are we trying to build a country where every Kenyan is worthy and can feel that here is where I belong? Because if we build a country where most of in Kenya, we can't say at more than 50% of Kenyans are that media class. That's not true. When you try to look at the statistic of how Kenyan economy and how people are, the status of people in Kenya, we find that majority wako under poverty. So are we trying to build a country where the rich will continue being richer and the poor poorer? I think a good country is where they care of the poor, and also they care of the richer. Because if we start to protect those who have, what about those who don't have? Here in Europe, watu wanasemanga ati Europe watu wameendelea, sijui there is progress, but when we look at their political structure, it's not like that one back home. Here things are well organized, people are well organized, and here when somebody speaks, he speaks what he can repeat it tomorrow. And if you promise people I'll do this, you have to do it. If not so, they can't put you back. That will be end of whatever you do. But what's the problem with us? Watu wanakuja wanapiga mdomo, wanatundanganya, kesho yake mtu anakuja anapiga tena, anaenda anarudi. Akirudi si mambo yetu ni mayowe. So sometimes hata unaona people are crazy. They are shouting sijui nini. So unashindwa. I mean, you are trying to shout for a millionaire. Na wewe tu unarudi kwako, maybe hata hauna cha kuakisha moto. It's so sad. It's so sad when we try to talk some things like poverty, disease, education. Like the other day, I was reading about the IBC thing. For me, I talked with when I came back home last year, I talked with some people about IBC. I told them I studied here in Europe, but what I saw with IBC, there are some things which you can't explain well. Comparing that, Kenya is not a well-developed country when it comes to technology. So how our kids will then get that education of IBC? Ati mtoto anaenda kutengeneza Mac. It's so sad, surely. So, I saw there is a polemic saying that the Minister of Education anajaribu sasa kusema ati walindanganywa. Surely people are trying to take their kids kwa international schools because the MBC has no direction. And we know education is the key, and education is like a backbone of a country. So if we destroy everything in Kenya, where will we be tomorrow? It's time now to build. It's time now to know that if we vote for Baba and Mama, they will bring things to where they are supposed to be. They will bring things to the good place, the best, to where they are supposed to be. Because if we continue like this, ati mtu leo wanafanya hii, kesho inakuwa ati we waste our money, we waste the resources which we have, we waste everything, and at long last, where will we be? We are a young nation because that's easy. Kama majority of us hata hatujafikisha 30-40 years. Where will we be tomorrow when they destroy our nation? When they destroy our economy? Will we continue being beggars to them at rich? Me, kuna wimbo I don't like singing. You can go and sing for a rich person when you see people are dying, people are doing this. So sad. When we try to imagine some things, it's like it's like we can't lose hope, because if we lose hope, we don't have tomorrow. But it's so sad with our nation, surely. Si mambo rahisi. Maisha ni ngumu Kenya, and we know, and we see, and we hear. So we are waiting 9th. tuone venye mambo itakuwa. We are coming to vote for Baba and Mama. That's our song here.
Okay.
Kudanganywa.
Asante sana. Thank you very much. Na karibuni. So mkikuja hibernation, mnakuja kutusaidia uchumi yetu inuke juu, tutoke bottom tuende up.
Bernard, si unipatie time sasa bwana, tuende juu.
Mose unataka kuvunja sheria, na mimi maneno ya corruption kwa hii platform ni ngumu.
Umefanya sababu nilikuwa nataka kuongelesha shai.
Anti-corruption ako pala anaitwa Guri. Anakuwa supported na Mama Selina. Hao wawili wakinikamata mpaka wanafikisha Nyati House. Nikipita hivyo nikifikishwa huko Nyayo Chambers, unajua hazijasafishwa,
nitakutoa.
Wewe utakuwa ndani, wewe uko kamiti, mimi niko Nyati House na natasaidia mwingine. Let's do this. We want to switch gears. And so I want us to make a brief submission so that we go to that segment of cracking numbers, and then we will come back to the normal debate. So nataka Mose take your minute, Julia take your minute, and then you create space for the number crackers to come and crack the numbers. Then tunarudi kuuliza maswali. Sawa sawa. So Mose, endelea.
Yeah, thank you for hearing my play. I wanted to address my brother Clinton, and it happens that he just ran away. You know, Clinton, UDA is becoming empty. Sometimes back, I was in UDA with you, and I remember defending Ruto here a lot, and we were playing soccer on the same league, you know. But I saw the light of the day. I saw that, man, I don't belong in this home. This home is is just wrong for us. And bro, like I plead with you, I know you're a very smart man. You are very intelligent. You are on the wrong side. And you need to change shape. Come home. We will receive you. Angalia, and now going to my quick submission. Look at the way even the deputy president of Kenya presents himself to the people. Was it today that he was asking Raila, sijui kung'oa reli haikutosha, kurusha jiwe haikutosha, sijui kufanya nini haiku. Look at that. This is a hate to a particular community. This is not a hate to Raila. This is a hate to a community. And then I saw a post by Miguna today. Miguna was saying that he would love to see William Ruto going to campaign in Luo Nyanza. And he will be so upset if he doesn't do that. Have you ever seen Ruto go to Kisumu, not Kisumu, to Siaya, to campaign in Siaya? Ruto has never, ever stepped in Siaya. On the other hand, Raila's going to Eldoret. Eldoret was in Gishu, and that's Ruto's home county. And the message Baba is sending out that if he's the president, he's going to be the president of all Kenyans. Whether you vote for him, whether you don't vote for him, or whether you don't vote for anybody, he's going to be your president. How about Ruto? What is Ruto telling us? Ruto has never been to Siaya. He has never gone there to even campaign. Tell the people, hey, hata ukiniwekea kura moja, mwekee Baba 10, nitakuwa rais wenyu nikishinda hii uchaguzi. Jamaa hajafanya kitu kama hiyo. The other time, umejua Ruto amependa ku stage manage kitu. Like hii banner yake yenye ilikuwa, I don't know if it was true or false that his banner was removed in Kisumu. I don't know if it is true or false. But, you know, we just need to stand up with the reality. Ruto is not right for Kenya. That's why UDA party is becoming empty. Kila mtu anakimbia. Kesho utasikia Mudhama amehama ametoka. The following day utasikia Musalia pia anatoka anaenda na virago zake. Inabaki, si ilianza na mimi, nilitoka. Then hao wengine wakaanza kunifuata. I'm a happy man, you know. And we just need to push Kenya to the next level. Because we love our country, we want the best, and we want to push it to the best standard. Like my sister Mkenya Spain, mwenye ako huko Spanish, ameongea. The hope for tomorrow is what can help us beat this poverty. Unaona? The poverty that is really eating our people. Yeah, mimi nilitoka UDA Clinton. You need to come home. I saw the light of the day. That's why I left UDA. UDA is a party of hate. Like I said, UDA hates your community. I'm not in Azimio, or I don't support Raila because I'm a Luo. I support him because I believe in him. I support him because I believe he deserved the opportunity. People here talks about Raila's failure. Raila is not a failure because he has never been given an opportunity to lead the country, Kenya. If we give him the opportunity in August and then he fails to deliver within the next 5 years, then I will be able to join your team and say, oh, we gave Baba the opportunity that he's been looking for since 1997 and he failed. And now even if he's running for second term, let's say no, but he deserves it. Ruto is going to mess up our country. Ruto Rigathi, very tribalist, very hateful, ignorant. They have very loose mouth. They are thieves. They are liars, very corrupt, and can tell you. And
that list is endless. Look here,
endless.
Your 1 minute is your 1 minute is over.
Okay, that's what I wanted. And Clinton can come back and challenge me. Thank you.
Clinton mtaonana nyuma ya tent. Umeshangaza yeye sana kwa sababu ulitesa yeye kwa hii channel ukiteteanga maneno ya bottom up. So kutaneni mmalizane mkuje sama. Mnajua voting lazima mkuje hapa physically. Hii maneno ya voting
kura huku.
hapana.
Naenda kupiga kura Washington DC. Nitapigia Baba Washington. Yeah.
Sawa. Sisi tunataka kura zote kikapu moja. Asante. Julia, namna gani?
Asante.
Your 1-2 minutes, please.
Sawa, asante. Mimi, I won't take much time. I want to address the clinch. Mose, I don't think the clinch are called UDA. He's just making fun here. So, anacheza na akili za watu and he's confusing the audience. So, Mr. Clinch, hapa si Churchill live. If you want to do your silly things, make fun, kuchekesha watu, please write to Churchill and go to that show. Here we discuss serious things. We don't discuss those silly things. And I'm asking you, ukirudi usiongee hiyo utoto mwingi, na kuomba uache, talk sense, discuss agenda of Azimio ama UDA ukitaka, you are free. I think these are free platform to do that, but don't waste the panel's time. And you're wasting our time too, tukiwa huko kwa audience. Asante Bernard.
Yeah, thank you very much. Now, yes, Paul. Wanna Paul, unmute and go ahead, please. We are redeeming time.
Yes. Can you hear me? There is a statement that Mose ameongea about a banner that was removed in Kisumu. In fact, wale watu ambao walikuwa wanaweka hiyo banner waliweka picha wakipandisha hiyo banner wakati ilikuwa inakaa inatolewa, then wakaweka sasa ikiwa juu. But obviously the photo that they put in Neo waliweka ili to profile the Luo community as hostile people. This is a person now we want to entrust in Kenyan leadership. Hell no.
Yeah, Brother Paul, we are done. Huh? Okay, thank you. On the issue of banner, I think we are not being honest, because banners are not erected by party officials. They're not erected by whatever political campaigners. Banners on the roadside and otherwise are business ventures. Business ventures. You contract a particular company that does that outdoor whatever advertisement, and they're the ones that erect banners. They are not done on political grounds. So William Ruto believes that Kenyans are very ignorant. That's why he says ignorance is not a problem. He believes that whatever he thinks and says will be believed by 49 million Kenyans. And so he just wants to play games by, playing with our minds. To erect a banner on the roadside, it's a business that is done by outdoor advertisers. You pay them and they go, and in fact, that space where they are using, it's leased space. It does not belong to wherever. It belongs either to that company by leasing it from the county government or from the national government. So it is not William Ruto's space. It is not, and when that banner goes down, we put up the banner for Safaricom on the same post. Then when it goes down, we put up another banner for another company. So hii historia ya kutubeba wajinga ndio spendi kabisa. Ukitaka kuwa rais, omba urais kwa ukweli. Wacha kuomba urais kwa kulialia na kujifanya wewe ndio mtoto hapa, wewe ndio last born. Kila mtu akutunze wewe, kila mtu akubabysit, take care of your feelings. Well, are we looking for somebody to take care of this country, or somebody we babysit and take care of their ego and take care of their feelings? Sengine mnakazirisha mimi sana. William Ruto should go back on the drawing board and decide what he exactly wants. Either to be a baby for this country, tumpeleke daycare, na tumwandikie mtu wa kumnasi, wa kumkalisha. La sivyo, kama anataka kuwa rais, atuambie kwa nini anafaa kuwa rais. Sio hii kulialia mara bana imefanywa nini. Kwani bana kuwekwa chini ni makosa gani? Thank you. Naomba hivi. Where are this? Now, nataka hivi, kama umemaliza submission yako, nataka create space. We want to bring in the numbers so that we do the number analysis for the next an hour or so. Then we come back as we continue with the debate. But I want you on the comment section, mkiuliza maswali hao watu wa numbers. Najua jana walitukoroka sana, so nataka warudi hapa watuambie vizuri hii maneno ilikuwaje, kwa sababu hizo figures wanatupatia sisi tujaangalia ndani ya server, although wengine wetu tunajua kule server iko, lakini tunataka wakuje watueleze tena. So just for a while, you drop out for a while, we come back to proceed. Paul, ulikuwa unasemaje?
Wana crack namba za wapi?
Leo ni Central, sio Bwana Kip.
Leo ni Central, today is Central.
Central iko hapa ndani.
Yes. kwa Kashagwa amesema huko ni pesa tu inaongea. Hata kuna maneno ya numbers ni
Amin Muranga, actually Amin Muranga County.
Okay. Sawa. So keep ngoja kwanza keep kabla ukuje Jakindube atusalimie tu, atafanya submission baadaye.
Tutangojea Alex na Richard, so usijali.
Amujambo wote, nimewasalimia sana.
Asante, atujambo dadi.
Mimi niko salama, ninahuzunishwa tu na sisi. Najikasirikia mimi kwa sababu sisi ndio hao wajinga ambao Ruto anasumbua. Kwa sababu sielewi kwa nini si wa Kenya tuko namna hiyo. Asante. Niachie hapo. Bernard, niachie hapo.
You can proceed 1 minute or so before Alex comes in.
Nasema sisi wa Kenya ndio kwa sababu kile Ruto alikuwa anasema kule Kirinyaga ni uongo. Sijui alikuwa Kirinyaga, sijui ni Murang'a. Ni uongo. Billboard kweli unaenda kuambia watu eti billboard huyu anatoa billboard. Billboard wanataka billboard ama wanataka sera? Wakenya, mimi nasema Wakenya, makosa ambayo tunayo ni kwamba sisi ni hii mambo ya kusema kwamba kuna ujinga, kuna magonjwa na kuna umasikini. Ni kweli ziko, kwa sababu Wakenya wakienda kwa mkutano hawasikilizi, hawasikii, wanapiga tu kelele. Unakuta wengine wanapiga horn, wengine hata huwezi kusikia huyo mwanasiasa anasema nini, analeta ujumbe gani. Hakuna, watu wanapiga tu kelele. Hata sijui hivyo ndivyo maana mtu anawaona ninyi ni wajinga, sisi ni wajinga, kwa sababu tukienda pale mnapiga tu kelele, mtu anazungumza juu ya billboard. Hiyo ni kitu kweli angekuja kuzungumza na billboard ipo. Huyo ni mtu ambaye anataka kugawa wa Kenya. Huyo ni mtu ambaye hafai. Mimi najichangaa sisi wa Kenya. Kwani tumerogwa? Mtu yuko ofisini, yuko serikalini, yuko pale ameketi, anawaambia pana mimi sifanyi, nitawafanyia nikiwa president. Na yuko hapo saa hiyo. Shida zile mnazo, yuko pale moja, yeye ameshafanya. Kama mfano wa port. Alikuwa akishirikiana kutoa port. Saa hii anaenda kuambia watu wa Mombasa atarudisha port. Na watu wa Mombasa wanapiga makofi. Sasa nani mjinga kwa hao? Ni Ruto ama wakaji wa Mombasa? Ni sisi wananchi ndio wajinga. Kwa nini tunakubali kudanganywa? Mimi nimeshawaambia uongo ni kitu ambayo haifai, na tusikubali mambo ya uongo. Lakini Wakenya wanapenda uongo. Tena Wakenya waniwezi, sisi wezi. Tunapenda kuiba tu, kwa sababu mtu anakuja na pesa, unajua ameiba, anakupatia, unachukua. Na ni wizi. Nikiwaambia uwe maskini jeuri, unasema una njaa na unaiba. Hiyo pesa ameiba yako, ndio maana una njaa. Ukichukua atarudi kuiba tena. Lazima tukataze hawa watu bila kupokea hizo pesa. Umwambia tutaki hii pesa umeiba, atakoma. Lakini kama sisi tunakubali, anaenda naiba, anakuja anatupatia. Sisi wa Kenya maendeleo hiyo tunataka, tutaendelea wapi? Saa hii kuna timu ambayo iko na watu ambao wana nidhamu nzuri, watu wenye sifa sawa kabisa, watu ambao wanataka kuleta tija katika nchi yetu, lakini unakuta bado tunafuata mtu ambaye yuko kwa serikali, anakula mali yetu, anafanyi kazi. Yeah? Anakula mali yetu na afanyi kazi, na huyo ndio tunasema eti ndio tunataka kumchagua. Ati anakuja mbele yetu kutuambia tumchague. Jamani, sisi wa Kenya kuna kitu kimbaya na sisi. There's something wrong na wa Kenya. Na hiyo mimi nawaambia wa Kenya. Nafikiri mimi nataka kuambia kwamba labda kwa Wakenya, kwa maoni yangu, kuna ujinga na kuna upumbavu. Mjinga ni mtu unaweza kumfunza akaelewa. Mpumbavu huwezi, kwa sababu sisi wa Kenya, mimi labda nasema sisi wa Kenya ni wapumbavu kwa sababu sisi tunajidai ni wasomi, tunajidai sisi yani tunajua kila kitu. Yet ukiangalia vitu tunafanya ni vitu za kitoto, ni vitu za mtu ambaye hajui anaenda wapi, anatoka wapi. Ukimwambia wachana na hii kitu ni mbaya, itakupeleka mahali, hataki. Vitu ambavyo tumefanya ni vitu vya ajabu sana. Wakati wa mile election ya 2013 tulikuwa na watu ambao wameshtakiwa, washukiwa, watu ambao wameshukiwa. Wakenya walisema hao ndio tunachagua, washukiwa hao ndio tunachagua, washukiwa. Wakenya kweli tuna washukiwa. Sasa saa hii mtu yeyote mshukiwa, uwezi angalieni sasa wale wote wako pale, watu hata kama kina Sonko, saa zingine ukisema ati usijui, saa zingine unaangalia ulianzisha vitu namna gani, mipango yako ulianzisha namna gani. Pale Wakenya walichagua kwa sababu ni mtu wetu. Badala ya kuacha mtu asimame mbele ya koti amue, aonekane hana kosa, wewe unasema pana. Sasa hatujui kama anakosa, lakini kwa sababu ni mshukiwa anakosa, kwa sababu mtu mshukiwa kuna kitu lazima akilie jina lake. Sasa ukimkataza kutokilia jina lake, alafu unakuja kulalamika tulisema tunataka vijana, tunataka saa hii Wakenya wanalia ati economy yetu ni mbaya nini, na yet mzee economy ndio mnasifu ya mzee. Kibaki alikuwa mzee ndio mnasifu. Saa hii kuna mzee mnasema hapana, sijui mzee sana kwa sababu si mtu wetu. Wacheni Wakenya, wacheni upumbavu. Hata mimi ni mmoja wao, sio eti mimi ni Mkenya, lakini hiyo mambo ya kuchezewa akili namna hiyo tuwache, tuamke. Mimi ndio maana nimewaambia Wakenya, tafadhali sisi wa Kenya tuokoke. Bernard, tuombee tafadhali, fanya ombi la kufunga, ndio Wakenya wapunguke akili, wajue hii ni nchi yetu, tunataka ifuate njia nzuri. Tuacheni kudanganywa. Mtu ambaye afanyi kazi, tumemchagua afanye kazi, anakataa kufanya kazi na anakaa kwa hiyo ofisi, anakula pesa zetu bure, na huyo mtu anakuja anatudanganya. Jamani, saa zingine inanifanya nitaka kulia. Pole sana. Asanteni.
It's okay, we will get out of this. Thank you very much for the appeal to Kenyans. I believe they are hearing you and they are finding you. I say that we are switching gears. Switching gears means we want to look at the numbers as stipulated by both the polls as well as against the number of voters in different regions as they are taken in the IBC register to help us project the percentages and then be able to counter the narratives of people claiming they have this region, they have pocketed this region, nobody can take this region. So nimesema hivi, kama wewe sio mmoja wa wale ambao wanahusika kwa hiyo maneno, utakaa pembeni kwanza, tumalize hiyo session, alafu tutakuja kuuliza maswali. Sawa, tusijaze studio alafu wale wanahesabu nao wakifika hawatapata nafasi ya kuingia watusaidie na hiyo maswala ya hesabu. Na mnajua hesabu haikuwa ya kila mtu shule. Ndiposa hata deputy president akumbuki hii video. Nataka tusikilize hii video tu kidogo tu, akumbuki hii video kabisa. Naomba tumkumbushe
wetu vijana hawa wetu wa Kenya. Anasema ati wafanye kazi ya kwazi kwa vijana, wachimbe mtaro na kufyeka kichaka. Mimi nawauliza nyinyi watu wa banana, munataka eti vijana wetu wachimbe mtaro na kufyeka kichaka ili kazi ambayo ni mzuri tuwape wazungu? Alafu vijana hawa wetu wa Kenya anasema ati wafanye kazi ya kwazi kwa vijana, wachimbe mtaro na kufyeka kichaka. Mimi nawauliza nyinyi watu wa banana, munataka eti vijana wetu wachimbe mtaro na kufyeka kichaka ili kazi ambayo ni mzuri tuwape wazungu? Alafu vijana hawa wetu
Uko sure si edited video?
Hiyo si kazi tena.
Uko sure hawajatumia sauti ya William kusema uongo?
Clint ni nini?
Shuku imekuwa edited.
That video is from Capital FM.
That video is valid, and I even did a debate on the same after that statement. That was back in Grand Coalition government when he said nobody should be apewe slasher na nini, lakini sasa amerudi 63 degrees.
Jamani kigeugeu, ama ni yeye Jagwa anamwimbianga?
Mama mboga aendelee na mboga yake, mtu asisumbuliwe mahali yuko. Sisi tuko na model ya economy inaitwa bottom up, ambayo kila mtu anasalia mahali alipo.
So Ben,
let me hand over to Keeper. We start out the mathematics and then we come back. Clint, tulia hapo. Thank you.
Ben, nisaidie tu
ati nini?
Naomba dakika moja hivi.
Dakika moja? Okay, take your minute please and be fast about it.
Yani nimeona hiyo clip nikasikia nywele zimesimama, kwa sababu ama ni yeye Jagwa au ana perform kwa rally zetu akisema kigeuge na ana dance. Unajua kama hiyo ni statement yake ya ukweli, then hiyo ni mbaya, na saizi kazi imekuwa kazi bana. Anyway, tutakubali tu. Asante.
Well, Bernard, you'll start by giving us the map, the summary map.
Okay, the summary map you refer to the
one for the entire country.
Okay, here we go. Okay, carry on, please.
Now, the summary map you have there, although Bernard, I've given you the latest one, but even this will do because the figures have not changed. It's just the labeling of the titles that the latest version has got. Now, this map you see there is basically the entire country voter registration status as at February-March 2022. Now, in this map, you see number 1 all the way up to 8. Actually, they are arranged in the order of numbers in terms of the highest number all the way to the lowest number. Now, from that, on a quick rejoinder from yesterday, 5,344 is the number for Rift Valley, followed by Central at 3.1, followed by Nyanza at 3,081, followed by Eastern at 3,050, Nairobi 2.5, Coast 1.9, Western 2.1, Northeastern 866. Now on the extreme end, you see that some percentages. Those percentages, remember the block of votes, which is totaling to 22 million, that is controlled, that lies in the counties in Rift Valley for 24%, Central 14%, Nyanza to 14%, Eastern 14%, Nairobi 11%, Coast 9%, and Western 10%. Finally, Northeastern at 4%. So from there now, we are going to, today we are doing Central. Yesterday we are done Coast and Eastern. So today we are purely on Central alone. I think we can proceed from there. You can give us the map for, you can give us the map for Central, then we can discuss the figures.
Okay. First, before we begin, Makiadi, if
I
it's
think you
possible.
can move on, Bernard, you can remove this. Yeah, good.
Yes. Makiadi, if you could explain as to the sampling, because we did not explain the sampling last time. I think it would be best if you started on that.
Hold on. Just carry on, Hosea. There's something I'm doing on the side, but I'll join you in a minute.
Okay.
All right.
I'll take you through the. Now, what we have in Central are 8 counties. The 8 counties comprises Meru, Tharaka Nithi, Embu, Nyandarua, Nyeri, Kirinyaga, Murang'a, and Kiambu. More often than not, you hear people talk about Mount Kenya, and for political reason or other reasons, they include Nakuru, Laikipia as part of Mount Kenya. But this extract actually is the extract as the counties are structured or are laid in the IBC structure. So in the IBC structure, Central is what is in there, and it is made up of these 8 counties. Now, to start with the county number 1, which is county number 112, that is Meru. In 2017, the registered voters there was 700,000. Now, as at February, the number had gone up but through new registrations, and that was 78,000. I think, Kip, you can give us that percentage increase.
17% increase. No, sorry, 3%.
It is 17 is the overall increase in Central, but in Meru alone, on the 700,000, the increase was what?
I missed that number, sorry. Let's move to the next.
I think it is 9 point something.
Yeah,
but having added the 78,000 to the previous registered voter number, the current voter, as we speak now, before they do the register cleanup, is 780,000. Now, that 780,000 makes up 17% of the total votes registered in Central as we speak, which is 4.5 million. 4.5 million. That's the number of voters registered in Central as we speak today. And 17% of it is controlled under Meru. Now, we quickly clipped down to the performance of the 2 main candidates in 2017. That was Raila Odinga and Uhuru Kenyatta. Now, Uhuru Kenyatta scored 482,000 votes in Meru. Now, given the number of registered voters and turnout at the time, that translates to 88%. 88%. In other words, Uhuru scored 88% in Meru in terms of the votes that were cast. Raila scored 55,000, which amounts to 10% of the votes cast then. The total votes cast in Meru was 547,000. 547,000. In terms of turnout of the voters in Meru was comes to 70%. So that is as far as the figures for the first county are concerned. Now, maybe additional information to that effect is that in Meru alone, the turnout in absolute terms is 543. The valid votes, rather, 543 votes, 1,000 votes. Spoiled votes was 4,661.
Okay. In terms of the voting pattern,
yeah,
it didn't look very bad. It looked overall okay as to what had happened in the previous counties. It's almost even, except for the women's rep. I do not understand what happened with the women's rep, but very few people voted for the women's rep in Meru County. Okay. Next county.
We'll go to the next county, and then you can summarize this up with the emerging opinion poll figures once we are done with the last one. Now, the next county there is Tharaka Nithi. In 2017, yes.
Would you mind to go back to Meru a bit? Meru a bit.
Yes.
Meru a bit. There is let's go to Meru a bit. Can you go to governor? Just
Voting
to governor.
pattern. Voting pattern, yeah.
Yeah, that is voting pattern.
Of governor?
Yeah.
Okay.
Do you want to see the governors that were voted?
Yes, that's the one I want to see.
If you can just quote the figures for the competing contesting.
So, for example, Murungi got 51% of the vote. Jubilee, PNU by Munya was 42%. Maendeleo Chap, surprisingly, they did not know they were there, 3.2%. The rest is quite insignificant. So it was by the first three parties that took a lot of the votes.
My emphasis, what I wanted to see on that, it is the emphasis on Munya. So the Munya factor in Meru will really play something out in this election.
So this is quite important. Is there any woman's rep there that is powerful or MP?
Yes.
Okay, tunaweza angalia MPs wa hapa wa Meru wenye wali rank number 1. So do you see any significant names here that are in Jubilee, are staying in Jubilee? There was one independent. Sasa huyo PNU, that will he be campaigning with us?
You see, who is speaking? Is that PK?
No, keep.
Yeah, keep.
We agreed we do the
one
numbers first.
The one questioning is.
All right.
Let's do the
numbers.
Yes.
We agreed we are giving the numbers as they are in the figures.
Yes. Yeah.
The discussion we come later. We are, we are
presenting what I want to point out.
We have 45 minutes. We can't point out on everything.
That's what I want to point out, that I want to ask the gentleman to hold on.
Exactly.
So the next then we deal with the Q&As thereon after.
No problem. Move on.
Okay, let's go to.
Then we proceed to Tharaka Nithi. Yeah. In 2017, the Tharaka Nithi registered voter number was 213,000. Now, as of February, the number had gone up by 21,000, bringing the total number as we speak to 234,000.
I don't
know.
Now,
in terms of central region, Tharaka Nithi controls 5% of the total vote, which is 4.5 million. Now, in terms of the previous elections, Uhuru Kenyatta received 162,000, which represented 83%, while Raila Odinga got 10,000, which represented 6%.
And it was his fourth best county for Raila.
Yeah. Now, the total votes, valid votes cast in Tharaka Nithi was 174,000, and the number of spoiled votes was 1,083.
Okay, very
now,
quick.
if you look at the turnout of all votes cast, and in other words, both spoiled and valid votes was 175,000. Now, in terms of percentage in the entire region, the turnout for Tharaka Nithi was 75%.
Okay, so let's move very quickly to see voting pattern. So it looks okay. It looks very consistent, as you can see there. So 175,000 throughout. So Tharaka Nithi was very consistent. I mean, there's just a few inconsistencies there. So vifaranga zikufanya kazi sana. So let's move to the next county.
The next county is Embu. Embu is county number 014 on the register, on the IBC register and countrywide. The total number of registered voters there was 2017 was 309,000. As of February, they increased new registrations by 27,000. Keith, I don't know whether you have the increase in percentage terms.
No, I think
you don't have it.
It broke. My system broke.
Now,
so we'll do it next time.
Brings
it's really quick. Yeah.
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 All right. Continue.
That brings the current total voter registered as we speak to 337,000. And in terms of the central region block, Embu controls 7% of the total votes in central region. In terms of previous elections, Uhuru had received 231,000, which represented 91%. Raila got 17,000 only, which amounted to 7% of the votes. And then if we quickly check the turnout in absolute numbers was 253,000.
Yes.
Which represented 75% turnout. Now, in terms of valid votes, 251,000 and spoiled votes and 1,835.
Okay.
So voter pattern.
Yep. The voter pattern was inconsistent here. So we had 250,000 in for senator, 245,000, 243 for women's rep, and MPs was the most inconsistent. Kulikuwa yenye imetolewa, which we have 261 as the most for MPs. So unaona zile zingine zimetolewa. So we'll come back to that when we're doing analysis. So put in mind, Embu is a bit suspect. So IBC suspicion there for me. No, unless anybody is in doubt, we will move to the next one.
The next one here is Nyandarua, which is county number 018. Total registered 2017, 335,000.
Slow down.
Increase as at February was 26,000.
Slow down. Okay, start again. Go ahead.
Nyandarua, county number 018.
Yeah.
Registered voters 2017, 335,000.
Yes.
Increased by February 26,000. Total, as we speak, 362,000. And in terms of regional amount control, they have 8% of the 4.5 million total regional votes there. In terms of previous elections, Uhuru Kenyatta had scored 286,000, which represented, am I right, 99%?
No. 286,000 divided by 335.
360, oh yeah, 300, the previous number, 335.
Yeah, 335, yeah.
I'm seeing 99. I think that figure looks too high.
That's 85. 85%. 286.
Yes,
That
divide
was,
by 3.
Yeah, that is 85%. Uhuru got 85%.
Good.
Yeah.
Now, Raila received 2,000, which amounts to almost zero. It was 0.
That was 0%.
But if you round it up to 1%.
0%. Let's just say 0% in Nyandarua. Let's see the voter consistency, or kama tulikuwa na kifaranga huko.
Let me give you the turnout.
Yeah.
The total turnout in the county, 289, not to 290,000, which works out to 80% turnout. In terms of spoiled votes,
excuse me.
In terms of spoiled votes, what has gone wrong with my?
I'll go back and tell you the spoiled votes.
Do you have it? My spreadsheet has gone.
So in terms of spoiled votes, we've got 1,055 and 57.
Well, that is it. Yeah,
Okay.
1,057.
Okay.
What about valid votes was? Oh, okay. Valid votes was 289,514. I've got it. Yeah.
All right.
So that was the status for
Nyandarua.
For Nyandarua.
Okay.
You can quickly go to Nyeri to give more, save on time.
No, look at the consistencies of governorship, the senatorial. Yeah, that is.
It looks very consistent.
Very consistent.
Including the women rep.
Yes, it's consistent. Just the Senate and women rep, but I think some people are not interested in those two seats. So 288 to 287, we're losing about 1,000 between.
Yeah, that was very consistent.
Yeah, so that are people, that one I can understand. There are people who are not really interested in those seats.
Margin of error is less than 1%.
Yeah. Okay, the next one?
The next one is Nyeri, which is county number 1019. Registered voters 2017, 457,000. They went up by a substantial amount in February at 34,000. The current registered voters number is 492,000. In terms of control, they control 11% of the total central region vote. In previous terms of previous elections, Uhuru received 389,000, which works out to 88%. 88%.
Yeah. One out.
Raila got 4,000, which works also to 1%. In terms of valid votes, you had 395,000, spoiled votes 1,000, total turnout 396,950. In terms of county turnout, it is at 81%.
And it's ranked number 4 in the county.
Yeah.
In the region, voting pattern. Okay. Wow. So between MPs, that's about 1,000 there. Senator ilikuwa mingi sana, so hapo mina suspect about 2,000. Between senator and MPs is 3,000.
So the governor was how much?
Governor is 300,091.
And the senatorial?
393.
And the women rep?
391.
Okay, the margin of error is
some people voted only for the Senate, or what?
I mean, MPs should be the most consistent one because that's where people vote mostly.
Yeah.
Because
but when you look at the percentage, how many spoiled votes are there?
The percentage spoiled votes.
The number 4,000. 4,000, yeah. which works out to 1%.
Yeah, so that margin of error explains.
Okay. So we move to the next one. The coastal Machakos.
The next one is KIRINYANGA.
Mix.
Where things are hot now, is it?
Yeah. KIRINYANGA.
KIRINYANGA, yes.
Just a moment. Sorry. Bear with me. Kirinyaga, tujaingia Kiambu. Okay. Tell us.
That is county number 20020. Registered voters 2017, 349,000.
Rank number 5.
Yes, okay, rank number 5. The increase as at February was 28,000. Total, bringing the total registered voters as we speak before the cleanup to 378,000. In terms of control,
8%.
Kirinyaga controls 8% of the entire central Kenya vote. In
And
terms
that
of
came
previous,
number 5, right?
Yeah, it ranks number 5. In terms of previous elections, Uhuru received 297,000, and Raila received 3,000. The Uhuru's number works out to 95%. And Raila's to 1%. In terms of valid votes, 301,000. Spoiled votes, 3,000. Total turnout, 304,000, which represents the turnout at 81%.
Okay. Voting pattern looks consistent. Governor was less by 1,000, so 298,000, 299, 299, 299. So
very consistent.
That one looked like the
But
cleanest.
Jose.
Yes.
And that one has the second largest poll votes of 3130.
Of the recent poll?
No. I'm talking about the IBC one. They had the second largest poll votes of 3130.
Yeah, I was thinking we get to Kiambu, then we look at the spoiled votes and what could have cost it.
Let's give us the figure and then we will look at the total spoiled and then we'll go county to county.
We'll look at the whole table. I have the whole
For
table.
Kirinyaga?
No,
spoiled
we will
votes,
go
3,139.
Wait, let's.
We will. No, just go back. Continue with how you had already decided you're going to do by, and then we'll go back to his question. Will be which had the highest level of spoiled votes? Then we will do that.
Exactly. I think that's the best way.
Yeah.
Now, you have done the consistency.
The consistency is very well. It's 1,000, which means it's below 1%.
Okay. And it's only one, which was just the governor only, which was the list I voted for.
Then that brings us to Muranga, is it?
Yes.
Yeah.
Now, Muranga had 587,000. The increase was quite substantial by 41,000, which came to bring the current number to 628,000. In terms of control, they control 14% of the entire central vote block.
Ranked number 3.
Ranked number 3, yes. Previous election, Uhuru got 498,000, representing, is it 98%?
No.
Votes cast, I think. And Raila got 9,000. That was a bit substantial, isn't it?
Yes, and it's the second largest performing county
but it only amounts to 2%. So in terms of seeing which county, anyway, it comes to 2%.
Raila got 2%.
I think there's a consistency there. The total cast vote was, you said, 400 and?
For turnout, 510. 510 is what was cast vote, which amounts to 81% in terms of turnout.
Yeah, that's what that is. Okay.
That
wasn't 81%, yeah.
What is consistency?
Raila did very well. I mean, Uhuru did very well there. That was his second best. Consistent here is 5 or 6 across.
Oh, okay.
Hey,
Now,
Central were behaving. Nilifikiria kulikuwa na
So the governor was 5 or 6, the women rep and the senatorial, and the members of parliament. All of them were within the 5 or 6.
Yeah.
5 or 6. Mimi nataka kuona Kuria's votes. Hiyo na suspect. Okay.
Now, come to the last one.
Yeah.
Come to number 022, Kiambu. Here, things are mega. Registered
number 1.
voters, 1.1 million. 2017, the increase, 112,000.
Wow.
That is not a joke. Current number, 1.2 million, 293. 1,293,000. In terms of control in the central region, they control 29 point. I think it's almost like 30% of the entire central vote is controlled in Kiambu.
That's an important county.
In terms of previous elections, Uhuru got 912,000, which works out to be 92%. He scored 92%.
Okay, I want to laugh a bit.
Can you tell me what the vote?
Tell me Raila's.
Well, Raila got a quite substantial amount of votes there, 69,000, and it's actually his best at 7%.
7%?
Yes.
Yeah.
That is good. Okay. Turnout?
Turnout 988,000.
And it's
which works out to be 76%. In terms of percentage, you realize all the other counties did better than Kiambu. So in other words, in Kiambu, so many people did not vote compared to the other counties. As much as they control a huge block, at the same time, so many votes never turned up.
And it's the best performing county for both candidates. Oh, spoiled votes, sorry.
Yeah.
Spoiled vote is
3,000. Okay, 3,000. You can round it to 4,000. Which is quite substantial.
38-28.
Yeah, 38-28. For analysis purposes, you can actually refer to that as 4,000. And then ask yourself why. Anyway, let me go to the total figures. For the entire region, the additional votes.
Okay.
Additional vote for the entire central region as February was 171,959.
Tujangalia analysis hapo, wewe umekimbia sana. Relax.
Oh, okay. Yeah, sorry. I think I missed the consistency bit.
Sasa hapa ndio nilikwambia Kuria. I suspect something with Kuria. Now you understand what I mean. So unaona hapo ni 982,000 for the governor, 980, 981, and then 903. Where did 80,000 go?
For the members of parliament.
Yes, nilikwambia I suspected Kuria. Sasa nataka kuona hiyo ya Kuria kabisa. We'll come and analyze it later. So Embu and Embu and Kiambu are suspicious to me. So we'll ask questions about that. These two are fishy. Okay, let's go back to what Jose was saying about the overall analysis. Yeah. So take it away.
The overall is that new voters registered in the entire central region was 171,959, bringing the current registered position to 3,450,449.
Come again? Now I'm seeing different numbers here.
Wait a minute.
I'm also seeing a different one too.
Wait a minute. I think I was reading the cast votes.
Yeah, that you're reading the cast vote. That okay.
The current I was reading the cast votes. The current position as at 2017 registered was 4.1.
4.1.
The total addition of votes in the entire region was 370. 986.
Yeah.
Bringing the total to 4,507,811.
Was it, is it just me or I'm seeing 4.4? You said 4.1? I'm seeing 4.4.
4.5. 07.
5. Okay. Okay. Yeah.
Okay. So for me,
so that is the position. Maybe just something to say about the competing. You know, when the campaigns hit fever pitch now, there's going to be concentration in this county, that county, this county, that county. You realize that Kiambu, as much as it has all this huge number of voters, it also turns out to be the county of all the counties in Central that turnout is not as good.
It's got a lot of
Turnout is not as
diaspora.
good. They have high numbers, but at the same time, a very high number do not turn out to vote. So there's need to be maybe something to excite people so that the turnout would be good. For me, I think this time round, any increase in turnout would be benefiting Azimio.
Okay. In terms of how Raila performed in this Central, you could see the highest was 7th, and we went as low as 0%. But this is the latest poll that we got in May, and I think Alex, if you could explain before we can move into the polls themselves.
Now, the polls that have been taken, we had to dig out the demographic of the polls. And we found out that that TIFA was trying to be conniving in their polls. First of all, there are a few things we don't agree with them the way they took their polls. Overall, the people who are between 18 and 25 amount to 30% of the people who took the poll. The people who are between 25 to 35 are about almost 19%. Now, the people who are between 35 to 50 in demographic are about also 15 to 20%, according to them. Now, the people who are in the rural areas that they took the poll are about 64 to 65%, which is quite suspicious why they will do that, knowing that more people, especially Nairobi being a metropolitan, has a chunk of people. The other thing that the way TIFA is carrying these polls that is suspicious to us is that the level of education, those who have PhD and above, we can understand because there are not so many, but there are about 2 to 3%. Those who have a degree, 1 degree and above, are basically between 11 and 14%. Now, this is where it's suspicious. Those who are below secondary and below, but primary to secondary, there are a whooping 30%, the ones they interviewed. Those
primary is even put separately by there. That's 14% by itself.
Yeah, I'm just saying from class 8 to form 4. Now then primary now going low, now you find the rest now are all junked together. Now, when you look at now that demographic and the target, obviously it is putting especially those people now who are in this panel out of the equation, because the demographic that we were taking is most of us are in the urban area. Most of us are about, but for the few people that I know, and I might be right or wrong, and that is the demographic I'm saying, I know a few people who are in their 20s, but most of the people that I've known, at least they are above 33 and above, that the ones that I've come to know who are in this panel, and I know a lot of people in this panel, but not too many. And again, now when you look at education, now that is where now it bothered me. Now, for us who are here, when we take the poll, now that is where we took the criticism yesterday, that even if you look at people who are here, because that Themba was saying that our analysis was wrong. No, we are putting in reference to their demographic and our demographic. Most of the people here are educated, and they have at least formal education after post-secondary, which is tertiary college. And you see, the only people that they pulled that had post-tertiary college or tertiary and post-tertiary are less than 20%. And in this panel, we are basically a whooping 80 to maybe 90%. So that's why you see that inconsistencies. So the way they target the demographic, we did not agree with them. And we must say that the way they are targeting these demographics is to skew the result into the advantage of some narrative, maybe hustler, maybe something. We can't.
Alex, I can explain why actually right now. So from what you've seen there, we've seen that RAILA and Martha Karua, male take 43%, female take 35%. Regathia is 39% male, 32% female. Now, this is where the undecided vote becomes suspicious. After Martha's come in, the undecided vote for male is 9%, yet the undecided vote for women is a whooping 19%. So you can see why they went to the rural areas and did all that. So you can see how come 9% of the population have decided they're taking the woman and are undecided, yet 19% of the women are undecided. Women want this woman to be on the ticket. So that is why what Alex is explaining right now makes us suspicious. But we have to look at the numbers.
Guys, I have a question here. I have a question. Can you guys look at Kirinyaga? Kirinyaga apparently controls 8%, but that's the question I was trying to bring. Apparently, the poll votes was the second largest, which is 31-38, but it controls 8%. How does that work? Well, you're looking at the next one above it, which is, I can even go to Nyeri, 11%. Their poll votes was 10-34, I believe. So how is that? And they have, little number, but their poll votes was too much. I was trying to look at that, and that number did not add up to me. I mean, if anybody can see.
Jose, can you look at the total cast votes for governor in Kirinyaga, because there was a contestation there?
Actually, my Nini does not have that right away, unless I switch off.
And Kip, can you see that?
Yes.
For Kirinyaga?
Yes, you are able to see it, eh?
Yes.
Yeah.
For the governor, and you want to see the candidates, right?
No, not the candidates. Just tell us the total cast number for the contestation of
298,000.
Okay, and for the senator,
299.
And for the MPs,
299.
And for all MPs,
I mean, it's all MPs is 299. This is across every single vote that was cast.
That is Kirinyaga.
That is Kirinyaga.
Yeah.
But now, Kirinyaga is where Martha was, isn't it?
Yes. Now, when you look at when now you take the 3,000 and 31 or that, how much did you say in Deto?
This is
31-38 spoiled.
31-38 in terms of percentage. That is still negligent, but still suspicious. But we could suspect if there was a difference that the senator was having so low and the governor was having so high, because there was contestation which made Martha Karua go up to East Africa courts. We still believe that Martha Karua believes that there was a problem in Kirinyaga. So for us, we can explain that whatever they did in Kirinyaga was well covered to a point that in numbers, we don't know what happened. So the 3,000 can't explain the reason why the other things are very consistent. So we don't know if the 3,000 spoiled were for the governor, were for, because they don't give us that demographic again. Because if one is spoiled and you have the whole ballot box, they spoil everything. So we don't know who they did in whose favor, but we know there was a contestation in where? In Kirinyaga. So we don't know
Alex,
in whose
Alex,
favor.
I agree with you, because when you look at the one on top of it is Nyeri, Nyeri is 305, the other Kirinyaga is 301, but when you look at the spoil votes, is like almost double.
That is true.
I have a question here.
That is true.
So, are we done with the analysis that we can open the forum for questions, or you're still going?
Yeah, actually, we want to do the last one. Okay.
The last bit was the polls, Alex. So it was just looking at it.
Yeah, we were looking at the polls for Tifa and maybe Mizani, whichever polls were, and then now we look where we are.
So
when we go to the questions.
All right, let's go to the polls. The polls are quite good. I'm quite excited. I think Julia will be happy.
No, you are giving Mr. Poolstar. Please, you are giving the polls. You are not here in favor of anything. We are giving a report.
Give us the polls.
So let's start with Meru. Meru, we have 38% to Raila and 62% to Ruto.
Okay, now let us look at those numbers.
Sorry?
Now, when you say 38, also somebody will quickly do Makiadi, after your calculator and also Ndeto, you give us the total votes in Meru. Then when you do the 38% and the other one do 62, we see where we are ranging, because just saying 32, 38, 62, 38 doesn't give us the real numbers. We want to see those numbers. Because
Alex, let's do this, because the numbers will change once the register has been cleaned. What I would prefer we do is we look at the percentage that we had in the previous election in comparison to what the Tifa poll is giving us right now. That would give us
not helping. That is not helping, because there are places like Kirinyaga, whereby, and that is where we want to ask the hard questions, because they are going to come. Because Raila gets 2,000, okay, which is basically 0%.
Yeah, it was 0.0000.
Yes, so we want those numbers at least so for people to understand, are we climbing the mountain really?
Exactly.
We are giving numbers.
So you see, Alex, in that regard, you see the percentages of Raila in that region. To me, I look at this at a race towards the 25%. Now, if I quickly go through the entire block of the 8 counties, in Meru, Raila is at 10%. In Tharaka Nithi is at, is it 0%? No, it's 6%. In Meembu, 7%. Nyandarua,
which
1%.
pool are you using?
I'm using the previous one, so that you see, I was trying to imagine that by the end of the day, when they say Raila is climbing the mountain.
We have already done with the previous. Now, Kip was giving us the current pools so that we can go to the questions, because we already got those numbers.
So, Meru holding 17% of the county, so that is the second largest one. 38% Raila had, and previously, what did he have, Jose?
10%.
6%.
Meru,
no,
10%.
10%.
Okay,
Right.
we move to Tharaka Nithi.
Yes.
What did we have? 37% for Raila. What did he have before? 6%. That sounds. Embu?
Embu, he had 7%.
7%, we have 36%, which is 7% of the county.
Now it's at 36.
It's at 36, yes.
Okay.
Nyandarua, I have 29%.
29, eh?
Yeah.
Previously 0.
The previous one, he had 1%.
1,000 votes. Nyeri?
Nyeri, the previous 11. One, he had 1%.
1%, and now he has 38%. That's the 4th largest county. That is very impressive. Kirinyaga, hapo ndio nafurahia sana. Tuambie.
1%.
Name Martha Karua effect, 45%.
35?
45%.
45.
45.
Looks like it's the best rating in the entire. Okay, go on.
Give the numbers, please.
Then we go to Muranga.
It was 2%.
We have 31%, and that is the third largest county with 14%.
30?
31%.
31%.
And the one that I'm impressed with more than Kirinyaga is Kiambu. Kiambu, we have 40%. And we have 40%, and it's the largest county. 40%.
That's very encouraging.
Yeah, 40%.
No, you've done the numbers. Can we close this thing now?
Sister, your work was not to be emotional with the numbers. Just give the numbers. It is not how happy you are, or because now it looks like you are. Look, my friend, let's give the numbers and allow the debate to continue. That's what we agree.
Numbers don't lie.
No, it's okay.
Wait.
Please.
Okay, so there's one. The Katundu South. You may suspect Sana, please.
No. Let's close.
Come on.
Look at that. Mr. Keith.
91%.
Let's close there. Let's close there. Allow now other debate to go on. We have given the numbers as we agreed. Now, so that we can come back now as politicians.
Yes.
Please, because you are making us be statisticians and politicians at the same time. Let's give the numbers, and then we come back as politicians. We agreed that.
Bernard, I have a request. Bernard, I have a request. Can you give Julia the first chance to ask questions? Because these people really hate me.
Please, for us who are presented, let's be quiet.
Let Julia relax first.
No.
Do you want the screen, Julia? Ama nifunge.
Sasa nasikia mnanichokoza. Hebu toeni hiyo picha yenu, I see your faces.
Okay, I'm coming.
Now I can see your faces. Today you have done a good job. But because kuna mtu ananichokoza, yesterday you used all your effort here to discourage Azimio supporters, and you are very successful in doing that. So today, please don't do it.
Julia, ask the question.
Julia, let me tell you one thing. I want to tell you how painful it was for us to do those polls, especially in Kilifi. We almost lost hope in doing them, especially in Kilifi, my dear sister. It was not easy for us. But nevertheless, we were tasked with Bernard. We wanted to play propaganda, but we said we can never do that with numbers. And we came here, we knew for sure it was going to be blessing for us. So nobody is discouraging anybody here. As painful as it is, numbers don't lie.
Okay, Alex, I understand you. You didn't intend to do that, but you succeeded. And you gave...
How can you succeed on something you don't intend?
In fact, you scored a goal, your own goal, against your goal. And you gave the enemy a weapon against us. You did it very successfully. So when Makedi came back later, I asked him, what did you intend to achieve in that analysis? What you achieved was very negative. So I suggest next time we do an analysis. And me, even if you keep telling me here that I'm losing, I would rather not talk about what I'm losing, because I only have one intention here in this, Bernard. I don't know whether you'll kick me out for stating my side, but Bernard, I want to tell you, my intention in this panel is to win as many votes as I can for Baba and Mother. So if something I'm going to say is going to discourage my supporters, I will not say it. That's my stand.
Frederick Otieno, who the hell do you think you are?
Yes, Richie Mark.
It's okay. It's okay. Hold on, Kip. Wachana na watu wa comment huko. Hata mimi walinitukana jana na nikaongea. It's okay. What we were saying yesterday, we had an argument here with Julia. Julia was not satisfied with the numbers. I mean, she said we scored our own goal, but then we scored in our own goal. Julia, what we were trying to portray is this. Today, you've seen the numbers from Central Kenya. You've seen somewhere Raila Odinga performed at 0%, even 1%, and he has climbed. Then the polls are giving him 40%, 35%. This is good news to us. Yesterday, we had the other side. So when you're giving polls, when you're dealing with numbers, you put emotions aside. And that is what we are trying to encourage our supporters to know, that we can also give you, hold on,
This one is a game. We must
just give me a minute. So yesterday we had our negative side. We agreed to do the polls, although some people said we should not have done that. We went ahead and did that. Today we have given you the polls. You've seen how we have improved tremendously, from even 1% to 41%. And this is an encouragement to us. So when you say it's giving a negative effect, you should also look at the positive of it.
Okay. Yes, Josero?
Allow me to just make it lighter for most of us who are. You see, it is so good to be so focused in winning. That's all right. But you remember, we have done this analysis, and the numbers are not ours. Because if I was present yesterday when Ben Themba was not very happy with the way we had brought up the numbers. The truth of the matter, they are not our numbers. We have simply put somebody got so many votes. What percent was it? That's all we did. So it should not be looked like Julia is saying that we scored in our own goal. We didn't score in our own goal. We highlighted the impact of those numbers. You too.
Abuya, go ahead.
Yeah, I was also present, and we really took a bashing from Themba, and assisted by Julia. It was not a very pleasing side to be, but I got the argument, and it was about the psych and encouragement that we should be giving our supporters vis-a-vis the negativity that comes out of numbers where we are not performing very well. But today, I think she will bear with us that we are appreciating what we are gaining. So I hope she will not be as hard as, and she'll have that psych to encourage more and more voters to our side. Thank you.
Okay. Any other matter rising? Paul?
I think the numbers today in Central Kenya, I want to say that those numbers are really encouraging. Personally, as a person who comes from Mount Kenya region, and specifically Murang'a, those numbers have actually come on a very, it has not been easy. We started from 0 in Central Kenya, but those numbers, the way they are coming. Actually, if you look at there are counties that you have to watch. The county of Meru, there's a county that has a history in voting members, ODM members. You remember in 2013, this is a county that had 2 ODM members of parliament, and most likely from Imenti. So the Imenti part of Meru, it's very critical. So Meru, it's a county to watch. KIRINYANGA is a county to watch, and Kiambu is a county to watch. However, I have to be I'm a bit hesitant with the county of Embu. County of Embu is sometimes it is is a county that is refusing to turn in a way, but story by story it is. But in central Kenya, you find that the narrative is changing. If you go to the very many villages, to the very, and most likely, and I want to check on the opinion polls. If you look at the demographics and maybe the demographics that they were actually putting, if you look at the people between the age of 50 and the age and above, 50 and above, the narrative out there, those people might not talk a lot. They might not actually write a lot in our social media handles and such kind of things, but those people are informed. I can tell you they're informed because they are saying, personally, I've been there, and specifically, if I may be able to declare my interest, I come from Kandara sub-county or Kandara constituency or the constituency of Honorable Alice Wahome. It's if you hear the narrative from my older generation, and this is the generation that many a time they will never fade in their civil duty to vote. They are informed, they know where the country is headed, and they feel that this is the time that they need to make a change. However, if you look at the younger generation, many a times they talk a lot of things without a point of information, maybe where the country has come from, where it is headed. They only go with the song and kind of the euphoria that is in the community and such kind of things. But we have a sober group, a demographic that is very sober, that is listening to issues, that is listening to different opinions, and they are able to make their choices. And this is the group that is actually going to shock many. So in this as kind of aspect, and I want you to closely follow those particular opinion polls, maybe in future and what have you, and you look at this kind of demographics, and also be able to put a spotlight on those particular counties, such that we may be able to look at it. But however, we know that by the time you're actually going to the election, these counties will have actually given something substantial to the Azimio coalition. We are not losing hope. We are actually making sure that those people who are on the ground and those who are doing what they can, they are able to talk to the people. They are able to listen. They are willing to listen, and to listen to the narrative that is actually going to help this country. So, Julia, there is nothing to be worried about. The things are going to work out properly in our areas. Yes, Julia.
Okay. Thank you. What is it, Julia?
Okay. Panelists, I think you are not understanding us. We appreciate your numbers and we appreciate the work you've done. But the way you analyze it and you put it to the audience gives us hope or discourages us. For example, when I think it was Alex was saying, kuna shida hapa Kilifi, ama kuna siji, put it in a way that like we can agree we have a challenge in Kilifi. You see?
Actually,
but if you bring something that is so in a negativity way, there's somebody telling me, Alex, to remind you about your comment of the $200 in Kisii, dished in Kisii, and that is Mohammed Eji saying that was heartbreaking, because I think the way you put it, you made the audience think things are too bad for Azimio in Kisii because someone is giving money. So what we need to do, don't avoid bringing any negativity, especially for Azimio sides. I spoke to Makiadi, I spoke to Abuya and Jose. I said it. The way you put it, they are voters when hawajamua, and they only vote depending on the fact that they believe they are going to win. So if they imagine that the side they are supporting is losing, they can decide not to support that side or not to vote. So even if I gave an example, and I hope now the panelists will understand me, my point. I said, I'm an educator and I have students who are high achievers, average achievers, low achievers. Now, when I see a low achiever, I never tell them, hey, low achiever. I don't do that. I tell them, I know you can do it. I know you have the potential. That's my word. I have a choice to call them low achievers. In fact, if the kids that are special kids in this country, they don't like being called special kids. They don't even like being associated with that. So I can't tell them, hey, you are special. You need more attention in math. I can't do that. But I can't even tell them you are a low achiever. But I will use these words. I know you can do it. I believe in you. You have the potential. And that child, kama angepata D, unapata amepata C. Juu nimempea mtisha. So you are on this national TV. I think we got to choose the words we are going to use. And I think I asked Makiaki to go through the comments last night, and the comments were very, like, people are very aggravated towards your analysis, and not because you did a bad job. They appreciate the numbers, and everybody here is saying they appreciate the way you have done the numbers. In fact, they are saying this is a good job. That's the comments I'm seeing. That's a very good job. But they want you to bring out, if you, me, I'm Azmio, I won't stand here and tell people, I can, like, for example, you said, I think that 8% Meru. I can choose to say, oh my goodness, Meru, we are still at 38. Oh, no, we are not doing good here. We are not doing good. I can choose to say that. Or I can choose to say, Meru tumetoka 1 paka 38, we are doing good. So it depends on the way I say it. So me, I belong to the school of thought of my cup is half full, not half empty. So as we go on, Jumutaenda Rift Valley, you'll still find areas where we have challenges. That one is a fact. That one is a fact. As you look at your numbers, I don't think we can say and lie that Baba is doing well throughout the country. We'll be lying to ourselves. But the words you give to the audience, I beg and I request that we don't bring negativity. And I always say, everything you say here on this forum, if you really want Baba to win, ask yourself what I said. Did I add 2 votes or did I deduct 2 votes? What I just said, ask yourself. You should ask yourself that. So even if you go home, ukenda home mpate, yule, mwenye anatetea Azimio na MP, something happened. If you think it's negative, don't tell us. If it's so negative, don't tell us here. If you can do something about it and contact Azimio people, it's good. Tell them.
It's okay, Julia.
Yes, that's my idea, Bernard. So I hope the panelists
thank you. I understand you very well, and I believe in your philosophy.
Yes, I hope they understand me.
Roger,
okay, Bernard, may I comment on what the numbers now? I like what my brother Paul said, and I look at. I've been saying here, and I think now you can buy my point, that by the time we go to the elections, do not be surprised if Baba is doing 50. At this point, if some counties is doing 45, and you see Kiambu is doing 40-something, Meru is doing 38, and I think Mother has been on the ground just, I think, 2 weeks or something. So do not be surprised if you find Baba doing 50. And more so, do not be surprised if he flips to 60. And the moment he flips, my conclusion is, the moment Baba flips to above 50 in Mount Kenya, the moment he flips to above 50, Mount Kenya will come out to vote. But as long as it doesn't flip, Mount Kenya will not come out to vote as you would like them to vote. That's my take on that. Thank you, Bernard.
Okay. Thank you, Julia. And let's do this. I want us to move forward. The analysis is fine. Like we shared in the private conversation, the problem with yesterday's analysis is that the figures were given plus interpretation. The interpretation is supposed to be left for the audience. We shouldn't interpret it for them. We just give them what is there. This is what they think. This is what they need. Then they are free to decide for themselves. So there is nothing wrong with the analysis. Also, if you remember what I gave after the analysis, I said those figures are born out of the 2017 elections, which were, had a lot of vifaranga as a computer. That means they are not reliable. Only the figures that are reliable is the one from the server, not the one that Itumbi gave to IEBC and IEBC announced. So that also those figures cannot be relied on absolutely. But it's also good for us to reflect, like the current polls versus the actual so-called voting, although we know That was not the actual voting. Yeah? The actual voting is in the server. If we got those results from the server, they will give us more accurate comparison. But hii ingine ambayo ilifutiliwa mbali na Maraga, ndio hivyo hivyo. We are using it, but we can't rely on it absolutely. Thirdly, as Mio supporters, we shouldn't also accept to bury the head in the sand. If you're warned that there is a lion in the bush, you don't say, let me go and see how it is. you take precaution before you go and see the lion. And so as much as Mio has an upper hand in these elections, no doubt about it, we shouldn't leave anything to chance. It's good for us to comb every bush and be able to see to it that we will not have a legitimacy issue in this election. In fact, this election is not about who wins. The winner we already have. The issue is legitimacy. We don't want any issue called handshake, number one. Number two, we don't want any issue of Supreme Court. Tunataka mtu aende nyumbani polepole, quietly, apite kama kuna miti kadhaa nani ameacha kidogo, apite tu katikati hizo miti. Zisikuwe mirefu sana ile mtu anaweza kuning'inia ndani yake. Zibaki tu zile za reforestation. zile fupi. Anapita tu ndani na mara moja anaenda analala siku 3 ndio amuke aseme hey, okay, elections ilisha. So let's not be so much sensitive, because as much as like I'm a preacher, so forgive me if I use the preacher. For us to have power, okay, for there to be power, we must have negative line and positive line. Positive line alone will not light the bulb. There has to be a positive and a negative for power to flow. And so let's not be so much caught up into looking at the positive side that we ignore the negative side. It combines both the negative and the positive for power to flow. And so to square too sensitive, despite all that, the campaigns have just started. We are now day 2, okay, the official campaign. Let them play for the next 14 days. Then tukichukua poll, then we'll be sure of what you're talking about. Right now, hiyo ilikuwa tu approximation, try and error, and probably people are guessing their way out. And like what Alex gave us, even the people who are polled are also suspicious. Because how do you go to a poll to select the kind of people you want to respond to your poll, and then you give us the majority of those people are either semi-literate? Kuna kitu makosa na hiyo poll from the word go. It's biased in my opinion. So naomba tu yes Kiadi malize dakika moja tumalize, tuende kwa Wangira pia kwa na namba zake hapa.
Okay, sawa Bernard, yangu ni haraka. Guys, yeah. Don't crucify the messenger. We are just the messenger you're trying to crucify. Number 2, the numbers, Julia, the numbers are not our numbers. The numbers we are bringing are the numbers that are posted in IEBC and other places, so they are public information. We are not trying to build our own numbers here. The other thing I want to mention here that we should be encouraged, because looking at the performance of Uhuru Kenyatta only barely won by 50% +1 by having a turnout of over 98% and gathering all those votes, especially from Mount Kenya. Looking at the polls right now with Raila Odinga with over almost 40% in some regions in Mount Kenya, that should be very, very encouraging. That is very good news, and that's a very big improvement. And like we said here, the poll was taken a few days after I think Martha Karua was named. So there's always constant, there's always improvement. And finally, I want to mention out here that last time, as we compare the 2017, we had a presidential candidate from Mount Kenya. So the dynamics have really changed. Right now, we do not have a person who's running for president, a strong candidate who's running for president from Mount Kenya. So that's just what I wanted to point out. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. And the notion that the numbers you're giving are from IEBC, our problem is that those numbers are questionable. Even if they are from IEBC, IEBC is giving us questionable numbers based on what the Supreme Court ruled. And then, of course, that 54% logarithm. We don't know how it is addressed in that. Then also the expose for yesterday, where the difference between the governor, the women rep, and the senator is so telling that this thing is cooked. So we should hold those numbers with a pinch of salt, even as we can use them for a particular bearing to understand a particular direction. Alex, quickly.
I'm going to say two things. One elaborate, one very quick. How we came to start doing the numbers was because we've been having a problem in the panel. Black comes with his own numbers and he wants to legitimize them over and over with his lies. Another Atuya comes with his numbers. Wangira always is quoting with his numbers. Everybody is coming with his numbers. So we agreed, and I think it's Daktari who said, why don't we sit down? We don't have legitimate numbers. We use the numbers that we can find. At least we come up with something. So when Wekesa is saying that the numbers we are using is null and void, then my question is, which number should we use if we can't use the IEBC? Then give us the number to use so that we can come up with that. So even if we agree or not, in the end, IEBC has registered people. It's telling us that there are 57,000 more voters in Kiambu, 42,000 more voters in Kisii, all these things. So we like it or not, we must work with them. Whether their numbers was disqualified in 2017 or not, we do not have any other data, unfortunately. So that is where we're coming from. We are also frustrated that we are using numbers. For example, when we came to Machakos, Raila is going 85% presidential candidate. And we can't understand how Mutua comes to win the governorship. We can't understand how, again, the senatorship goes to somewhere else. Then again, how the rest of the seats within Machakos are skewed. We can't explain. So we give you the numbers and we said, now, mahali vifaranga va kompyuta livanya kazi sana, is Machakos. We don't like this. Then we see that pattern, it's going to happen where? In Kilifi, and we start fearing. And we are not saying that we want it to happen. We are saying what Kingi is doing, we must warn him. It can't happen. And you saw today in the funeral at Rabai, he was put to his right place and he behaved. All of you saw that. And you almost saw that Kilifi is in Baba's hands. So what we are saying is this: we don't have numbers apart from the IEBC. So even if you kill us, we can't do anything unless we stop giving the numbers again. But then when we wanted to stop, Bernard told us we must continue to do this. So that is the funny part of it, that we have to use what we have so far. Okay, the last part is this. Madam Julia, you are a teacher. Maybe you want to become my speech therapist. I don't subscribe. I have refused. I will speak the way I want. And it may not matter a lot, but you know, we are not here to fashitize people. We are here to play politics, but when it comes to numbers, we won't play politics with the numbers. We'll allow them to hurt us. We will nurse our wounds. It made me and Ndeto yesterday to kakosana, but you know what? That is what it remains. But in the end of the day, the truth is that Baba is gaining. We must look from the positive side, and we must look what the enemy wants. The enemy has seen he's losing, and what he wants to do is to make sure He takes only 25% from where he never got before. He has 25% already in Central. So he's going to get 25% in other areas. So we must know how to deconstruct our enemy. That's all I have.
Okay, thank you. Let that one rest there. Yes, keep in a single minute, please.
Yes. Central was a bit fun for me today because compared to the reason why we had a bit of blows yesterday was also because of the inconsistency of data with IEBC. So it looks like looking at the tickets across, Central wakufanya vifaranga mingi sana. The only one I suspected was Moses Kuria, hata mkuniachia niangalie. But you can see it's a stronghold. They didn't need to do anything when it was Jubilee running there. So you can see the numbers are skewed. But when we looked at Kilifi, we looked at Kwali, we looked at Lamu, and Machakos was the biggest culprit. We can now see how they gained numbers. There was a negotiation for Maendeleo chap and stuff like that, allegedly. So the servers, tunataka kuona hiyo server, like you said. Now, I've just had a pic of Kisii and Nyamira. That one looks a bit fishy for me. And we'll come and show you more of that later on. Now, we did these charts very quickly. So next time you're going to see a little more pie charts. You're going to see more bar charts, and it'll be a little more pretty because we've just done this within 2 days. So as the time goes by, the charts will be more visual and will be better. I think now you have to bear with us. I think we will design that a little bit more better for you guys it'll be more visually appealing. Santi.
Thank you, Kip. Wewe Osero, iko nini? Nataka tuondoke hapa.
I just wanted to say that as we speak now, we are trying to prepare the figures for the numbers for Western and Northeastern together. After that, we'll go to Rift Valley.
Western and Northeastern, what a combination.
We are trying to manage the numbers. You see, in Rift Valley, they have almost 10 counties because Laikipia and Nakuru are bulked there. Now, Western, Trans Nzoia is hived away from Western. They have put it in Rift Valley. By the way, we are using the IEBC structure. So if you do that, then Western, you only remain with the Busia, Kakamega, Bungoma, and Vihiga. That's why it became necessary. Once Isiolo, I think Samburu is in Rift Valley. So we balkanized the remaining 4 counties in Northeastern together with the Western to make it 8 or 9. Just like Central now, you see there are 8 counties.
So, let's hear from Wangira as we close that chapter.
Oh, how are you?
We are good.
I just want to tell my sister, Julia, that she should not be afraid. We must just play around with these numbers so that we know where things are headed to, Bernard. I've just come in as they were finishing, Bernard. And the reason why I brought up this issue of interrogation of numbers on Sunday was because of the other numbers that were floated by this gentleman called Moses Kuria, Bernard. And I've seen that you have looked at the counties of Mount Kenya, Meru, Tharaka Nithi, Embu, Kirinyaga, Muranga, Kiambu. And basically, what you guys have got is not in regard to what Raila Odinga scored in 2017, is not very far from what I got on my analysis. Because on my analysis, I found that Raila got around 10% in Meru in 2017. Then he got around 6% in Tharaka Nithi. He got around 7% in Embu. In Embu, he got around 7%. Then when we got to Nyandarua, he got 0.8. In Nyeri, he got around 2%. Kirinyaga, he got 1%. Muranga, he got 1.8%. Then Kiambu, he got 7%. That's what Raila scored in Mount Kenya in 2017. But I don't know. Keep. Have you looked at at Moses Kuria's numbers?
No, we're going to collect that too.
I saw that numbers, the 20 and 80. I don't know where he got that from.
That's what I wanted. That perhaps tomorrow, because I don't want to engage into that. Perhaps as we go on further, we could also be looking at those numbers.
No,
finally,
no.
Bernard.
Wangira, we cannot be looking at Moses Kuria's number. He's not a professional pollster. He's not. I don't think. No.
Let me just conclude my part. Then I'll allow somebody else to come in. Bernard, already we are having problems with the IBC as I speak. Remember that there was a big breach at the IBC that people were being transferred without their knowledge. I don't know whether you have gotten that information.
Yes.
Yeah, that one is there. Yeah, we know it.
And you know, these are the illegalities and the irregularities that we had in 2017. And we are very, very early in the day, and already we are finding that there are breaches in IBC. So given what the analysis I followed Kip when he was analyzing, I think it was Embu and I think Machakos, where there was a discrepancy between the numbers that the president got and the number that perhaps the member of parliament got. Those issues, I followed you slightly there. So with what we are seeing with the IEBC now, where there's a big breach that you perhaps today, I don't know whether I am still a voter where I first registered, Bernard. This should be a matter of great concern, Bernard. Let me just leave it at that, Asante.
Okay, thank you. Abuya, what is it?
Wangira, come to the next meeting, yeah? I'll invite you.
I want this conversation of these numbers and to cease, because after listening to or watching the news this evening and the issues that IEBC has got already, that tells us that they are not ready to give us a free and fair poll. So I think this we should cease until discuss it after 14 days. Maybe when they come up with a statement that they have cleaned up their register.
A statement is a statement and cleaning is another thing altogether. What I suggest is whatever that is provoking them to come out clean about their register should be kept on. We continue analyzing what we have until we get otherwise. It's part of searching for information and giving the proper perspective of the outlook of these elections. One of the things that is needed for this election is a wider range of looking at issues. We have always gone into election with a narrow mind about elections based on the narrative that is pushed by the politicians, and looking at the crop of politicians we have, the more ignorant people are, the better they enjoy playing with their minds. Now, for us to be of help in this particular historic elections is give people a wider range of looking at these issues. We don't have to, take advantage of anybody. We just need to make people have a choice of what they want, not to keep information from them so that they vote for Azimio or vote for UDA. That's one way of being part of the problem. We don't want to be part of the problem. I would want a legitimate president, a president who has deliberate support from all quarters of this country, and he has no apologies for the same, including the people that voted for him. Not after they vote him in, they deny that they voted for him. We don't want that, because that takes a lot of years to prove otherwise instead of hitting the road and making delivery for the country. So the more information, the better. Let's just do our due diligence to see to it that the information we share is credible and reliable and is able to help Kenyans make a decision. But avoiding information is a parasitic way of looking at life. He say, woe unto you, teachers of the law and Pharisees, who hide the key of knowledge. You're standing in the door, you're not entering, and you don't want others to enter. The generation where we used to control people by keeping information passed with the Moi regime. Right now, give them information, let them decide what to do with the information, not decide for them what information to give them so that they make a choice based on what you have chosen. That's a controlling approach, which, in my opinion, is uncalled for. We are in the information age. Let everybody get all the information, then decide for themselves. If they want to go and bury themselves with the bottom-up madness, let them do that because they know they have chosen to do that, not because somebody kept information from them and now they went this other side. Thank you very much. Naomba sasa mfungue chapter watu wengine wengie. Martin, uja react, unabile waguna?
Mimi sina maneno, niliwaambia 2 weeks, bado nangoja 2 weeks zangu munipe.
Asante, nimeona kofia imeandikwa maliza madharau. Na iko na nembo ya Wiper. Sasa sielewi ni madharau gani, lakini Mungu.
Wewe ni mchokozi kabisa, wewe ni mchokozi kwisha kabisa.
Ongea na Ngilu hapo, ongea na Ngilu.
Wewe mwenye nimekuwa mtoto mzuri siku hizi.
Asante sana. Wewe ni prophet wangu, si unajua tu. So let's get down to the debate. Thank you very much, and we'll give out this slot every show until we exhaust all the counties. It's good to look at it from different angles because politics have been played with controlling information. I don't want that to be anything anybody will use at this point in time. Nataka wa Kenya kama wanaamua wanaenda Azimio ikuwe kama wokovu. Unajua Yesu hakudanganya mtu amfuate. Yesu ni mhubiri wa pekee aliyefukuza wale watu wanataka kumfuata. Alisema enda uamue ukuje. Sio unifuate kwa sababu umesikia nikihubiri vizuri sana ukasema endelea kutupatia mikate. Ambia hapana, kila mtu aende nyumbani. Utaamua kama umeamua kunifuata unifuate. We want Kenyans to mature up and make informed decision, especially on the future of their country. In this 2022 elections, kusikue na mtu amedanganywa, aseme tulidanganywa 2013, mtu wetu nini. 2022, the reason why we are up here and we want this channel to get to everybody is so that hakuna Mkenya atakuja hapa September aseme ningejua. We want all of them to know. Then whatever decision they make, they live up to it. Wakikuja wakianza kuteta, tutakuwa hapa kuwashika makoti tukuambia tuliwaambia. Yes, Martin.
Bernard, unajua kuna kitu moja, I want to first of all thank one of the biggest man that does this thing always happen. Apart from you, unajua nyi tunawashukuru sana, but keep good job, man. Keep bounce the night oil. Yeye ndo hizi ma slides zote yeye ndo anafanya, so I appreciate. Hata tukipatana huko kando when we're doing this analysis na vitu zote, we take them. Jose na ule mwingine pia naye analeta zote zenye tunahitaji. So when people see us tunazileta hapa, kuna watu wamebuy the night oil. And so, yeah, it's a good thing for us to angalia kitu yote. How is it? What are the numbers? Like today, leo niko na shida kabisa with that KIRINYANGA, and I think I brought up that name because those are numbers that we have to look at. Now, does that mean that is the way we are going to vote? It does not necessarily mean it is, but it can give us something to have a place to start. And the people that look at those numbers and come in, we appreciate that because at the end of the day, that's the time we'll start looking at, okay, where's the problem? Unaona, like yesterday, some people say the hey Machakos kuna kitu iliendelea. You know, because of that, I started looking back, okay, how did that happen? Okay, why is these numbers not adding up? So I just wanted to say thank you to Kip for you putting the charts and everything. Whoever watu America, Jose, thank you so much, because this makes even the platform be something that somebody can come in and look at some numbers. Even though they were last year's numbers, we can actually look at them today and see, okay, what happened here? How are we going to do this? What is the demographics of this thing that we're doing right now? And so I do appreciate that for the people when you're kono chungu na sisi na numbers, I don't care. But when you tuko hapa, we've been given a platform by people who come over here and we listen to each other and we know each other. Na when you're wamekuja, we appreciate kila mtu. The people that are, fighting for that thing, I appreciate. I just want to say thank you, the people that make it a thing for us to be here. Bernard, the people, kila mtu, I appreciate. It's not easy to go into a platform where people even go to a point and bring, numbers and take their time to do that when they are doing analysis of something. So I just want to thank everybody here. And then as I sign off, I want to say thank you. I appreciate it. Bernard, thank you. Alex, thank you. Na kila mtu. If there's anybody kabla niende.
Yeah, you must appreciate also Richard Makiadi and
Richard Makiadi, yes,
and Alex tafadhali, but we did not want to be recognized for this, so tuache tu hiyo hivyo.
Okay, thank you everybody. Let's do it better next time. I mean, it is our civic duty to see to it that we inform Kenyans. And Kenyans go to the poll not on deception grounds, but on the choices they have made. For the first time, I want us to have a president we will all own as Kenyans and say we gave you authority and we want the value for our support. Not, I was convinced by my auntie, oh, I had this statement, then I decided. No, we want everybody to make up their mind. As we switch gears, let's start out on this. Those who want to drop out to create room for others to come in, please do as we play out this video. Thank you.
Na mtazamaji, hizi ni taarifa za yanayojiri. Karibu tena. Mbunge wa Kapsaret Oscar Sudi amepata pigo jingine baada ya aliyekuwa mwalimu mkuu wa shule ya upili ya The Highway Patrick Maritim kukanusha madai kuwa Sudi alikuwa mwanafunzi wake na kwamba aliufanya mtihani wa KCSE katika shule hiyo mwaka 2006. Sudi anakabiliwa na kesi kuhusu tuhuma za kugushi stakabadhi zake za elimu, huku hakimu mkuu Felix Kombo akiahidi kwamba kesi itaendelea hata kama Sudi hayupo nchini. Mwanahabari wetu Kimani Githuku na taarifa hiyo.
Sasa imedhihirika kuwa mbunge wa Kapsaret Oscar Sudi hakusoma wala kufanya mtihani wake wa KCSE katika shule ya upili ya The Highway. Haya ni kulingana na aliyekuwa mwalimu mkuu katika shule hiyo Patrick Maritim.
Letter where they are requesting me to confirm in our records whether the said name was part of our student.
Said name, what the name was?
Yeah, Oscar. The chamber. Yeah, so. Yeah. And they also wanted me to avail the admission register. Which of course I did. I gave the officers the admission registers.
Mbele ya hakimu mkuu wa mahakama inayoshughulikia kesi za ufisadi Felix Kombo, mawakili wa Sudi waliendelea kumtetea huku akieleza kwamba hayuko nchini kwani anapokea matibabu katika taifa la Uturuki.
Your Honor, I do not want to be part of a prolongation of this court. If they could be given an hour or two so that they can come to court and tell the court, I think that would be appropriate rather than asking for another adjournment and another adjournment. It's better for them to be here, Your Honor.
Sudi anakabiliwa na kesi ya madai ya kugushi stakabadhi za elimu alipokuwa anatafuta kuidhinishwa na tume za IEBC na ile ya kupambana na ufisadi ili awanie ubunge mwaka 2013. Kwa mujibu wa upande wa mashtaka, mbunge huyo aligushi cheti cha stashahada ya usimamizi wa biashara akidai kilitolewa na taasisi ya usimamizi nchini KIM na cheti chake cha KCSE kutoka shule ya upili ya The Highway. Kwa sasa, mahakama imeshikilia kuwa kesi hiyo itaendelea licha ya Sudi kutokuwepo. Kimani Githuku, KTN News.
Naam.
Thank you. Somebody saying that's old news. No problem. No news is old news. News is news. And it paints a picture of the kind of country we are dealing with. And, you know, somebody goes to school, sits for exam, then he has to prove that he went to school and sat for the exam in a court of law. Very interesting development in this great country. Before Oseras comes in, there is something I need to respond to. Paris Dent Jane, do we have any black Mtembei cups available for sale? Yes, we have those items plus the wood. Is it called wood? Yes, the tops are available. You need to contact us, alafu tutapanga. Inategemea pia uko wapi, kwa sababu kama uko diaspora basi tutapanga vile tutasafirisha, lakini itakuwa kwa bei fulani. Asante lakini. So if you have my number, you contact me on the number and then tutapanga vile utapata kile kikombe ukihitaji, na other items from Tembei TV is part of what you can do to promote this channel and help it continue doing what it is doing. We also encourage us to subscribe. Those of you who have not subscribed, follow us on Facebook page so that anytime we come live, you will know we don't do this show only. This is just one of 100 shows that we do in a single day. So when you are a subscriber, you will be able to get informed of the live feeds that we bring of different programs around the world. Please, let's do that and ensure that Mtembei TV is running. Emos na kuna Hasla Yego, kama unafika hapa na uko nyuma ya curtain na tuwezi kuongeza kwa nini, that's a new law. We want to see the person who want to talk to us and talk to us for the quality of the video that will be on YouTube many years from now. So kama unataka kujificha nyuma ya curtain, kaa tuko kwa comment section, huko ndio picha yako haitajiki. Lakini hapa lazima kamera yako ikue on ndio tukuongeze kwa screen. Joseros, what is it? Mbio tafadhali.
I just wanted to do a recap of the performance based on the analysis we have just done. If we all remember that.
Of what?
I'm saying a recap. You see?
No. We are not revisiting analysis again.
I'm just giving some outstanding observations.
No, thank you. No, we can't do that now. Tukifunga chapter tumefunga, we have switched gears. We are not going back there. Sorry. Tuende kwa Mama Selina. Mama Selina upo?
Yes.
Oh, she's on phone.
Penat, network yangu squeeze
hii network yako unahitaji
mbaya pia.
You need to be visited by Kip, huh? Keep
I
your
think
mouth,
so.
you have not
Network.
visited your mother for
Unanisikia?
long. That is why her network is failing. You need to go and fix it.
She was bringing me
or
a.
else,
I was to come. She was to bring me a daughter-in-law from Uganda.
Yeah. She was to bring. That is wrong. Where you are not being an African man. Where?
Basi tenda kwa Julia basi.
Yeah. So I think you need to give her a call and help her out with the. I think it has something with the her Wi-Fi. Probably it has not been rebooted for a long time, so imekaa kwa mode moja. It usually behaves that way if it's kept in one mode.
I will help. I'll give her a phone call. Julia, smile man. Sulisema nileta ng'ombe.
I'm okay. Sasa sigongi mtu.
Sulisema nileta ng'ombe huko kwenu.
Inaonekana ni mwalimu mkali sana. I should export my daughter to you so that you be.
Yes, atapata A, ataenda campus na atabehave.
Nasikika sasa ama bado?
Yeah. Mama Selina, sasa uko sawa, endelea, but chunga muda kwa sababu network yako haisustain.
Najua ikienda sana inaleta shida. Kwanza nataka kushukuru wale wote wametufunza tangu jana na leo. We say thank you so much. A lot of people are watching kama sisi hatukujua, na tungetaka kuelemika mpaka siku ya campaign. So wakati IEBC wanatoa orodha yao na sisi tutakuwa tumeelewa. Otherwise, Alex, kila mtu wale wamehusika, tunashukuru sana. Osea and Nteto, tumekaa chini, tumekuwa tukikufuata nyinyi. Otherwise, Penat, kulingana na mambo vile inatoka, nafikiri ya Mombasa, tumeongea hiyo, tukarudi hii ingine, yote inaenda vizuri. Sasa ile kitu naona tu sasa, naona kuna mambo tunapita na hatuwezi pita. Naona Kalonzo is on the way. Nasikia Mudavadi wakati Wetangula amemuacha, hata yeye sasa baridi imekuwa mingi. Anyway, tutakaribisha watu kwa sababu hakuna mtu anataka kuwekwa nje ya serikali. Kibruta KIRWA, kuna professional wengi wa Kalenjin wataingia by next week, mtaona na watu watashangaa. Kulingana na vile Kashakwa anamwambia wa Kalenjin ati sasa pesa ya mtoto yenu ndio imefunja mulima huko Rift Valley, huko Central, na anatuambia tena anataka kutufunza jinsi ya kupata pesa. I think he's lying. Kama kijana yetu amekuwa na pesa mpaka akaweza kuwanunua, nani anafunza ingine kuhusu pesa? Ni sisi tutawafunza juu hiyo pesa yetu ndio imewanunua mpaka mnatuimba. I don't think na mimi samani kweli tulikuwa tunafikiria Central mlima hiyo uwezi funja. So hata kama Ruto hatapata kiti, tutampongeza kwa kutuonyesha ya kwamba alijaribu, but kura ya Central inaamuliwa in 30 days. So pia alijaribu, na wasee wa Kalenjin walikuwa naomba watu wakame masiwa, chuinge choma. So at least imeenda through. Mimi nafikiri sitaki kuongea sana. Naona mtu anaweka mkono juu. Na sitaki kuongea sana, Penat, nachunga hii network yangu, sijui nani amenionea. Lakini hata hivyo tutachukua serikali. Baba na mama keep sawa.
Mimi nataka kuuliza swali. Nilikuwa nataka kuuliza swali kwa sababu umesema makosa. Nataka kukuuliza sasa, Mama Selina, na utanijibu tafadhali. Unasema sasa, yes, Kalonzo anarudi na anataka kuchukua ministry 4. One very powerful, anataka kuchukua energy, tourism, maji na health. Sasa Mama Selina, honestly, Wakamba watachukua 4?
Hapana. Unajua saa ile unatongoza msichana na utaki watu wengi wajue maneno, utasema amefanya. So hiyo ni sawa. Kwa mdomo si mbaya. kwa sababu at least watapata 2 kama Wakenya wengine. So usijali keep, unajua saa ile mama akitoroka kwa nyumba yako na ukatae kumfuata, atakuwa na excuses mingi sana akirudi. Sasa wachana na hiyo maneno, sisi tuko sawa, kwa sababu Ngilu atapata kiti, Kifuta Kibwana anapata kiti, na hiyo yote ni Ukambani na pengine mmoja. So Kalonzo ako sawa, kwa sababu tumeambiwa tunataka kuchukua hii kiti mapema na asubuhi. Sisi kitu mzuri ni kwamba na Julia anajua hivyo. Siku ya kwanza kuenda kutoroka, unajua samani hatu kusema date. Ukienda uchelewe kurudi nyumbani, asubuhi unafikiria maneno mingi sana, utaenda sema nini, mama atakufanyia nini, utauawa, utanyongwa, lakini utachikasa kwa sababu hutaki kukaa nje. So unasema acha niende tu, acha ifanyike vile itafanyika. So kwa sasa ni sawa tu, acha watu warudi nyumbani. Asante.
Okay, thank you. Kurudi nyumbani wanakaribishwa, lakini warudi kama mwana mpotevu. Okay? Hakuna masharti. Mtu anakuja sema nakubali, nimekosa mbele ya Mungu Baba na nimekosa mbele yako. Mahali popote utaniweka nakubali.
Hapana.
Lakini kama ako na masharti
Penat, wakati wewe watu wanakuja kanisa, hakuna mtu anakuja kukwambia dhambi yake hapo. Mtu anakuja weka mkono juu akikwamia tu na anaomba kwa roho. Kwa hivyo tusikuwe na mambo mingi. Baba ni mwerevu. Baba amai kuwa kijana, amai kuwa na ni mzee, so anajua zaidi. Hapo tu ningesema.
Sawa sawa, hekima ya baba itafanya kazi. Asante sana. Naomba tusonge mbele. Ni Julia.
Bernard, do you see there is a NTV announced something what Selina alikuwa anasema that Kalonzo and met with Baba and that is where the discussion came out. Your cabinet secretaries, and someone was telling me last night, a political analyst, that Julia Goja, Uhuru will call Kalonzo and Baba and they'll discuss and agree on something. Me, that one I see is wisdom. Unaona, kuna watu tu wasumbufu, Bernard, hata watoto wako tu. Sijui kuna watoto wangapi. Kuna ule mwenye saa zingine unatamani kumnyonga, lakini utamnyonga. Juu ni mtoto wako. You still love them, you still embrace them, you bring them back. I think Kalonzo is that kind of a person, and I think someone informed him that was the way he was going to get to be deputy president. Lakini it didn't work. But somehow we are better off if we stoop low for him kiasi. Hata tunaweza mpea madimoni part 2 after tukishinda. I'm not suggesting that, but we just stoop low kidogo for him. Akuje kwa box, tupate hizo kura ama aje Jose. Alafu tukishinda tutamwambia bwana hivi Kalonzo, hata Julia na Bernard nataka cabinet secretary. Wewe pata peke yako. So wewe utapata hii na keep hii na Jose hii na Bernard. We can reason with him later. But now I think it's good.
Julia, Kalonzo could be listening. What are you saying?
That Ministry for Diaspora Affairs.
Yes.
It suits him. He's handsome.
Yeah, he's very handsome.
Saying he's the one who created peace. He's a peaceful diplomat.
Yes.
Sasa ata-enjoy energy. That is too powerful. Tourism near coast. Imagine understand. Healthcare ni baba care. Honestly speaking, Kalonzo.
No.
Okay.
Take that with a pinch of salt. Don't do
energy.
Selina,
which energy? We now want to translate from concrete posts now to plastic ones.
Energy is very powerful. Finance is powerful. Mtu anafikiria nini bana? No.
Let me tell you, Keith. You see, energy is powerful, but
let's do this. Let's do this.
Energy is just as powerful as what it contains. You remember, agricultural ministry used to be very powerful. Right now, they had to beef it up with the trade and what have you to make it that powerful. So the name is nothing.
It's okay. Thank you. Fumba East Africa anasema court should also probe Aisha Juma's academic qualifications. Nimeona certificate ingine inatembea iko na don't enter don't. So
Bernard, kuna mtu anasema ati Geoffrey Ruto, I hope the great people of Kambani are listening to this conversation, especially Julia.
Geoffrey Ruto, we anakuaga blogger, wewe ndio informer. Pereka news, don't worry, you can rewind the video. Kwani vile walifanya the son of Mululu, is it not valid? And it went, ikapita tu hivyo, mtoto wetu akatembea mpaka running mate wake akumpatia kura. Imagine.
Kwanza alikuwa akuwe president, then akashikwa na madimoni. So madimoni pengine haijaisha.
So let's make progress. Tukileta huyo Mark, acha tusikilize hii scrutinizing Kenya and their politics.
Mtumishi wa serikali, niseme tu ukweli vile huko. Wakati mheshimiwa rais wetu ameungana na mheshimiwa Right Honorable Prime Minister Raila Odinga kufanya handshake na kuleta amani, tumekaa kwa amani. Kweli ama uongo? Tumeshirikiana kwa maendeleo. Kweli ama uongo? Huyu county commissioner wenu hapa, huyu amesimama hapa, huyu Josephine huko, is the only one county commissioner out of the 48 of them. Wale 47 wa counties na yule tuko naye kwa ofisi ya RC Nairobi. 48 of them, huyu ndio county commissioner peke yake anafanya kazi kwa county yake. Na mjue historia hiyo ilitokana wapi. Wakati tulianza hii mambo ya port hapa Kisumu, mheshimiwa rais wetu alisimama hapo, alikuwa na Prime Minister Raila Odinga. Wamesimama hapo. Sunday tulikuwa hapo usiku kwa tukipita hapo msitu tukiepa nyoka. Huyu alikuwa siku hiyo alikuwa sub county deputy county commissioner. Mheshimiwa rais akaamua hii project ya port lazima ifanywe na imalizike vizuri. Akaamuru huyu akiwa deputy county commissioner apewe hiyo kazi ya kuoversee hiyo port itengenezwe. Port imetengenezwa ama haijatengenezwa? Wakati ilikamilika, mheshimiwa rais yeye mwenyewe akainsist huyu apandishwe madaraka awe county commissioner. Kazi imefanyika ama haijafanyika? Lavu niambie sasa, nisikuja hapa nisiseme maneno eti nione haya eti mwambie CS Matiang'i hawachane asizungumze maneno hiyo ya Raila na handshake. Kwendeni, lazima tufanye vile mambo iko. Let's be very honest. We stop this hypocrisy and pretense here. Tunajifanya hapa eti there are things that we can talk about and there are things we cannot talk about. Sisi tukiwa Nyanza hapa we are one, na tumekuwa pamoja siku zote. We are one people. Ama namna gani? Kwetu ni hapa juu. Na ndipo tumeongea pia na tuliongea vizuri sana. Tumekubaliana sisi wote. Na mzee wetu Prime Minister Raila Odinga ndiye anatuongoza. Na tumekubaliana safari hii sisi watu wa Nyanza tutasimama pamoja kama mtu mmoja. Na tutasimama sisi wote pamoja. Sasa nikisema hivyo nimefanya makosa. Na mimi sicha kuuliza wewe ruhusa, unipe ruhusa mimi nisimame pamoja na Prime Minister Raila Odinga. Sicha kuuliza ruhusa, unipe ruhusa nisimame na mheshimiwa rais. Mheshimiwa rais is my boss. Ndiye amenipea kazi nifanye, akiamuru vile tunaenda. It is logical mimi nikiwa waziri wake wa usalama, mimi napiga laini mahali rais amepiga laini ama namna gani? Hapana. Tufanye kazi. There is a way in which a country is led. Tusisikize hii maneno. Hawa watu mambo mdomo tu kila siku huku kelele kusunguka, hakuna kazi. Walikuwa wapi wakati tulikuwa hapa? Sasa watu wanaanza kujifanya hapa, oh, mimi nimemletea ile, nikamletea ile ingine. Ile poti ilikuwa huko. Wale watu niliona wakati ile poti ilianza kujengwa, walikuwa Mheshimiwa Uhuru Kenyatta na Mheshimiwa Raila Odinga. Tukiwa pale kuamuru tuanze kazi. Na hiyo poti imetengeneza ikakuwa. Sasa watu wameanza ni mzunguko tu. Mtu karibu sasa waanze kusema, unajua mimi hata hawa watoto wenu mimi ndio nimewazalia. Ai. Wakenya tunaelewa hii maneno vile iko. Tuache porocho, tufanye kazi ile tumepewa tufanye. Na tuache propaganda. Wananchi tumekubaliana? Basi tukae pamoja vile viongozi wetu wanatuelekeza. Na tuweke amani. Wakati huu ni wakati wa kuweka amani. Na wakati wa uchaguzi ukifika, Mheshimiwa Buyu, mimi nataka kukuhakikishia sisi tutasimama imara kama idara ya usalama. We have mapped the country. The areas where we have challenges like Marsabit, Pandei ya North Rift, kule Laikipia. Sote we are consulting and we are looking for long-term solutions, and some of them are going to be stiff, lakini mwishowe we have to walk that journey if that is how we are going to keep our country peaceful. Hiyo ndio kazi yetu, kuhakikisha kwamba kuna usalama wa kutosha, na wakati wa kampeni ukifika, kila mtu atafute kura. We chose democracy in our constitution. We are a democratic country. Sisi kama serikali hatutaingilia mtu yeyote, na nimesema kila mara, you don't need our permission to campaign. Hiyo wakati ulipita. You are free as a Kenyan citizen to go wherever you want to go and campaign. Talk to Kenyans, provided usiwasumbue. Ukiwasumbua tutaingia. Yeah, provided uweke amani. Na yule ambaye anatafuta kiti, awe mama, awe mwanaume, awe kijana, ana uhuru ambao umetolewa na katiba kutafuta kiti na kulindwa na serikali yake. Kwa hivyo akina mama wale ambao mnataka kuwania viti mbalimbali, mjue hivi, serikali iko imara na Mheshimiwa Buyu tuko tayari kusimama na akina mama wetu. Mtu asiogope eti mtu atakuja kuleta kupanga sijui unaleta kutoka wapi. Ukileta utatukuta na sisi tunakungojea. Kila mtu awe na uhuru wa kufanya kampeni, kwa sababu hii ni nchi ya kidemokrasia. Na tuheshimiane. Bora tu usisumbue wananchi. You don't need the government's permission to go anywhere. Actually, you need the government to ensure that you go everywhere you want to go, to sell your policies, to do everything. Provided sasa ni ile maneno ya ukora hapa, watu wanasema oh nimesema hivi nione haya. I am a Kenyan citizen, a voter, a taxpayer in this country, a proud Kenyan who's grateful to God for creating me and putting me here. Kama mambo ya ukweli imefanyika, tuseme ni ya ukweli na imefanyika na tumeona ikifanyika. Na tukisema hivyo hatuchafunja sheria.
There is the son of the soil, putting it like it is. Kateni miti. Yes, Kip.
Wewe unaanza kupatia watu hizo vitu. You know it's my contract. Bernard, I'm the one who's cutting trees in Sugoi na acha tu. It's okay. But anyway, niko na northern side of the forest tunakata bado. Tunaendelea tutakata hiyo miti yote. Huko Sigoi. Okay, yesterday Mama Selina ataniombea, atanisamea. Yesterday there was some good news about ARAP KIRWA coming into Azimio. I'm sorry it's out of topic. Oh no, it is. So KIRWA was a very powerful person in the NARC government, as a very well-performing agriculture minister. But there's one thing I need you guys to understand. This is war. And I'm saying this metaphorically. Please do not think it's about bloodshed. I'm talking about political. The problem is he's a captain and he's a general in UDA. Now, the position of deputy chairman is not a joke. So I'm not saying that he's a bad person because he's an elder, actually. He's a Kalenjin elder and is recognized by the Luya community, actually. The Luya community actually respect him because he's from Trans Nzoia. Trans Nzoia is very metropolitan. It's about 60-30%, 60-40%, or even 70-30. Luya is more bigger. So places like Kitale, kuna Wakale na Waluya wengi sana hapo na wanamjua, they like him. Na juu ya heshima yake natembea, kwa natembea, I think that is why he's decided that. But my concern is, and I'm playing the devil's advocate here, aweke probation period before he can see the books. Raila has fallen into this trap before, and we don't want a Trojan horse. I'm saying that I'm very thankful. Mama Selina Ngoja, I'm very thankful is coming, but tumweke probation period. Najua ni mzee, tunamheshimu, lakini ninaomba tungoje kidogo before we open. Unaona mkono imewaka kabisa, basi mama useme.
Kip, wacha nikuulize swali. Kama amekuja na akakuonyesha yale yote, kwa sababu yeye ni second in command kwa UDA, how about akikuja leo na akuonyeshe mahali kitanda imewekwa, mahali jikoni iko, mahali kila kitu iko, utamwambia ngoja kwanza? Kibruta Arap Kirwa is a very principled person. Kwanza alikuwa hata hajaichakuliwa na KANU, alikuwa anachakuliwangwa na Fort Kenya. So let me tell you this, ile information hiyo msee atapatia baba hautaamini. So for me, wacha atengeneze njia, na amekuja na Iron Lady. Martha Karua cannot bring somebody who doesn't know him. He knows Kibruta Arap Kirwa. You know, you cannot just go to Iron Lady alafu unasema you pack him. Anaingia kama anajua hawezi rudi nyuma. So believe me not, Kibruta Arap Kirwa atatusaidia pakubwa sana. Ndio unaona huko nyumba ingine imeokopa. Na amesema democracy is not there. Na ndio leo ukasikia huyu mheshimiwa ya Soi Caleb Kositany akisema Huda ni Ruto na Ruto ni Huda. So wacha Kirwa akuje atuonyeshe njia. Kama tungeenda through forest, anatuambia kuna shortcut. So I think we don't need any observation. Wacha aingie ndani atengeneze. Na pia kama jamii ya Kalenjin, we are happy to see our son is coming back. He's not alone. So hatuwezi fungia, tukifungia tumekuwa na gavana ya Marakwet, tumekuwa na Sali. Now we have
Elgeyo Marakwet.
Kirwa. Yeah, and we will have more. So let me tell you this. Kama angekuja na watu wengine hivi ningesema, but amekuja with the right person. Na walikuwa pamoja in government, na wametoka mbali pamoja. They know each other, so we don't doubt him. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think yeye nilikuwa devil's advocate, alikuwa nataka kuamsha. Ilikuwa uchokozi tu. Then kuna sasa Elgeyo Marakwet. Elgeyo Marakwet and a lot of Rift Valley. And UDA people, forgive me for this. There is a lot of independent people. Unajua ile wanasema Arab mama. Mami change. They're saying, you know, hapa kuja uze sera zako, lakini don't talk about our local MPs. So that was what Murkomen was being told yesterday. You come here as a senator. Murkomen has never ever campaigned. Lakini ameambiwa na watu wa I have relatives there. Aliambiwa, do not come and touch any, usikuja hapa to abuse any independent. Kwa sababu what had happened is Murkomen is one of the people. Forget about Oscar Sudi. Murkomen is one of the people who actually kicked a lot of people out of UDA. He's one of the architects looking for weaker MPs to come into parliament. Yes, men. But the independent strong candidates, especially in Nandi and Elgeyo Marakwet, the chaos are revolting. You will see very, 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 very many independent. Sorry, Mama Selina.
For your information.
Go ahead, nimekuasha leo. Unmute, Mama Selina. Unmute.
Oh, thank you. Nasema hiyo celebration imekuwa Nandi Hills kwa sababu ya Keter kukua cleared. So Rift Valley mambo iko moto.
Si leo nimekupatia moto, Mama Selina. Our daughters and sons are doing very well. So Rift Valley, there are going to be a lot of independent candidates because I'll be honest with you, this is in Rift Valley, we are supporting, people in Rift Valley are supporting this fellow. Kabisa, this is, it's like if Central had a candidate from, I think Julia can correct me if I'm wrong, if Central had a candidate for presidential, they would go with him all the way. There's nothing, and it's the same with Rift Valley. There are guys who don't agree with Ruto, but they'll go all the way. But they will never forgive him for some of the things he's done. If he fails, trust you me, UDA is dead. Central is not going to stay with UDA. Julia, will Central stay with UDA? No. The powerful Kalenjin elders, I'll call them elders because some of the MPs and senators that have been kicked out are actually elders. Those people are not, UDA is dead after this election. Utaskata wenye wamelipo wanakaa na nyamaza hivi, they'll be voting with the government. Watch that space. And they will not need to be paid. Because this and the democratic process of UDA. And it's the same mistakes ODM did previously. ODM has improved itself, and now you can see, Alex can testify about this, they're still improving on it. KISI is doing a bit better. But still, there's a clan there out on just idea. But I think UDA is dead for me after hapo. Alafu mimi na Mama Selina tutaenda kukata miti huko 8th. I think Mama Selina sent for me a few contractors. Tutaswaga hizo mamiti huko na hiyo story naisha. I wanted to say thank you very much because I need to go sleep. And thank you very much. Hey, Uncle amefika, mama nyumba. Wacha nikusikie kabla nilale. Now, there was something I was supposed to do for you. There was an error. Usifikirie nimesahau, Uncle. But don't. It's going to happen this week. It's going to happen this week, Uncle. So I'll be sleeping after I listen to Nyumba. Thank you, Bernard.
Okay, thank you. Keep hold on. Abuya.
Bernard, can I go ahead and make some contribution on the topic of the day?
Please do. Keep it brief, since we have heard your voice before. We want to listen to Nyumba, who is fresh.
That is now intimidating me.
Wait
anyway,
until I become intimidation. You will not even breathe.
Now, I just wanted to mention on this statement that is about ignorance, poverty, and disease. I want to echo the sentiments of Jakendube. You know, when a deputy president comes live on national television or is addressing a mammoth rally and is telling people that there is no disease or there is no poverty, what is he telling Kenyans? You know, it is very frustrating, and that statement was very painful because disease we can see all over the country. We have managed to bring and upgrade hospitals without medicine, without equipment, and he is telling us that there is no disease. How are we going to control these things if we cannot equip our hospitals to the standard that is required? Talking of poverty and poverty and ignorance. He has been, in the past, he has been a minister of agriculture. And the best he could do is to eat the maize and advise the farmers of Rift Valley to forget about maize and start doing avocado. Now, he's trying to keep the Kenyan farmer to stay dependent. He does. I don't think he wants to. He wants to uplift the farmer, because he had the opportunity of facilitating the supply of fertilizer. He had the opportunity to educate the farmers on what seeds to use. He had the opportunity to educate the farmer when to plant because of the changes of in the rainfall patterns. But he kept them ignorant. He wanted them to just survive on their own. So this gentleman, I think he has lost it on that front, and we should totally ignore him and not take him serious. Kingi in Kilifi during the burial, Kingi looks like he's feeling very unsafe. He must have probably thought that there would have been a bit of heckling in that funeral, but everybody was well behaved. It was really unfortunate that we lost the ODM MP. The gentleman has been a very good mobilizer for Baba. Baba must be feeling it so much. And we want to wish the family, may God give them strength to overcome this period which they are going through a lot of trouble. Let me leave it at that. I don't even want to talk about KK in Kirinyaga, because it's the same thing. They have always been. Azimio has become their agenda. There is nothing much they're selling there in Kirinyaga. So maybe I'll allow another panelist to contribute something small. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Abuya. Richard Onanda. We are working on the video. We'll play some and a few. Just hold on. Okay, twende kwa nyumba. Alex, ulikuwa na
Yeah, I needed to make a few remarks. I think Ruto is taking the advice of one Ndi, that bottom-up approach is not working in central Kenya. And is using a conniving way to twist the message and to tell the people of Central that nyinyi hamuna magonjwa, nyinyi hamuna shida ya pesa. So I mean, he's trying to pass through the back just to reaffirm what Ndi said and told the wife that if it's a bottom-up model, which actually I don't know where he got it from, because we have had people come here and lie that it works in the US. I don't know which US is that. And I think we are here, and I've never seen anybody give me handouts out here. Otherwise, I would not have been working 2-3 jobs that some of us do. But nevertheless, I think Ruto is trying now to run away from the message he has for the people for Central. He's trying again to do what he did in Mombasa and in the coast, the double speak. He comes with a message when it's not resonating well, it's not working, it's working against him. Now he comes back and tries to dismantle himself and brings a message that maybe may resonate better. But the thing is that I think this one is not going to work for him. The reason, the only reason Black will come here and start talking to us is by insinuating that bottom up exists, and he will do everything to use every word to come up with other things that do not even make sense. So I think he has come to the dead end that the issue of bottom up is not going to help him. Now, and that is relating with the numbers that are coming from Central. You see, and that is why I insist that these numbers are really good for us. In a place that Raila got 1%, and now he's heading 45%, Bernard. You can imagine the fear that is coming out of this man. You saw one man give a good synopsis of how Gachagua has really messed up Ruto, that Kalenjin guy. He says, Martha Karua akiongea hii, we unaongea hii. Martha Karua akiongea hii. I think you need to put that videos for people to understand the matrix and the change of how the debate is being now carried in Central. Martha Karua has changed how he's speaking to people. From 2002, 2007, 2013, 2017, Central was sold fear and fear and fear. The person who sold fear most was loved most. And that is why people like Moses Kuria did not thrive in ideology or any philosophy. They were thriving in something called fear and the cloud of fear. Now it has gotten to, Martha has changed how now people are speaking. Martha is speaking about the Baba care. Martha is speaking about industrialization. Martha is now bringing the issue of 1 man, 1 shilling. And for Ruto to continue to counter it with bottom up, it has become difficult for him. Now he's changing the debate. Anauliza, kwani bado tunaongea juu ya ugonjwa? Kwani bado tunaongea juu ya umaskini? Now, next time now, he will change now the debate because he has no otherwise. Because even his own people have told Ruto, huyu jamaa, wakati Martha anaongea juu ya sera, huyu jamaa anaongea ujinga. And I think one person listed ujinga yote Gachagua ameongea. What does that mean to Ruto? It means that now Ruto has to come to help Gachagua in Central and start creating a narrative of what? Tuongee juu ya sera, tuongee juu ya mabarabara na maziwa yenu, tuongee juu ya vitu hivi. So Ruto cannot come all of a sudden and change the narrative.
Wait, Alex, you're saying that he's flipping the 10-point agenda. That's why he said that Kenya is okay without the 10-point agenda.
He is now wanting now to start riding on the 10-point agenda, but he must start from somewhere. Okay? He must now change the mind of the people that, no, we should not talk about bottom-ups anymore. Okay? Now he's telling people we are not poor, we are not sick, we are not uneducated, we are not this, so that he can bring now the platform whereby if we are not poor, if we are not uneducated, if we are not diseased, then what should we talk? Now we should talk like middle class people. He wants to introduce the middle class now philosophy and middle class talk to the people of Central, because Martha is killing the man. Martha is speaking to the heart and minds of the people. People are finally seeing free secondary education. People are seeing free true healthcare. People are seeing things that, and they believe Martha. When you see the trust level for Martha, and that is another thing we did not do in our polls, and there was a poll that was done by some people about the trust issue. Martha ticket has a trust issue of about 68%. Ruto has 1 digit. Do you understand? Now, so as a politician, you don't just come and dislodge your points by claiming that now let's not talk about bottom up. No, he must start from somewhere. And that is where he has started. Now, by next time, utasikia he will be bold. The way now he was bold in Coast kuanza kusema tutarudisha hiyo port watu wa Mombasa, because he didn't start from there, remember. He started from somewhere. Now he is changing totally the narrative of his campaign. Nothing is working. Hustler Nation has flopped. Bottom up has flopped. He has no ideology. He has no agenda. He has nothing. Now he has to come up with something, and he has a terrible running mate. His people are running away from him. Sio Sosion, the worst, has run from him. KIRWA has run from him. And you can imagine now the propaganda that is coming out. And this one I must point out, because I think Black must listen. This man doesn't like Kikuyus. This is what he did. The two Kikuyus that were most powerful that he feared was Kindiki and Gachagua. He went and promised Kindiki that he's going to make him his deputy president. And therefore, he stopped him from vying from the governorship. Therefore, he will not have an elective seat. He looked at Gachagua and said, this is my biggest problem. He has money, he has mobilizer, ABCD. I must promise him the deputy because I know I'm not going to win. Therefore, he is killing two birds at a go. At the power of UDA, there is no Kikuyu who is going to be strong in terms of what? The committee member. Now, the word is coming out, this is what they were doing. When Gachagua realized they might not win and they must control UDA, this is what Gachagua said. I must be one of the ranking members in the party management. They forced that man to do what? To resign. If you listen to his words, he said, if you listen, and I think I should not quote them rightly, because I also fear for my life, because Martha, the ongoings of that day do not make sense for me. Martha is in a church. Martha is doing his things in a church. All of a sudden, Martha is where? In Bungoma. All of a sudden, Wekesa calls me and says, look, we are seeing KIRWA in this meeting. It did not make any sense for me. It means that the man was forced out. And how he was forced out was to make sure that they accommodate somebody in their ranking. Because when they are looking at the polls, also Gachagua must take care of himself. So what we are saying is this: that ticket is not holding water. They know that they might lose. Now, if they lose, where does Gachagua hold? Does he lose it like that without having any seat in the UDA after spending all that money? He must be something in UDA because Ruto is a party leader. So we can say this authoritatively, that I think if anything we can go with, Ruto is desperate with the numbers. Where Raila was 0, is at 40. And those numbers are killing them. And that is why even Black is not able to comment. Because now, if we could have done our justice to say the number that was 2,000.
Black disappeared yesterday. Remember that. Immediately we showed ABC.
Yeah, the number, like, for example, Muranga or Nyandarua, that was 2,000. He got only 2,000 votes, which was 0%. When you turn that to be 38% from 2,000 only, how does that translate into? Now, given the fact that we are dealing with numbers and we have to be authentic, that these are the numbers that IBC has given us, and these are the numbers that the pollsters are also giving us, because those are the numbers we are working for. So what I'm saying is the Ruto side is on panic mode. Bottom up is not working. Hustler Nation is not working. Every of their campaign thing is not working. They are now rejuvenating another ideology because Martha Karua has brought a different platform. Now they have to deny what they used to say. Now they have to tell people, nyinyi sio wagonjwa, nyinyi sio wapumbavu, nyinyi sio nini. Sasa kama sio nyinyi hivyo, sasa wacha tuanze kuongea vitu vingine. So that is what he's introducing. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Alex. That is a good one. And interesting times in Kenya. Temba Karibu. Before Nyumba makes his submission, let's redefine hustler and then see whether we are willing to move away from it or we want to continue staying in it.
Let's start with the actual meaning of the word hustler. Google is your friend. Hustler. H-U-S-T-L-E-R. UrbanDictionary.com defines the word hustler as someone who knows how to get money from others, selling drugs, rolling dice, pimping. YourDictionary.com defines hustler as a person who makes money by doing something dishonest. CollinsDictionary.com says if you refer to someone as a hustler, you mean that they try to earn money or gain an advantage from situations they are in by using dishonest or illegal methods. A hustler is a prostitute, especially a male prostitute. Dictionary.cambridge.org defines hustler as someone who tries to deceive people into giving them money, or a prostitute, a person who has sex for money. OxfordDictionaries.com defines a hustler as a person adept at aggressive selling or illicit dealing. Dictionary of Synonyms, and you know synonyms are words that mean the same. So Dictionary of Synonyms gives the following synonyms for the word hustler, meaning you can replace the word hustler with any of these names: whore, hooker, slattern, prostitute, streetwalker, harlot, tramp with an A, but I guess you could still use a U, slut, swindler, deceiver, cheat, fraud, trickster, charlatan, conman, crook, criminal, convict, bitch, cheater, poor reputation, public dishonor, shady reputation, unsavory reputation, scoundrel, imposter, bad character, bad reputation. Now, I pray thee tell, how can any of these definitions be good? How can anyone in the prime of their youth be proud to call themselves any of these things? I know there are some prominent and supposedly successful fellows who have publicly described themselves as hustlers. I take it that it is a self-description telling us who they are and how they acquired their alleged immense wealth. So who am I to contradict them? After all, hustler is not a description of wealth or status. It is a description of an individual's methods and sense of self-worth. However successful a hustler is, it never changes who they are. Hustler is a state of mind. So for a young 23-year-old graduate to imagine that describing himself as a hustler is okay points to a serious sickness in society. I have called it a self-description, and the question that immediately comes to mind is, what's in a name? A lot. When I would teach theory of literature to my university students, I would constantly remind them the fact that language is constitutive. What do we mean by language is constitutive? Language conditions, limits, and predetermines how we see and perceive our world. You have been told that language records reality. That may be correct, but a more fundamental truth is that language shapes and creates reality. This means that the whole of our universe is a text, and put differently, we create our reality by what we say and how we describe ourselves. We are what we call ourselves, and we become the tales we tell. What you call yourself, or when you call yourself a hustler, you are creating a hustler personality, a hustler reality, and a hustler universe around yourself. Since time immemorial, the names we call ourselves define our identity, our reality, and our destiny. The best example I can give you is in the Bible, and when God wanted to give a mission to someone, the first indicator of what that mission was would be the name. If God wanted to give a new direction or a new mission to someone, often the first thing would be to change their name. A new name would create a new reality, not just describe it or communicate it. So when you call yourself a hustler, you are creating a reality that is self-denigrating, demeaning, fleeting, defeated, directionless, and self-limiting. For a 23-year-old or any youth to call or to create this kind of reality for themselves, it's truly, truly tragic. Hustler is the opposite of the promise of youth. Youth is the greatest asset an individual or a society can possess. Hustler is what you become when you fail to realize your true value. My favorite expression on youth comes from my native Kikuyu language when we say, "Mwanake ni kienyo kia Ngai." A young man is a slice of God. They recognize that the creative potential of youth is nothing short of divine. Its possibilities are boundless. Youth is a time of opportunity, hope, and self-definition. A young person calling himself a hustler is undermining everything that the
Enough said. Mundu wa nyumba. You can start at the end and go to the beginning.
Thank you, Bernard. I start climbing the tree from the top. I'll try. Now,
that Kikuyu saying is what I refer to.
I'm in agreement. Bernard and the panelists, I say hi. You are refusing my salutation. Keep it. Now, number one, me, I deal with the points. I don't deal with the long stories. What a coincidence. Twice, I appear and Themba appears. I'm going to do some research. I think somebody is spying on me. This is the second time I appear, then Themba just appears.
Tumesema I.
Thank you, Selina. I'll pass through your place one of the days again. I'll pass over and see the young people. Now, what do I say now? You see, Bernard, after Alex has already given his presentation, what do you expect me to give now? This guy is smart. He has talked about everything else now. Suppose I just said pass, and I just sit aside. I don't know if that one will do. Alex, you finish all the materials I have. Okay. Maybe I've left only one point. I can raise it. Keep. It's for your sake that I'm not going to say pass. But I've become very clever. You want to go and sleep. Me, I slept at 9, woke up at 1:30 in the morning. I'm clever. Now you stay until late eating. Change your timing. And Ngilo is behind you. You can see Ngilo is backing you up. You're standing for which post? Keep.
No, I'm doing to the last minute.
No, I'm asking you're standing for which post because Ngilo is backing you up.
I'm standing for her to be super CS, but inaonekana Watermelon anarudi.
Don't mention that name. You disheartened me now, and I was so lively.
So I'm just pulling a Hail Mary here. So now.
Okay, now I can only touch one point. Ignorance, poverty, and diseases are no longer problems in Kenya. That is the philosophy of one Dr. Ruto. We have been talking about the three, there were three even from the word go in 1963 when we got independence, that our problems were poverty, diseases, and ignorance. And I can assure you that maybe we might be just slightly better than those days, because we had not messed so much. So God was with us; He was on our side. And nowadays, after messing, you can see even COVID has come to finish us off. So the diseases are more, and poverty and ignorance, they are even worse. Let me give a very small example. I said I'm not going to handle many points. Part of fighting diseases is availability of water. Ladies, oh, Julia, you are there. I had not seen you. Welcome. So I can say ladies. I wanted to say lady, but now I can say ladies. Ladies and gentlemen, look at me here. I've been depending on rainwater for the last 20 years. I'm in a town, a city, Nakuru, okay? When I came to the place I stay in 1994, there was a lot of water because we are so few. The supply to Kabarak was enough to feed us. But the population increased and the water supply was the same. It was not being increased. The whole estate where I stay now, there is no water. People depend on bowsers, water bowsers, and also, like me, I became a bit clever. I'm clever. I harvest water. So for the last 20 years, I'm in a city. There's no piped water. I depend on rainwater. How do you fight disease without water? You can see I'm saying we are worse off. I repeat, in 1994, because we are few, we could get water. And water is health and life, for that matter. But currently, for the last 20 years, I remember it was during, Madam Selina, this is addressed to you. This was during Honorable Chelaite's time as MP for Rongai. Actually, I even wrote officially to the board, water board, tell them if they bring bills worth 9,000 shillings and there's no water, just supplying me with the air, and the air is for free from God. Now, I wrote officially to tell them I'm out. Unless they bring water, I'm not going to pay that bill. I never paid it, actually, because they never supplied water. So you can see 1994, that is how many years now? 28 years later, we are, where I stay, we are worse off. So Ruto doesn't know what he's talking about. 28 years later, we are worse off. Anyway, I said I'm not going to talk at length. I just touch on one point. UDA is undemocratic. Yes, I like it that way. Let it be undemocratic. And that's why there's a man I liked so much called KIRWA. KIRWA was very productive even when he was running a ministry. I remember, I think agriculture one time. Yeah, there's a man who was lost. It's like the lost son, and he's back home. So we should celebrate. We should throw a party for KIRWA and many others. I don't know who has mentioned Sosiono is also taken off back home. I don't know. Maybe there's a plus. Many will come back home. And these are guys of potential to assist us in running the country. And now, KINGI meets RAILA. KINGI is a lost man. And I don't want to mention, but I can mention, it's like Kalonzo also. There are many people who are getting lost. I think Kalonzo set the stage for them. And I don't know what will happen. Actually, Kalonzo, who mentioned Kalonzo? Kalonzo is a topic by itself. We can talk over the whole night about Kalonzo, actually. We have the material for that. Nothing else, just about Kalonzo, from beginning to end. So, Kalonzo has shown quite some people bad manners, and KINGI is one of them. But we pray to God, let them realize they are lost, they come back home. KKA, Kenya Kwisha, in Kirinyaga. Karua comes from Kirinyaga. Madam Karua, Honorable Karua comes from Kirinyaga. So what they are trying to do is to go to the ground of our deputy president, just for the sake of spoiling, nothing else. Very short-sighted and actually lost. They think now they should be fighting Mother Karua at national level, not at grassroots. She's no longer Kirinyaga material. This is a national material, not only national, international. You saw the other day they are even with Baba to America there. And, so KK, they have lost even their planning on whatever. They have lost. What else? I think I'm done. But yeah, okay. Thank you. In a comment and whatever, I wanted just to congratulate Pashigon.
KIRINYANGA got 45%. 45% has been increased in KIRINYANGA through the RAILA ticket. That is the highest in Central. So the effect of Martha Karua in KIRINYANGA is causing Minji to be very nervous. So that county is soon going to go up to 60%. That's the first one I see going up. That one is on 45% now.
So that's why they are going to Kirinyaga, KKA.
Yeah, it's the highest poll in Central.
Are they going to make any gains there?
I don't think so. If Minji is on news every day just talking about the presidential candidate can be anybody, I don't know, correct me if I'm wrong, it means she's following the Malala route, whereby we're giving up on Kenya Kwanza.
Why don't you give them their advice instead of staying there quiet?
That is why I was telling Julia we need to show them the numbers.
Thank you. Bernard, let me finish. I wanted to say Selina has disappeared. Selina actually tonight, is it tonight? Whatever she is, it could be daytime, I don't know. She is wearing an attire that I share with my wife. Actually, I'm a Catholic and my name is Joseph Helen Nyumba. Joseph Helen Nyumba. Catholics will know what I'm talking about. After going, yeah, keep notes. My name is Joseph Helen Nyumba. So can somebody tell her, even after she disappeared, that she has stolen the attire we have, me and my wife. Yeah, and I can put a claim over that. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
No, she's putting on. She has not stolen. She's putting on. So whether you rented, you gifted, you exported, you imported, subject to investigations.
Agreed, Bernard. Agreed.
Thank you, Brother Nyumba. We appreciate it. Let's move on. Temba, naomba nicheze video kadhaa hapa, alafu kama ni kunifukuza mnifukuze mapema, watoto waende kulala, watu wazima muendelee na ngoma. Lakini naambiwa nyinyi mkibaki hapa na ngoma mnaicheza sana mpaka mnasumbua serikali. Sio, nataka mpunguze hii.
Kwa hivyo mimi nitakuwa kwa debe mwezi wa 8 tarehe 9. Mama wa soko, naomba mnitie nguvu. Ninyi mnajua nilishinda. wengine ambao wanashindana na mimi hawaniwezi. Mshikane kama kitu kimoja. Mimi nitapanga kabla ya kupiga kura. Mkuje nyumbani nyote. Mmoja hata mtu mmoja. Mtaniambia mnapenda kuanzia Monday mpaka Jumapili nisikane. Friday. Sio sabia tunaenda kanisa. Nitatuma basi kuja asubuhi. Nitume basi ya kutosha. Mama hata moja ya watu. Msichaguane kwa kikabila. Mluya ni wangu.
Developments of the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission, that's the IEBC, which has detected some irregularities and transfer of voters in the election body's electronic register. So the IEBC has now directed its county election managers and senior election officers to move very swiftly and reverse unauthorized mysterious transfers. In an internal memo issued last week, the Commission noted that some transfers were carried out without the requisite statutory documents to affect the process. However, during a press conference, Chairman Wafula Chebukati did not disclose the number of regions affected and instead implored the Kenyans to take advantage of the ongoing verification exercise currently to confirm their details and go ahead and report any form of irregularities. Chemutai Goin begins our bulletin tonight.
With 70 days until Kenyans go to the polls, the body mandated to oversee the process of transition has detected some irregularities in the voter register that is currently undergoing an audit by the audit firm KPMG.
Cases of transfers without one's knowledge shall be investigated, and in fact the Commission has called for all the transfer forms which are here with us. We shall find out if there are such cases. First of all, anybody transferred from a station without knowledge will be returned back to where they were.
An internal memo sent by Citizen TV, dated 25th May this year, drawn by the Commission's Chief Executive Officer to the county elections managers and senior election officers, also copied to the Chairman Wafula Chebukati, revealed the concerns of the Commission in its preliminary review of the register, which found that some transfer of voters was effected without the required statutory forms.
If there's an officer who was involved in such an illegal transfer, stern action will be taken against them. Because we, as a commission, do not condone that exercise. It's a right of Kenyans under Article 38 to register to vote in a place of their choice.
In the letter, the Commission directed the election officers to treat the issue as a matter of priority and immediately reverse all transfers that were not supported by any documentation. The statement reiterated by IEBC Chairman Wafula Chebukati during a briefing on the ongoing election preparedness process.
Transfers happen when a voter requests and there's a form to fill, which then the registration officer has to now update the register. Now, if there are unauthorized transfer cases where one finds himself in a polling station that he did not intend to be there, those are cases the Commission will investigate, and then we shall be able to know.
During the voter registration drive conducted by the Commission, there were claims of alleged illegal mass transfers of voters. However, it is not known if reports were made before the Commission. Chebukati urged Kenyans to verify their details and ensure they were not locked out of the process.
We opened up the voter register for verification, which is a legal requirement running from the 4th of May to the 2nd of June. And I want to call upon Kenyans to turn up, be verified biometrically. Also, we have an SMS platform as well as an online portal for one to verify.
IEBC is by law expected to have gazetted the voter register to be used in the August 9th election by 9th June 2022. Chemutai Goin, Citizen TV.
Okay. Is this part of mtajua kwamba hamjui? I'll leave you with that question. Temba, take it.
You don't have to go now. You can stay. It's only 5 hours, so you can still be around for 1 hour and then went. I want to comment on. Good evening, those who are in Kenya. Good morning, those who are in Kenya. I think it's already past midnight, right? Nyomba and Bernard. Yeah,
approaching 3 a.m.
Yeah, good morning. And those who are Ugaibuni, like Robert, Abuya, and Julia, good evening. I want to, like I usually say, what is served on the table, I pick what I want to serve myself. Then I pick a little salad here and there. So I want to serve myself to, I'm still excited about KIRWA coming. You know, I liked what he said. And I want to use that to emphasize on the impetus it adds to the Azimio campaign. You know, first of all, the moment at which he came, that was a very interesting moment. And when he came, I focused on what he was. What is KIRWA? KIRWA is the deputy president, deputy chairman, who was the deputy chairman of Kenya, of UDA. That's a very senior, rank in the party. So when you have a very senior rank in the party, in other terms, we say that's a big fish in the party. That means if it's possible that he was ranking so highly and he was privy to so many things. That is one way of looking at it. The other way of looking at it is out of what he said. Now, KIRWA says that this is a soul-searching moment that has taken about 2 weeks, like 13 days. And the culmination was in the choice of the running mate. Then when Kenya Kwanza chooses Rigathi, he said the statement about the democracy being sacrificed. So that statement alone, to a person looking from behind, you see it represents the manner in which they arrived at Rigathi as the running mate. So for him, in his words, I read, in my own personal opinion, I read that there were undemocratic processes that led to the arrival of Rigathi Gachagua. So him as a deputy president, he must have been so disappointed. And that disappointment made him even now, that was a culmination of the disappointment. So it therefore means that there have been a series of situations or issues that have happened that had made him believe that Kenya Kwanza is not democratic. So when that happened to him, he was like, that was the nail. But now he was trying to check who's going to be on the other side. So for me, I pick that as a very important statement that he said, democracy on trial. Democracy was basically not applied in the choice of Rigathi as a running mate. And that tells you a lot. That tells you that the kind of a team that is on the other side. And Bernard, I want you to consider something. Go and check at the list of officials in the is it Kenya Kwanza or UDA officials? The people have been given key positions, but the people who hold very key positions are largely from Rift Valley. You find someone as in charge of this, but the next person, maybe the deputy of that person, is coming from Rift Valley. So there are specific people who have been placed, and the others are just there for optics. So you're put like why did Magara run away? He was the treasurer, but he wasn't signing anything. He wasn't touching any money. He wasn't giving. There was nothing he was even doing in that party. So it tells you there was no semblance of even democracy in that party. So for me, I think KIRWA's statements are supposed to speak loudly to what we are likely to see in a UDA, let's say a UDA government, because the president and the deputy are from UDA. So it means that therefore it will be a UDA government. And Gachagua is on record telling everybody, choose UDA, don't give us any other party. Make sure our party president has a strong support. That means what? They want a majoritarian UDA leadership. And that will mean that it will be simply UDA. Nobody else will have anything to say in that government. So that is the first main thing I wanted to talk about. I want to put some salad onto it. KINGI. I saw KINGI appearing with Baba on the coast. Those people gave him some psychological treatment. KINGI was hoping when he arrives at that place, he wasn't going to be recognized. He wasn't going to be given an opportunity to speak as the sitting governor of Kilifi. But, in a largely Azimio mood, they chose a very tactical and nice way. They said they allowed every other person to be introduced by Mungaro. But then when you go to the main speakers, they told Governor KINGI, you come and invite the other guests. When someone you hoped would treat you badly because you appeared there in your way, you are ready for a fight, and then they give you a different treatment that is even so warm, and nobody talks bad about. Even when Joho came on, he didn't say anything. In fact, he said, KINGI is my brother. In spite of all this, he's still my brother. You know, it even made him lose what to say when it was his time to speak. He said, okay, fine, this one is all politics, I want to invite Bab. That for me, I think it was a little, whatever he wanted to achieve by appearing in a largely ODM and Baba environment, he wanted to achieve some political mileage. His probably script was go there, these people will deny you an opportunity, and then of course now guys will see and you can use that. It didn't work for him. So for me, I thought that was a very interesting move. It spoke loud without speaking. There was nothing much that was said about Kenya Kwanza. The other people are not hit in that moment, but it said sent a very big message. Finally, the video you just put about IBC, Bernard, I think IBC is giving us some warning shots, and it's time that well, as much as there's a lot to be worried about, IBC should set itself in order. It was rather embarrassing to have Mwangi Wairia go there and have him blocked. A letter that they should have sent to him early, they were sending to him that letter when he was there at the gate. If there was any problem with this issue, it should have been told a long time ago. There was also this word where the signatures for Kalonzo and Ruto were not up to date by the deadline. Both Ruto and RAILA and Kalonzo had been given more time to submit by Sunday. But you see, Ruto was not mentioned anywhere. They didn't mention, apparently Ruto was passed, but he was also supposed to have been blocked at that time and it be announced that he has been given time just as Kalonzo had been given. So there's interesting beats that IBC is playing. I don't know why it is so hard to make these things easier so that you have very little questions on what you're doing. Make everything above board, because that's what we are supposed to see as an electorate. We are supposed to have faith in whatever it is that they are going to deliver, whether you lose or not, whether you win or not. You're supposed to see, they're supposed to be perceived that they have done all the things well. So I think IBC should do better. IBC should have maybe a communication platform where they are constantly communicating now. They are constantly talking to the electorate. They are constantly giving us information. I hope that at some point they will get that right. But as at now, it is creating question marks on the electorate and generally on the people who are going to be vying. So I think that's something that is not very okay with the IBC. Other than that, I hope to see. I want to hope to see this weekend what pans out in the area of politics. Thank you, Bernard.
Okay, asante. IBC should, I think Chebukati should just wind up, because he's right where he was in 2017. He waits for 30 days, 60 days to the elections, then he begins to play this monkey business of mass transfer of voters. How can there be mass transfer of voters without his system detecting and knowing that? Remember what we talked about, register of persons and distribution of voters' cards in wherever they, we could say, Azimio strongholds, where people were walking around with from the NSSF building. They walk with a bundle of voters' cards, trying to distribute to people to register as voters. That could be part of the scheme. And so these people who talk about Mtajua Hamjui, there must be something sinister that they are working on that needs to be arrested in good time. We don't want anything to go wrong with these elections. There is no way somebody's going to go to the booth on the voters line and then he hears that his name is in Juja when he's going to vote in Mukuru. You are asking for trouble. Somebody's looking for how to postpone this election or look for how to extend the elections. Make it the Zimbabwe way, the Robert Mugabe way, where the opposition section, the opposition areas, you vote 10 people in 2 hours, while in a stronghold, everybody votes within the first 3 minutes. So somebody is scheming up something mischievous on these elections and has to be arrested in good time. I hope Matiang'i and his threat are up to the job, and we need to see some heads rolling. This fiasco that Matiang'i wants to treat, that Chebukati wants to treat us with, it should not be accepted. It shouldn't. This is the time to hold him to account, or he takes the walk. Thank God for the Supreme Court ruling. Any 3 commissioners, we have quorum. So 6 is too much. We can dismiss some. On that, I rest as you bring in Roba. Roba has not spoken. Roba, karibu.
Thank you, Bernard. Thank you, Temba. Yeah, I guess I've been watching behind the scenes. I was watching you guys with my dad when you were giving some figures. So I saw you guys, you are just passing one another, but that's fine. That's democracy. Julie and Alex, they are going. I saw these guys, Makiadi. But I like the way you did, guys. We needed numbers, and people like to see the numbers there, what's going on. Some people, they don't know what's going on. Actually, people are getting educated. Like my dad was asking me, he studied in Kenya. I said, yeah, that's Kenya. Oh, so where are they getting the numbers? I said, those numbers are theirs. So people are interested. So keep on doing that until we tour the counties, and from there we see where we go. Okay. Let me start from where you just left about IBC. The only thing I can give them is credit for bringing up this story out. I can give them credit for that. But my question, or the places where I have concerns, is what is going to be done and who is going to do it? And that's why, remember, some of us were talking about institutions. It's not IBC to investigate themselves. We should have some people from outside, like the DCI and other bodies, to come and investigate about all these movements of people. But the only thing I don't know is, because I have some groups in Nairobi and other places, I saw such a thing coming up like almost a month ago, where they told people, oh, if you want to move your names to come and vote where and where, this is the right time to do it. So it's not like something which was done where people don't know. We knew this one was going on. But if there are some other movements which people don't know, it should be investigated by somebody else, not IBC, because, I mean, Muganga Chigangi, the way they say, and I believe on that. Another thing, and of course, I mean, I'm talking about the topics of today. Remember Bernard and Temba, he gets 2 weeks ago. I told you give Kalonzo, now, this is the second week now. I told him after 2 weeks, it's going to be done. I hope my 2 weeks will be okay. I don't mean I know what's going on every time or everything, but this one is done already. So Kalonzo has come back. With his 5 cabinets, he has been given 3 cabinets and other things. That's fine. So my question remains, what about the prediction I did when I said in 2 weeks? In 2 weeks, Kenya Kwanza is going to melt down. I stand with that prediction. And things have started. Things have started. Somebody talked about KIRWA. You know, KIRWA was the vice chairman of the party. Then remember Magara and the Temba brought it back about Magara being the treasurer. I don't know how much control he had, but he was a treasurer by name. I don't know, he had power. But let me give you another name. You have to watch out tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. Mutama, who is the chairman of UDA. I don't think before the end of the week he's going to be still the chairman. He'll be gone. He's going to quit. So that one, write it down. So now, it will bring us to our 2 boys, our beautiful 2 boys, Musalia Mudavadi, and Wetangula. It's hot. The house is hot. It's hot in UDA now, my friends. We know what Wetangula did. Imagine you are supposed to be a speaker, then now you want to be a senator. After all this time, that's one sign. Things are hot in UTA. Another thing, watch out. Before the end of the week, next week, Musalia is coming back home, or he's going to say quits. Put that one down in the books. Things are hot because UDA is a dictatorship. And we have been saying it here, and the people never believed us. I remember people like Duke, people like the other guy called, I can't remember his name. They came here when we told them there's dictatorship. They said, no, he's on control. He was on control, but now things are busting out. And remember, another thing I said here on this network, if you remember Mr. Yumba, I said, when these guys, they choose their running mate, things will never be the same on that party. So we expected it was Kindiki until the last minute it became whoever they chose. Hey, since then, what has happened? Been problems, mishandlements, somebody speaking some things out of his mouth, accusing Uhuru Kenyatta of moving some resources from Kikuyu community to other communities. That's not a vice president of a country. That man does not even deserve it. I've been watching all his clips. All his clips. You can even watch it. All he's talking about is Central Kenya. My friend, get out of Central Kenya. Central Kenya, there are Kenyans like anybody. They don't want you every time. You think people kuwapatia tu Wakikuyu mchere na nyama, that's enough. That's the people of Central Province we know, they deserve better. So this man is just campaigning in Late River and only in Central Kenya, and he thinks that's how you win presidency? No. So Kenya Kwanza or UDA, they failed the test. William Ruto failed the test. The test he failed is about getting a better running mate. So he chose somebody because of his money. And now he is testing the music. Let him take his own medicine. It's not working. It's not working now. It will never work. It never even worked. So through what he did, he failed. And we can't let him to be the president of our country. Things looks good at this point. With Kenya electorate, we know things, I don't see anything turning this thing down. I'm telling you, the momentum is just coming, keeps on coming. And I want to thank people like Nyumba, Juria, and other people from Central who used to tell us, you know what? Just give it time. Give it time. And now we know where this thing is headed to. Hii ni tsunami, Baba anasema tsunami, kila kitu itaenda kwa pahali. That's what's going to happen. And I believe in it. Watch my number. 43, William Ruto, 57, Raila Odinga. Election night. 43 to 57. Watch that number. Thank you.
Temba, take it.
Okay, Nyumba, what are you saying?
Thank you, Bona Themba. You'll confirm my fears later or even tomorrow. Those fears of, anyway, we'll leave with that. You got it. I arrive, you arrive. Those are not time. Now, I wanted to this man called Roba. Roba reads my mind.
Nyumba, what are you saying? I didn't get you.
I said, it's not an accusation. The coincidences are too much. So they need to establish the truth of your appearances here when I've just arrived.
I told you, Nyumba, I told you you joined Churchill show. You're such a comedian.
Thank you, then. But let me ask Robert why he is reading my mind. You know, the last statement he has released, that's why I was raising my hand. I wanted a confirmation of the 43% and 57%, but he forestalled, he preempted my question. He is also reading my mind. I don't know why. Thank you for answering the question that was my mind. Thank you, Robert.
Okay, Abuya, I see your hands up.
Yeah, I just want to add on something regarding now that Robert mentioned Rigathi. This man Rigathi is a very interesting man. Anything that comes out of his mouth for sure does not befit a deputy president or a future deputy president. The statement that he made, I can't remember exactly where it was. I think, was it in Rift Valley? That pesa ni sabuni ya roho. We all know that. Pesa ni sabuni ya roho. But to say that money is what pesa ya Ruto ndio imescale the mountain, that statement for me, it has bothered me the whole day. Because you know what message is he sending to the younger generation? Is that with money you can do anything. That money without money you can do nothing. So he's trying to create or trying to teach our young people that corruption is the way to go. Because genuinely, if it was about looking for votes and looking for support throughout the country, money should not be a factor. It should be what you want to do for the people or what you want to achieve for the country. But to say that the money is what has killed the mountain, not only has sets a bad example, but it also demeans the Mount Kenya community. Because you see, when you try to put a price tag on every human being, that is a very dangerous person. It has bothered me the whole day. I feel like this man should just be removed out of the political scene. But again, he's doing that to the benefit of the Azimio side. But that statement is just too low, too low. Thank you. I just wanted to add that because it was bothering I needed to speak out.
Thank you, Abuya. Have you
Abuya, this man should stay.
Hold on, Nyumba. Abuya, if you have listened to Lee Kinyanjui, Lee Kinyanjui in one of the statements, he said that the best campaigner for Azimio right now is Gachagua. And they're saying that there's a hashtag, I think you are the one who said that yesterday, that give Gachagua the microphone. Gachagua should keep talking because every time he speaks, he gives the other side. And then on your being worried, you remember Katitimas, kale Katitimas kana shangilia, kana cheka pale katikati. That is the perception of the Kenya Kwanza guys. Didima said that wakikuja kuni-arrest, mtu wa Chang'aa anakuwa arrested na anaweka 500 kwa mfuko. Mimi nilikuwa arrested, nitaweka pesa ngapi kwa? So they tell you the kind of you know, the philosophy that they are having as Kenya Kwanza. That you know, as long as you have money, your ways can be lined whichever place you go to. So let me allow Nyumba, and then of course there's someone else who is trying to come in. Mary, if you're not on video, we won't allow you in. So someone called Mary. So if you want to come, make sure you sort yourself out so that we're able to see you. We want to see you as you're seeing the people on the channel and the panel. They have to be seen. So kindly make sure you are seen. hakuna kukaa nyuma ya kate. Tunataka ukiongea tunaona wewe ni nani. So I'll allow Nyumba and then Alex.
Thank you, Bwana Themba. I want to, you have commented the same thing. Abuya, Bwana Themba said exactly what I was thinking. Eh? Let this man talk even more. Like my governor said, Liki Nyanjui. Yeah, it's a plus for us. Let him continue that way. And every other time he opens his mouth, 100,000 votes are gone. Every other time. So by the time we reach August, he'll have made us to gain maybe 2 million votes. Let him keep on talking. I don't mind that. And from here, Bonathemba, I wish to get out for some else to get in, but I'll be behind the scenes. Thanks, panelists. Alex, how are you, sir? I'm leaving. Good morning. Thank you.
Okay, Nyumba. Alex.
Yeah, there is also...
Themba umemwambia ngoje kidogo. Oh.
There is a man...
Nyumba.
There was also a person who had a very good expert who said that the right for even Gachagua to speak the stupid thing was fought for RAILA. So the good thing about it, we can't stop Gachagua from speaking stupidity. And actually that really made me happy, because if in a democracy, in as much as we may not even like him, that the right for Gachagua to speak his stupidity is ingrained in the constitution and also was fought by Baba. And I think that is one thing he should thrive over. But I think I want to talk over what you spoke. I watched 3 times the funeral of the MP, and more so the body language of KINGI. As you said, I think it looks like KINGI expected something totally different. But the way Joho behaved and Mungaro behaved and the rest, and the protocol in introduction was very calm, was very serene, and also very respectful. I don't know today where KINGI sits and where he sleeps, what he feels. I think that was a game changer for the people of Kilifi. It's not a good statement to say, but I think it is a blessing in disguise that after all the meetings that Ruto had in Kilifi, the noise and everything, and now the ODM brigade were able to congregate in a solemn occasion, which was a funeral, and they were capable of being very calm and to handle a funeral with respect. From my side where I sit, I think that earned ODM and Baba a lot of votes on how they treated KINGI, because KINGI expected the other way. I didn't see Aisha Jumwa. Maybe I was more concerned with KINGI. I didn't see Aisha Jumwa, but from speaker to speaker to speaker, they recognized KINGI, and more especially Joho, who said, "You are still my brother," even though, and Joho decided not to speak completely politics, he went spiritual, and after that, that is where now the demarcation came. And I think that we are going to have 2 kinds of voters in Kilifi. When it came time to bury, and you know, maybe somebody can help me. The guy is called William, but yet he's a Muslim. I didn't understand that. And I heard somebody say that in Kilifi, you can be called William and you are a Muslim. I didn't understand that. But when it came time to burial, Joho, I remember, came and told Baba, "Nyi mtabaki hapa, sisi wengine ambao tumefanya sijui nini, tutaenda and we will come back for you." I felt it was a decision time, that Joho and his brigade, who are Muslims, have made a solemn decision that they are going Baba's way. That was my interpretation. And how they left, how they came, how they finished that occasion showed that in the end, the damage that Ruto had done made more damage to himself and to KINGI as a person and to KINGI as a governor. I don't know where KINGI sleeps today, where he will start tomorrow. If I was KINGI, I will find a different strategy. I wouldn't go back on top of the car and start doing press-ups. I will sit down and ask myself, as a governor, with the respect I was given, where do I go from here? Because it shows that Mungaro has consolidated now the people and put them under the arm. And now moving forward, Baba and Mungaro are going to consolidate that vote. And KINGI might be welcome, but he should behave. Now, as others are giving prediction, mine is not concrete. Today, when KINGI is sleeping, I think half of his heart is truly regretting. Where KINGI sits today, he wishes he did not do what he did, because the people you have worked together for more than 10 years, and you remember the persecutions that they got when Jubilee was fighting ODM, whereby they were prevented from going to national events and others. They fought together. They were together in the trenches. Now, when it gets to the last lap, he isolates himself. So my prediction now, Roba, is I see a more calm KINGI. If he's going to be wise, and I use the word if, not when, he's going to retreat and find a common ground so that he can negotiate his own problems while he will be listened to. But if he continues to behave the way he behaved post that Matanga, I think the people of Kilifi are going to reject him overwhelmingly. That's my prediction. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Alex, for that. Indeed, it was. I was there. Are you there? Because when I see blank cameras, I get worried. Jose, are you there? Jose?
Yes.
Can you show your face, man?
Is it my turn?
No, show your face. Whether it's your turn or not, we want to see your face. Ukionyesha tu uko juu tunakutoa nje kwa studio.
I am known. I am known.
No. Just be there. We want to see you.
No, the camera was on the other side.
Yeah. Yes, Roba, before I bring Wycliffe. But before Roba, you know, Alex, people have always referred to Msambweni as a yardstick of how Kilifi, because you see the deputy president saying, "Si tuliwashinda hapa Msambweni." What people forget is that Msambweni seat, the independent guy didn't win. ODM lost it. You know, that guy wanted to run on an ODM ticket. And that guy was actually the CDF manager in the late MP's office. Now, a CDF manager, if you recall, CDF manager has so much power. Just by the fact that they are the ones who are distributing the CDF, they are the ones who are seeing where it's going to work and you know, stuff like that. It's a similar case to Okot's brother. I mean, Imran. He was a CDF manager in Kibra. Now, CDF manager, apparently, I came to realize they have lots and lots of power. They determine how much money who is going to be given especially for, for scholarships. So this guy was the CDF manager in Msambweni. Now, when the guy, I think it was a brother or a relative, when he died, he went to ODM, he needed the certificate. He said, hey, look here, I'm the CDF manager here. And, stuff like that. Of course, he looked for that. So what ODM did, I think they wanted a competitive, they didn't want to give him a direct nomination. They wanted a competitive process. The guy wanted a direct nomination. The campaign against ODM was simple. They went there and they told these guys, now, your children are in school. You have these many years remaining. Do you want to change an MP? When an MP comes, he comes with his own office. He will come with another manager. That was a clean sweep. And you see, when you are worried, all the women are worried about their children going to school and they are halfway down the line, and now they're being told someone else will come and change the office and bring someone else to be given, and it's likely that person will not give them all the scholarship. What is going to happen? So that was the part that they hit ODM, and that was it. So it isn't that there was such a kind of like, oh, we did this and we won here, And I mean, you can pick that in several places. You pick that with Msambweni. At least ODM got it right in Kibra. Makadara, when Sonko wanted to run, ODM didn't give him the certificate. He went and he won. So there are those kind of calculations that I think ODM over time has learned how to manage that. But your points are very, very key. I'm imagining where KINGI is. His team was very ready. He must have had a media team waiting, must have had their spinning guys waiting to spin whatever could have happened. It never did. Nyumba, you will speak, and then I bring in Wycliffe.
I had the mic. You told me I was next, though.
Yes, please. Then, but I pass to somebody else, please.
Okay, Robert.
Yeah. I think that I was the one who was. That's why I muted. Okay, few points here. First of all, let's take our condolences to the family of the MP who passed away over there down there. And I think Abuya might be on, before I say it might be the one who lives down there, might give us also the hints of what's going on. But here's what I see. First of all, what happened in the big picture? Let's appreciate it as a country, because that one shows how democracy works. It's not hatred all the time, going to a funeral, fighting. But these are two people. A few weeks ago, they couldn't see eye to eye because of the other one. I mean, he keeps on just moving place to place as the governor. But he comes there, the way it was set up, he's the one who introduced the Joe and introduced Papa. Then from there, for me, the way he spoke language, it's just like it looks losing. But the good news for him is this. He has only 70 days to be a governor of Kirifi. Then after that, somebody else is going to take over. So it's either his chapter will be closed come election night because he is a two-term governor, he'll be gone. Or at the same time, if he realizes things are not working on their side for Kenya Kwanza, maybe now he might start also going back again, like Alex said, to try to talk to Baba to see whether he can also make his image. Because remember, once you run away from Papa, you have a wrong way to go. If you want to ask Musalia Mudavadi what happened to him. We know the story. Ask Namwamba, you know what happened. And now this lady called Aisha Chuma. Watch, when she loses election come August 9th, you will never hear anything from her. She'll be gone out of stage. So we are not saying Papa makes all these people, but with Papa, you always rise your career. When you go against him, your career goes to the toilet. And that's what I think Mr. King should realize at this point, because you know what? Since Martha Karua came on, she has demolished the Kwanzaa team to their knees. And by next week or 2 weeks from now, we might not even say there's an election in Kenya. It's just like we are waiting for somebody to be shown in. That's the way I see it. Thank you.
Thank you, Robert. Wycliffe.
Good evening, gentlemen, wherever you are. First of all, I just want to say that this is a refreshing place where I always come in and just sit in the background and listen to politics being debated. My good friend Alex, I always enjoy listening to you because you always have a perspective that is very enriching. The other thing I want to say is I think this platform provides us Kenyans a place where we can discuss openly in terms of what the reality is on the ground, not the paid up crowds that we see on TV, no spin, just reality, or people who have first-hand knowledge or are able to look at something constructively and provide perspective. When it comes to the politics of Kenya, I think I'm at that point where I strongly believe that Baba has a winning team, and he has the team that can be able to propel him to become the 5th president of Kenya. But as we say, I always say that I never count my chicks too soon, because Kenya is full of surprises, and a lot of times, especially what I'm very uncomfortable with is how Uhuru is behaving. I'm not sure where the man is, but I think with Martha Karua, she's doing a great job helping Baba climb that mountain, be it one step at a time. I think it gives us that opportunity to say that when it's all said and done, we may not win the mountain vote per se, but we will make a serious dent in that math to be able to really provide Baba with the number of votes that he needs to become the next president. Kenya Kwisha, the way I call them, the joke they have for vice presidential candidates is amazing. I mean, at times people always say that when you have money, sometimes you cease to think. So just because Rigathi is loaded does not make him a good candidate for VP. So for all the political prowess that William Samoei Ruto is known for, I don't know how he bungled that so badly. He basically telling us that, as much as he claims that, he is following, he's the next kingpin in the Rift Valley after President Moi, who we knew as a professor of politics. He still has some growing, he still has a lot to learn in terms of how he chooses his team. Last but not least, I think when I look at especially the Nyanza politics, I think it's something that I thought like a place like PC was a lock for Simba, but I think there are some issues, especially with the UDA candidates and stuff like that gets me a little bit worried. But I think when all is said and done, we should have a number of votes to be able to win this coming election, and also have as much representation in parliament that are geared towards the Azimio side for us to be able to move our agenda forward. But I appreciate you giving me the opportunity to talk to this group, and I look forward to an excellent discussion.
Yes, Robert.
Yeah, Wycliffe, thank you. Just as a point you made about Uhuru misbehaving, it's not misbehaving. It's just like they're trying to move, calculating to see where things work. Uhuru's behind the scenes doing all this. Like now the Kalonzo thing and other things, I mean, that thing was already done. It's Uhuru was behind it. So, and remember Uhuru is the president of our country. And officially, the campaign started yesterday in Kenya. So him as being the president, now he can go on the campaign. He wanted to set an example. So I know most people wanted him to go to Mount Kenya and start campaigning. Sometimes he could have gone there, he could have done more damage than violence. Now we have this paper here with Mata KIRWA and now Bapa. So we are building the momentum on it. Now, remember what Uhuru said, kutangulia sio kufika. He can come from behind and Ruto be gassed up, then Papa anachukua and a finish line. And now Uhuru is time for him to come in 2 months left, behind the scenes, not necessarily in Mount Kenya. He can do it in other parts of the country. And Baba is going to be the next president of Kenya. Thank you.
Okay, Alex.
Remember, I schooled with this guy. We went to the same estate. Jamaa ana ndevu hata sikujua ni yeye. I'm looking from far, I'm wondering, who the hell is this? Wycliffe, thank you very much. Thank you. Abari Atlanta, I hope you're doing well. Many years, but I'm excited to see you. I didn't know it was you, man. Umezeeka bwana. Hey, pole sana.
Alex, wacha kuchoma. Now, Wycliffe, there's a question I want to ask you, especially hapo umesema about Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. What would you want to see in Uhuru Kenyatta? Jose, we want to see you on camera, Jose. Can you put your camera vizuri, Jose?
So for Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, I think
I can see you very well.
No, it's not. Wait, Wycliffe. It's not you seeing us. We want to see you. Unaona kila mtu hapa vile ameweka kamera. At least we want to see you kutoka hapa kwenda juu. Hatutaki mtu anakaa ni kama anatuchunguza. Yeye anatuona na sisi hatumuoni. Songesha kamera chini. Hivyo. We want to see your face.
You've always seen my face. Why are you complaining?
Ale, Didi, Osea, tunataka kuiona hivyo, tukuone ukituona. Yes, Wycliffe, what do you want to see in Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta?
So for me, I think if the president is very keen in terms of really supporting the candidacy for RAILA, I think that there should have been more stuff. You know, look at the example when they went to Kisumu. He almost avoided being with Baba at all costs. You know, so that he had another arrangement to go to. I mean, he should be able to create at least a bit of time just to be seen that he's with him. He's with Baba. When it comes to the mountain, I think what Robert just indicated, maybe just because that yesterday was the official day of politics, maybe now we'll start seeing him a little bit more out there campaigning for his candidate. But that was the place that I was missing when it's very quiet in terms of what is going on. You hear Baba whenever he goes to. He says, I will talk to Uhuru, I will talk to Uhuru about this, I'll talk to Uhuru about that. But then if you follow up those things, you don't hear anything that is coming out of it. Like the promises that were being made in Western that, atakuja kungoi maji, atakuja. So he puts RAILA on almost like on a where you have committed yourself, but you're not sure whether Uhuru is for sure going to come to the ground and actualize those things that he's putting himself on the line for. So that is the worry that I have, and I'm hoping those things can change as we move forward.
Okay, I'll allow Robert and then Jose. Let's Robert.
Yes, Wycliffe. All you see is by design. So behind the scenes, it's not like Baba does not meet Uhuru. They do. So like the thing you said about commissioning, there's a project, I think a university in Western Kenya. That one is going to happen. So what's going on here? They have two teams. I can tell you from my sources, very, very well works day and night. They can just shift. So what they are trying to do is what works and what does not work. So there's this thing here in between here, if you realize, I think they wanted Uhuru to start going to Mount Kenya. But at the same time, remember from the other side saying, you know what, Papa is just like, is being, is I mean, it's by Uhuru is the one who owns him. Is what, how do you call it? It's a project. Remember they were saying a project. But of latest, have you heard anything about a project? No. Now what they have started saying, they are saying, you know what? Oh, by the way, now, so Martha Karua now, Raila is hiding behind Martha Karua. So that's a losing team. Uhuru is the most smart politician you ever met in Kenya. He knows when time comes, he goes above and beyond. Right now, whatever you see what's happening here, Uhuru is 100% behind it. I'm telling you, I assure you, when time comes and some other places, you will see, you want to see Uhuru. But at this moment, things are going the way they are going. William Ruto has been shut down. He has no breathing room. I can tell you that. It's just like just the next 70 days is going to be hard for him. It's going to be too hard.
Jose.
Hello, good evening once again. Just to add on what Robert is saying, maybe you see Raila's candidacy and its acceptance, especially in the mountain, is something with issues which were discussed long time ago. And you need to remember, Uhuru is a president. Uhuru is not. Most Azimio supporters want to treat Uhuru as a campaign manager. Uhuru is not a campaign manager. You realize he stood on a podium and what did he say? Hiyo vote yangu moja. And he was just being funny. Hiyo vote yangu moja na watu wengine watatu wenye watashikana na mimi watakubali na mimi. See, that's what he said. Then he promised that going on, he is going to be Azimio Damu. That is for a president to say that. You remember during the NDC, how he behaved. You have nothing to doubt. And then secondly, you remember some time back, Jubilee released about 100 campaign vehicles. And if you follow, for those who have been monitoring, all those vehicles are in the Azimio campaign, not even Jubilee as such. You have seen the sort of Azimio rallies in Central, even without Raila, without Uhuru. All those things are under very strategic groups who are doing exactly, for those who are bother to check, Uhuru is keenly in charge. And you remember last month, I think early this month, was it in Nyeri? He did say that some people are sending rumors that he will not going to campaign. He said, wait and see. And he was in a church function. Now, you remember during the prayer day, as has been reliably learned, it is Raila actually informed Uhuru that he is not going to be there. KIRWA was going to be there on his behalf. And do you remember what the DP did? Somehow he got the wind, and as if to shortcut everything, what did he do? He pretended now to be the one not observing protocol. He didn't want to get the recognition in the event that, because Uhuru was actually going to have KIRWA to make a comment or two. But you saw what happened. He went off the way and did that. Then Ruto, with this forgetfulness, you remember during the NDC Jubilee, Uhuru said, sasa amekuwa Azimio Damu. And his wish is that Azimio will form the next government his wish. Now, during the prayer day, to make everybody laugh, what did Ruto say? He hopes God will grant Uhuru. That was what the laughter was all about. He hopes God will grant Uhuru his wish as he retires in peace. And the whole thing was so funny. People were wondering, what is the DP saying? What did Uhuru himself say? He agrees with William that God will grant his wishes. What are his wishes? That Azimio will form the next government. Anyway, that was just with a light touch. I want to just appreciate what has happened so far on the Azimio front. Today, when
just hold on a sec on that.
Yeah.
Just hold on that. Yes, Alex.
I want to make my childhood friend Wycliffe understand this point. You are Uhuru and you're watching news, and Ruto is in Kilifi, and this is what he says. Huyu ni project ya huyu mtu. Huyu ni Baragoi. Watu ambao wamemweka kule unawajua ni wagani. Watu wake, you heard all the speech that he made, very contemptuous. In fact, I was sitting in my sofa and I was carrying my phone. I went and sat in my reading table. It was too uncomfortable. I found myself in the fridge opening because it was painful. I wanted it to get finished, and I really wanted to know what is this guy saying. It was so painful. Then I put myself in the position of Uhuru. You know, Ruto was basically abusing Uhuru, not Baba. In all that clip. Contemptuous. Yani cheche za matusi, no breaks. You are the one bringing this project. He ended up, huyu mtu analala, anasahau, anafanya nini. He's telling what kind of project are you bringing to us. Una understand? Now, sit down and ask yourself, you think Uhuru is sitting comfortably somewhere and somebody is abusing him like that, and he will allow and actually hand over power to him? Just ask yourself, do you think Uhuru is that stupid? Be careful when somebody is calm and not replying to you. Be careful when somebody is ignoring you. Be careful actually when somebody doesn't even, he shows you that he's not paying attention. Behind the way I stood up, went to the fridge, went to my reading table, Uhuru doesn't sit down and wait for Ruto to finish abusing him. There are phone calls, there is money running, there are things that you can't see. And those things is what happens in the corridors of power. Uhuru is the same man. During, Uhuru has sometimes they say people reveal who they are unintentionally. One of the times that Uhuru revealed who he was, and I really feared him, was matanga ya nani, ya mtimama. He was so mad until he told Raila, kwani gazeti si ni ya kufunga nyama? You remember that? And he told him, I'm in power. You remember that? Those words have never gone away. He knows he's in power. He's in control. So Ruto is contemptuous, forgetting the person he's dealing with. And I think it has come to a point now I've started being comfortable with the behavior of Uhuru. Because had Uhuru been reactionary, we will be having a lot of problems in that country because he will be reacting to every statement of Ruto. And Ruto will be happy. Now, if you hear what is happening in, whether it was a blog speech or it was created content creation, there was a Kalenjin guy who came and was saying, angalia, wakati KIRWA anasema hii, we Gachagua natuambia hii. You understand what was happening? Even within the Kalenjins themselves, they've started feeling uncomfortable with Ruto and his running mate. So what I'm telling you is your uncomfortability with how Ruto is taking things is what we used to feel like. But it looks like how Uhuru deals with power is totally different. This person who had power from childhood and the way he handles power is totally different from us, and how he executes his own mission is totally different, but he is very effective in the end. So one thing is that he will contain Ruto by all necessary means. I understand your fears, but I don't think the same way I sit down, I become comfortable, uncomfortable, the way Ruto says all those things. I don't think Uhuru is also very comfortable with that man. One thing I'm sure is that he will never hand power to him. And in fact, they are going to create a situation whereby Ruto is going to go to a political oblivion. And you've started seeing it. You've started seeing it. And I'm glad I'm seeing it from far. Not as fast as I want, but slow but steady will get us there.
Thank you, Alex. Wycliffe, I also want to just give my 3 points to that, together with what everyone else has said. The point number one is that Raila Amolo Odinga is the easiest politician to sell. Now, I want you to consider that in the backdrop of the past 3 electoral processes, electoral cycles, 2007, 2013, and 2017. All 3 elections have been contested. And 2007, basically, you know what happened. Raila had the most MPs. Even Kivuitu said that he didn't know who won. 2013 was contested. And 2017 was contested. And we had to have a repeat election. So what it tells you is that you're dealing with a formidable candidate. This is someone that in all arguable means has not lost an election fairly in the last 3 elections. That is whom we are talking about. And they know it. They are acutely aware of that fact. Ruto is acutely aware of that fact. In fact, in 2007, Ruto was in Baba's side and he knew Baba won. 2013, they know Baba won. 2017, you know what happened. So they know that in the past 3 electoral cycles, it has had to be manipulated. All right? Now, who has had to manipulate it? The state. So now, fast forward, we're in 2022. If this person, the state has had to manipulate the election for him to be declared not to have won, what happens when the state is not manipulating that election? That's a question you want to ask. So if the state is not manipulating that election and the results are declared as they are supposed to be, this is the person that's going to win. So that is where I'm saying he's the easiest person to sell. So what the easiest work that Uhuru needs to do, in any case, is to ensure that the state does not manipulate the election. Now, that is point number one. Now, point number two. Uhuru is a master chess player. And if you know how to play chess, and maybe if you have seen in some soccer cases, I loved Brazil. Brazil, there was this guy who was called Ronaldinho. Ronaldinho was one of the guys who could really dribble and, like get the people to him. Once he gets the people, the other players of the opponent who has his side, there will be a player that will be left unmarked. What will he do? He will pass the ball to that person and the scores will be going in. Now, Uhuru played a very psychological game, put himself in the middle and received the attack. So all these people, the Kenya Kwanza guys and UDA, they are their strategic team were focused on one person. So they forgot that there could be someone else who will be passed to this ball. They were never prepared at all. That at the end of the day, in fact, in their wildest imagination, they never thought that the deputy president running mate nominee would be, of the least of them all, Martha Karua. They had looked in the lineup of Azimio and they thought that coming from this side, the only person that these people can settle on is Kalonzo Musyoka because of one thing, according to them. He has the numbers that Raila has always been having. Now, at that point, they were training their guns and all they wanted to do, and they needed to prop up Raila as a stooge and a puppet and someone who is going to be used by the state. And their strategy was based on that. The last 2 weeks, the ball, who made sure that they actually trailed all their narrative around him. And then he passed the ball to someone else. When the ball passed, UDA and Kenya Kwanza do not have anything to say about Martha Karua because they didn't think she was going to be there. And the person that he passed the ball to is someone, is clean, has never been mentioned in any corruption case anywhere, is someone that you can't even, they can't talk about her. They tried, but whenever they try talking, the kind of response they receive is out of this world. So they don't touch. It's a hot wire. You don't touch. When you touch, it comes burning you. That's a psychological game. In war, you have covert and overt mechanisms that you use. In campaigns, you have overt, things that can be seen, and covert, things that cannot be seen. We cannot just say Uru is, for him to be seen to be campaigning, he has to have those, things that we are seeing that is going to a particular. No, there are some other things you operate in silence. There's psychological manipulation, and they were talking. So in this, I want to submit to you in my own way of looking at it. In fact, right now, if Uhuru didn't even attend any rally, because he's already killed the narrative that they were trying to pop up, that, Uhuru is not retiring, he's just being there, he's still going to be controlled by so-and-so. Then, boom, there's Martha Karua, who is now so strong, they don't have any narrative before they can catch up. Their deputy chairman has run away before they can catch up. They have another running mate who is loose mouth. He's saying everything, so they have to go back to firefighting. They have to keep on looking at what do we say now that he has said this. So they're now on the reaction part. Before you know it, the days are moving and you're creating another one. So they're kept busy. They're trying to create something for Martha Karua, but they can't get it. They can't seem to get anything. And Martha Karua is lazy. Now listen, Martha Karua comparatively to Kalonzo wasn't necessarily going to bring many numbers. But there's a reason as to why she was placed there. And there's a reason as to why Baba does not want Kalonzo to go. There's a reason as to why they do not want Kalonzo to go, and Uhuru doesn't want Kalonzo to go. There's a reason. Political reasons. Because politics is about numbers. So that, in my view, is what is making, and by all means, I wouldn't want to see him, like going with Baba again, for them to find another, another narrative. Let him keep it, covert, so that we are not seeing anything. But he's working on the backdrop. So that's what I could say. Wycliffe, and then we can go to Abuya.
I've not completed.
I just want to appreciate the responses that you've given. I think that's a one perspective that I totally agree with, that there could be some covert things that he's doing behind the scene. My worry was the promises that Baba gives, say that he atatekeleza. So those are things that are still out there that are almost, if they don't happen, then it can also come back and be as a negative thing for Raila. That was my biggest worry in terms of all these things that Baba says, okay, atafanya hii, ataongea na ndugu yangu, and we will get this done. So those are promises that you're leaving on the table that if they're not fulfilled, then it puts Baba in bad light. But other than that, I think I totally agree with everything that has been said, and I'm hoping that we are all right in terms of the commitment that the president has in Azimio to get us to that finish line. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Yes, Jose, what are you saying?
Yeah, and I donated my time for you to make that comment because it was related to his question. But now let me finish what I was presenting. I was saying that I just wanted to appreciate the sort of change that has been brought around by the Azimio team, especially around the Martha Karuas. Now, today, you remember we had looked at the figures, and believe it or not, this idea of climbing the mountain, when it first started early in January, at that time, if you were to look at the figures that we gave out, in Nyandarua, Raila only commanded 1%. 1% of the votes there. In Nyeri, the same 1%, KIRINYANGA 1%, Muranga 1%. Now, the best percentage for Baba was in Meru at 10%, and then followed by Kiambu at 7%. Now, interestingly, Kiambu was number 2 in terms of that at 7%, but it had the highest number of votes, 69,000 in the previous election. Now, in the recent opinion poll, interestingly, KIRINYANGA, where Martha is, which was 1%, now they are on May 23rd, they are rating it at 45% against Ruto's 55%. Now, I think that is the best performing county in the entire Central, followed closely by Kiambu at 40%, which was initially only 7%. Then in Meru, he has 38%. Of course, then 7% in Embu. Now, my point is that if at the beginning of the year, Raila was struggling to get at least 25%, which is required in the 24 counties, so to say. Now, today, as we speak, all the central Kenya counties, the list is 29%. They are all above 29%. Now, I think if you attribute this to the kind of moves, the kind of campaigns that the Uhuru team led by the Kanini Kegas and Martha Karua, I think they really need to be appreciated. They keep saying that all Raila needs from Central is 30 to 40%. Now, if you were to look by that, if these opinion polls are anything are credible, then I think that then we can actually say that the 30% has already been achieved. Now the remaining bit is just to increase it further. So those who are predicting that the worst that would happen is that it will be 50-50 for between Raila and Ruto in Central, it may well actually be true. Now, as we speak, using the same figures, the best Ruto is getting is at 71%. Now, we have been told that for Uhuru to win, he must get 80% from Central. Now, indications are that he will not get there. Well, we don't want to start celebrating too early, but I think these figures are just expected to go down. Ruto's figures are just expected to go down and down. And for true, I think Raila will end up with close to 60% in the entire Central. That is my take for today.
Yes, Robert.
Okay, to see what Jose said. On my part also, let's not forget to appreciate or thank Mr. Raphael Tutu. If you remember, when ASMU started, they had some issues, my friend. I mean, they were all over the place. They were out of control. Nobody couldn't tell who's the spokesman. Everything was all over the map. And even me, I came here and I questioned them. I said, so what are they doing? Because they are all over. Remember, even from the other side, they were just saying, oh, look at them. They are out of control. So remember, since Raphael Tutu came in and Mr. Macau, the spokesman of RAILA, I think things have gone. They look at national party. They look, they can govern the country. So something I was just thinking this way when you were saying all this and what Alex represented and when we have been discussing here. Can you imagine Ruto wins tomorrow and they form a government? How there are some people really divided within their circles. It's going to be chaotic. It's going to be chaotic. And we cannot let them do that. One of the things which I think Aris was saying, he had it someone saying about Baba, and he went to his fridge, he went to whatever he went to. Let me also give you my experience. I was so pissed off when people like the running mate and also the guy, what's his name? This guy from northeastern Kenya, who was the former speaker, I mean the former majority leader. He came there. Duale, yes. They are telling people, oh, setting right at Mount Kenya is like giving pork to a Muslim. That pissed me off. I was so mad about it because I just felt like, first of all, Raila is a human being. Second of all, the people of Central, they have their own choice to make. It's not like just everything they say, that's what happens. And now, what's about it, about this issue, about this running mate, I want everybody to go to every clip. Since he opened his mouth. Everything he does, he's just talking about our things about Central Province, Central Region, Central Region, Central Region. He was not given a running mate of Central Region. He was given a running mate of the whole country. No wonder he has not even got out of. I think maybe he doesn't know what somebody has to tell him what a running mate does. A running mate is not to be a tribal running mate. A running mate means to be the next president of a country if anything happens to a president. And I can't imagine ever. I can't even pronounce his name. And now something has happened to Ruto. Whatever the Gatti is the president of Kenya. Hell no. No. I don't want to see that kind of picture. I mean the kind of picture of him, because in fact, tell you the truth, even my dad was telling me some of the things that he knows some of the things when he was during the Nyayo time. He said he's somebody who has a very bad reputation. And that one, we know it. And the same people from the Nyayo era, now they form the next government, then we are doomed as Kenyans.
Yeah, the things that you're saying make a lot of sense in our political scene. If we don't learn, if we don't express ourselves, if we don't point them out, then definitely we are likely to see doom. Fred Momanyi, how are you?
I'm good. How are you doing, guys?
We are doing good. Karibu.
Asante.
You wanna speak?
Oh yeah.
Haya, karibu.
Kuna kitu moja niko na concern fulani. about campaign zetu vile zinaenda. So far so good, the campaigns are good. Tuangalia venye umeona venye tumekunja Western, kila kitu iko sawa, but I was just I had kind of like a suggestion or advice kwenda kwa baba na the team when it comes to mambo na messaging. Nilikuwa naomba kwamba baba should avoid this issue kusema wewe utashika watu nipeleke committee nitafanya bla bla nini na nini ABCD. I think that's the work for judiciary. Baba should concentrate kwa mambo na especially stipend ya 6,000 nini na nini, vitu kama hizo, mambo na housing, you know, such hizo vitu zinafanya nini, zina affect mwananchi wa kawaida, you see. So it's kind of like an advice kwa wale ambao wanatusikiza kwa hii channel ya kwamba they should go back, wakana baba chini, messaging, they should take care, they should work on messaging. Unaona, he has been doing good, lakini issue ya kusema tu nitapeleka committee siji what, you know, hiyo phobia unapata kwanza watu wengi wako nayo, especially the people from Mount Kenya, you see. So apart from that, naona kwamba we are doing good. Naona we are really doing good, and I'm happy what Gachagua is doing. Let Gachagua open that mouth, aongee cha anaongea. Makosa yani era za Gachagua the advantage ya Azimio, you see. So you people, you should be celebrating, just be happy. Wacha Gachagua yazidi kufanya makosa, then we just ride on. Then we see whether we're gonna get the votes we want. So I'm following you. Niko na shughuli kidogo, I'm following you, then I'll come back. Thank you.
Okay, so yes, Robert.
Fred, I did just go back. Let me revise what you just said.
Which Robert are you saying?
Robert. Oh.
Temba. Nani?
Wacha Robert ongea alafu Abuya nakutaka Abuya.
Mumanyi. So what I wanted to tell him is that Raila, he says those people belongs to committee. He doesn't say he's the one who's going to take them there. He says those people belongs committee or Shibalata, whatever it is. I don't know how to pronounce it. Yes, so but that one, if you want a message to be reached, if you have a concern, you will get it. They watch this one here. I know some of his advisors, Mr. Onyango, watches this one here, and it can be communicated. It's not a big deal. But at the same time, what he has said is those people belongs to jail. It doesn't mean he's the one who wants to take it, and which I believe it is for the judicial to take its course.
Yes, Abuya.
I have 2 points to make. One is to respond to the gentleman Fred Momani, who was just mentioned something about the messaging. You know, the corruption in Kenya is at such a high level that unless Raila speaks strongly about it and what he intends to do for the country, there are people who will just think that it is a changing of one regime to another and everything goes on as normal. It must be business unusual. Thieves belong to jail. That is a clear message. When a presidential candidate is sending out a message to the country about how to deal with corruption, there should not be any other language, because these are people who are robbing the citizens their livelihood. We should never sugarcoat thieves. People who are having 12 billion in their accounts and yet cannot show anything about it. And even if they show, it is machines which are not working in across the country in our country. Those people belong to jail. economic crimes should be punished heavily. That one I would beg to disagree with Fred. And then there's something this evening that was in the news, just slightly off topic of what is the menu for today, and this is about
Hold on, Abuya.
Yes?
Before you go to your point. I don't know what makes Fred say that Raila should not talk about corruption. One thing you realize is that the other side do not have the moral or even the wherewithal to talk about corruption. So when you're saying that Baba should not talk about corruption, you're probably telling him, hold on, Fred. You're probably just hold on. You're probably telling him to keep quiet about what the other people have been silent about. There needs to be, you realize in Baba's campaign, if you have listened to them, if you have listened to Baba and you have listened to KIRWA has said in no uncertain terms that everybody, even if it's your brother, and is mentioned that has engaged in corruption, the process of the law will take its course. And if you are found guilty, you will go to jail. So the law will be followed. Now, the other side, they have not at any point given assurance that they're going to fight corruption. We do not want a leadership that is ish about corruption. That because we fear voters, our problem, Fred Momanyi, in the country is not even the lack of resources, is the pilferage of public funds. And if you don't have a leader who is clear and straight up about the fight against corruption, that is just like recycling the same kind of thing. In fact, right now, if you realize what is the difference between Kenya Kwanza and Azimio, it is how the Azimio side has robustly talked about their fight against corruption. And if you listen to our First Lady all through as she's talking, she has said, she has even given a nice example. We have this team and the other team, and even you know your children. Which one can you send to the store and you hope to come back with the money that you have given them? I mean, you can't start saying that, oh, you should not be talking about corruption, just gloss over it, oh, because you're going to scare away people. No, we are going to fight corruption. Corruption is our cancer, is the one that is eating our society. It's not because we don't have money. The other side cannot, because from top down, it's like a charge sheet of corruption. Everybody has been accused of something about corrupt dealing. So hit the people where they hurt most. They can't talk about it. We can talk about it. And I urge the Azimio to continuously talk about it. There shouldn't be hakuna kubembeleza mtu. Ule mtu ako na shida. In fact, young people should fear corruption and corrupt leaders like anything. We shouldn't fear someone who fears that when corruption is mentioned, we are going to fear to vote. If you fear, then you are part of it. If you can't fight it, you are part of it. You can't be complicit in corruption. So, I mean, I disagree with you, Fred, as much as you're saying, oh, Baba should be coming a little easy, should not talk about corruption. We should cease to be bystanders. We should cease to sit in the fence. Let's hear Jackie Dube, and then Fred Momanyi will talk on that. Jackie Dube on that, and then I allow Fred to give a response.
Asante sana Themba, na wasalimia tena sana tena. Momanyi anataka kusema kwamba Baba awe kama Ruto, ambaye anasema hii, alafu anasema hii, alafu anasema hii, alafu hiyo. Raila sio mtu wa namna hiyo. Raila ako tayari hata kupoteza hiyo president, lakini anasimama na haki. Unakumbuka mambo ya Mao? Raila alisimama na akasema hata kama hiyo itamfanya akose president, which ilimfanya akakosa, lakini haki ni, alisema ukweli. Leo si watu wanasema vile alisema ni ukweli. Hata wale walikuwa wanampinga wanajua hiyo ni kitu ni kweli. Kwa hiyo hatutaki, ndio maana nawaambia tuanze na sisi. Let's start with us. Lazima tukubali kwamba nani corruption ni mbaya. Na kama corruption ni mbaya, we start from us. Na kama mtu anaisema, lazima tu support huyo mtu to the mpaka mwisho, kwa sababu corruption ni unaibia mama yako, unaibia kila mtu, unaiba pesa ambazo zinatakiwa kununua hospitali, dawa ya hospitali, alafu unataka tufunike. No, tunataka leader ambaye haogopi kusema ukweli, na mimi nimewaambia ukweli ndio itajenga. Huyu mambo ya kusema uongo, Ruto anasema leo hii, kesho anasema ingine, mara anasema billboard iko anasema billboard. Sasa unataka baba aseme hivyo kwamba hakuna corruption na corruption iko? Hiyo haiwezekani bwana. Asante sana Demba.
Okay, Fred Mumanyi, and then I move to Abuya.
Okay, nimepata maoni yenu, but I think wacha niweke statement ndio eleweke mzuri. You see, if you see Martha Karua, the way Martha Karua is talking when it comes to, you know, messaging is very important in every aspect. If you want to achieve something, you need to be very, very, very sure and careful with your messaging. One, if you see the way Martha Karua anaongelesha watu, you know, with the tone and everything, people develop that hope. You know, you put something new. Is like you put a fresh blood in people's body. In our they feel like there's hope in this person. You see. So what I mean with Baba, of course, Baba, you can't gag Baba to talk about corruption. Baba is that's a one way person. We see mtu wa kurudisha nyuma ufanye ABCD kama Ruto. You see. But the thing is, kusema kwangu azin mambo na messaging na tone, Baba, wacha Baba tu akuwa honest vile anasema mambo yake, anawaambia ni aje tutawafunga in case mtu yote ambaye anajua miba mali ya serikali, tukichukua serikali tutafuatilia hiyo kesi, tukishafuatilia kesi we'll make sure that mahakama imejukumika na tutafunga watu mali ya serikali irudi. You see? So that's the way all through he campaigns zote Baba amefanya. That's the way he has been talking. That's the kind of message he has been having. You see, we don't have a problem with that. But the fact being that right now we have Martha Karua. You see, Martha Karua is there. The way Martha Karua talks, the way Martha Karua talks about corruption, you can see there's a difference between Martha Karua and Raila Odinga. You see, so. It was sisemi ati ni mbaya Baba asiongee chochote, but it was my concern that Baba should tell people that unajua pia ile tone unaambia watu ni aje, lazima atakufunga, unaona, lazima atakufunga. You see, people feel like ai huyu jamaa, you see. So let Baba tell people that mtu yote ambaye kama unajua you're corrupt, we will tell you, you see, but we will allow courts to do its job, unaona. At least you know you don't act like a dictator, you know. Try to engage judiciary, try to engage the bodies which take care about issue of corruption. Ndio watu waone kwamba kweli mtu ambaye anafuata anaongea pia anafuata sheria. You see, this is the problem people have been having. Let's speak the truth. People have been having that they fear Raila, the tone and everything, the way anakaa kama dictator, si unaona? But sasa the way Martha Karua anaongea ni tofauti na Baba. Isema ati Baba siongee juu ya corruption ama nini na nini. You see, that's why Baba akona azimio legal team na everything. Hiyo team ambayo inashughulikia mambo na kampeni yake. This is the problem UDA has. You see, UDA they wajakaa chini na Gachagua, waambie Gachagua there's some stuff which you need not to talk to people. You see, especially if you go somewhere, you talk about rice, you talk about meat, you talk about sijua tu nini na nini, vitu zingine zenye hakuna hata chokora ziongea. You see, that's why you see everybody is complaining. You see, if you see TV47, you see what this Barack Muluka said, and I love the statement he said. He said UDA is crumbling. because Gachagua is talking shit, you know. Gachagua anaongea vitu zingine zenye hakuna hata, is like UDA doesn't have haina mwelekeo, you see. So we are doing good, but Baba wacha improve mambo na tone, unaona. Messaging yake ikuwe pia ni ile ya ya kupatia watu matumaini, you see. Baba ni mbaya. Baba is doing good, but the thing is messaging yake inabidi
kama uko corrupt unaogopa nini?
No, atuseme at corrupt. Kama Temba, kama if you are corrupt, there's no problem, you see. But the thing is, just try to engage, try to engage all the bodies. Watu wajua kwamba hii ni kitu ambayo inafuatwa na sheria. Unajua baba akisema nitakushika, listen, nitakushika na nitakufunga, nitakupeleka.
Yes.
No, baba izifunga mtu ambaye anaweza funga mtu ni koti. Kama umepelekana na corruption, utapelekwa kotini Temba, sheria ifuatwe, afu ufungwe. Umeona?
Nafikiri Momanyi, kusema kweli nataka ujisikie vile unasema, ujisikie, kwa sababu kitu Raila amepigania ni democracy na rule of law, na yanasema wale wezi wanafaa waende kamiti. Hajasema eti yeye anayochukua, amesema. Na hiyo kitu Raila anasema, hiyo message yake ni nzuri, kwa sababu wako na Martha Karua. Sasa huwezi kumwambia Raila azungumze kama Martha Karua. Martha Karua waje azungumze kama Martha Karua. Manake Martha Karua huwezi kumwambia aongee kama Raila. Martha Karua wacha aongee kama Martha Karua, na Raila wacha aongee kama Raila. Hata mimi hapa naongea kama mimi Jackie Dubey, na Demba anaongea kama Demba. Sio kusema kwamba tutachukua watu mimi nitasema na sauti yangu vile ninavyoona, lakini huwezi kumwambia sasa Raila kitu ambaye amepigania miaka yote. Na wewe unajua kuna wezi. Afadhali wezi wakisikia sauti yake wakimbie kuliko kusema kama Ruto ambaye anasema hii hiyo hatutaki. Tunataka style ya Raila iwe ni yake, na watu wanamjua ni mtu wa namna gani. Unajua, na hata Martha amewambia, Martha unamjua, saa ya kazi hataki mchezo, acheki na mtu. Sio kusema eti yeye ni mtu mbaya dictator, lakini anaamini lazima saa ya kazi ufanye kazi, saa ya vitu vingine iwe ni vitu vingine. So ikifika saa ya corruption, mimi si waonia aibu, wala si hao watu wa corruption si waonia aibu, hata kama watafanywa nini, because hao watu wanaua watu, wameua watu wengi sana Kenya. Kwa sababu sasa ukiiba pesa ambayo inaenda kununua dawa ya mama yangu au mtoto wa ndugu yangu au nani akunywe, alafu wewe hiyo pesa unaiba, alafu unasaka kusema tuje tuseme kwa kama kukubembeleza. Hatumbembelezi bwana. Hii mambo ya kubembeleza watu wezi hakuna. Ndio maana Magufuli aliwaambia habembelezi, awaonee haya. Na uliona muda mfupi ambao Magufuli alikaa, alinyorosha hiyo nchi yake. Saa nyingine wacheni hii mambo ya kubembeleza watu. Tunawabembeleza na wao wanatuua. Why do we do that? Tafadhali bwana.
Nimekubali. It was my view.
Watu corrupt wanatakiwa hata sauti zetu wakisikia watoke, waache hiyo mtindo, waache hiyo kitu kabisa.
Alafu Fred Momanyi, you need to realize one thing. Unajua, Baba. I mean, hata ukianza kusema Baba is a dictator, you are actually just look at yourself and understand the person you're talking about. Baba, even arriving at choosing a running mate, he didn't sit in some place for 10 hours, 17 hours, and then some vote comes, and then another person is cast. I mean, the vote favors another person. Then he chooses someone else who is more of a dictator. I mean, we need sometimes to be realistic about how things are supposed to go. And when you start, at least sometimes, Momanyi, when you come and say, oh, Baba should talk like Martha, like Jackie Dubey has said, that's why it's a ticket. It's a complimentary ticket. Umepewa baba na mama. Now, immediately ali-announce Martha as a running mate na akamweka Minister for Justice. Kuna vitu mingi sasa hapo zinayofanyisha, everything will be according to the law. You don't need you don't need to, it's not rocket science to understand Baba has been fighting for freedoms of everybody that we enjoy, including freedom to come here and talk and speak the way we speak. Now, those people who are fearing hata si wewe ni wale watu ambao wameiba na wanajua ya kwamba wakati sheria itaanza kuchukua mkondo, some of them will be followed. You have no reason to worry if you have never eaten any corruption money. Lakini kama wewe umehusika, tutakushika, tutakufunga, tutakuweka ndani. Hivyo ndio tunasema, tutakushika, tutakufunga, tutawacha hata baba, hata sisi wa Kenya, we will take you to court na tutakufunga. Sasa hiyo maneno ya kutuambia hapa tiozi, watu wanaogopa baba akisema ati watakushika utashikwa. Wewe wacha zako friend bana. Hebu ngoja tusikie Roba, alafu tuende kwa Abuya.
I think, Momanyi, to add on that, let me say, we should also change Sharia yetu. Anybody who's convicted of 1 million and above, 1 million to 500,000 life in prison, anything beyond 5 million, death penalty. That's what I want to see. Well, but this is Sharia. Nataka hiyo. If you steal and you are convicted more than 5 million, kifo. You go face death penalty.
Kuna death penalty in Kenya bwana. Even the accused have their rights. We cannot throw away chapter 6 bwana. Bill of Rights. Ule accused hakuna rights zake. So our constitution will reign supreme.
I said we need to change our laws. Who was convicted? What convicted?
Ndio,
lakini right. You can fight it, but if somebody's convicted more than 1 million shillings to 500, life. Anything beyond 500,000 million and above is faces.
Tena kama umesoma tumekusomesha na pesa zetu alafu unaiba, hiyo tunatakiwa tukufunge sawa sawa, kwa sababu tunakusoma uelimike ndio ujue hizi mali ya Wakenya inatakiwa uilinde. Kama uilindi na tumekusomesha, lazima tukufunge miaka nyingi zaidi ya hiyo nani. Manake hiyo ni kwa sababu tumefanya kazi bure kukupeleka shule.
Abuya.
Then, but you sent me to the parking lot and kept me there for a very long time while I was making my contribution. Anyway, I'm back finally.
Wacha kuwa mtu anapenda kulalamika sana.
Now let me finish. You know, I'm very diplomatic. When I decide to become aggressive, you will not handle me. Now, just to wind up on the corruption issue, I just want to remind Mr. Fred that when Baba started talking about the corruption issue and where these people belong, Shimolatewa, committee, and wherever, you saw the reaction. If you want to know, if you want to know somebody who is a thief, you just look at their reactions. The first thing is that they admitted through the reaction of the body language that they are thieves. Because the first thing that Ruto said last week, when the pressure was too much and corruption was becoming the agenda of this election, he said, hao watu bana wacha kutusumbua. Si kuna hii watu ya Kemsa. Kwani hao watu wa Kemsa wako nchi gani? Si wako hapa tu. Si waanze na hao ndio tukuje, alafu waanze na hao. That is an admission in itself, that they acknowledge that they are thieves, but start with the other ones first. You know, it indirectly is telling us, start with the other ones. We are also thieves, but please start with the Kemsa thieves. It tells you that we are in a rotten society, and the reason that it is a do or die thing for William Ruto is because of the rot within them. I mean, like Sifuna said, the names are like a charge sheet. These are people who are so scared about presidency that involves no. In fact, the presidency is they are not worried so much about Raila. They are more worried about the deputy because of her track record and how tough she can be, and the fact that Raila insinuated that she will be handling anything to do with justice and constitutionalism and justice. That has sent shivers down their spines. They are extremely worried. Okay, I'll leave it at that on that. Now, there is the news item that this evening about one man we have always said we are going to avoid talking about, but he just landed from, I think, London, and is back in our minds. It is one Stephen Kalonzo Musyoka. I want to beg Azimio, if they are listening anywhere, to avoid this man like a plague. Let him come at on his own volition without any conditions. You see, already there is a news item about him and the issue of talking about particular government slots. This is a gentleman who has not been campaigning for Azimio at all. The cake has been baked. Before we even bring it to the table, he's already saying the share that he wants while the cake is in the oven. This is another side that I think we have not noticed about Stephen Kalonzo Musyoka. Kalonzo Musyoka, we only know Kalonzo Musyoka from the watermelon side of flip-flopping and what have you. But now it has reached a stage where we are seeing a very, very selfish man, somebody who is not interested in the country's agenda. He has never campaigned for Azimio. He's still coming in with the demands. Same thing that he was doing a month ago. And you will see the net effect. Any audience that Kalonzo will be given will slow down the momentum of the Azimio campaign. So I want to think that somebody should either talk to him directly, maybe Uhuru Kenyatta, Raila, and tell him that if we are going to have any deal, we are not going to have a deal that is being prosecuted in the public domain or through the media. If genuinely he wants to support Azimio and wants to be in government, he should be discussing these things of the media. Because you cannot land and barely 24 hours, not even 12 hours, and your story is already in the media and how much you want from the Azimio government. That is extremely wrong, and we should avoid this gentleman like a plague. Thank you.
Selina, are you there?
Ongea kwanza, thank you. Niko na simu ya Kenya.
Aya, Robert.
Hey, Mr. Abuya, let's go back. The deal is done. And I think if you heard what I said, the deal is done. So it's going to get 3 slots. That was done they agreed on. He wanted the infrastructure, that's roads under construction, that they never gave him. I think they gave him water and other slots. So as we speak, it's a done deal. Kalonzo will start campaigning and as from before the end of next week. So even if you say what you are saying is a done deal, you can't change it at this point. And I think what's that?
Yeah. What I'm against is the idea of him trying to twist Azimio in front of using the media. You know, you can discuss your deals behind the scenes, and this idea of bringing it out every other time he brings it out to the media, it hurts the Kamba community or the Kamba nation, because they will always feel that they are being unfairly treated, which is wrong.
Yes, so at this point, it looks like that's the last thing we will ever hear from him. Is one with the campaigns. So this one is a done deal. And after that, we will never hear anything from Kalonzo other than campaigning and other things. But like you said, yes, so in some extent, it hurts people. But that's what Kalonzo told you a few weeks ago. He said, anything we just done will be in public record, public domain. And that's what he promised. And that's what he's doing. So this thing was done, the meeting was online. Then after online, they agreed on 3 slots for him. It's good to go. So let's see what brings the tail. But from the numbers, hey, if Kalonzo comes back, like we've been saying here, this thing's done. It's cooked.
Thank you. Back to you, Themba.
You know, Abuya, there's something that probably we most of us are refusing to agree. There's something that Kalonzo is bringing on board. As much as, yes, he's a troublesome child, but there's something, like Roba is saying, there's something about his numbers that will ensure that this thing it will first of all reduce the kind of the headache that probably Azimio would have to work harder, maybe twice as much in Ukambani as it would if all the Ukambani people are in Azimio, including Kalonzo. But which they're not necessarily telling him that if he chooses to go to run, he shouldn't. If he wants to run, they have told him that's an option, but they were not going to force him not to. But it will be better if he comes and now they campaign from within Azimio, which is something for me right now. If you have the bigger picture in mind, you want all the numbers you can get. Even Mudavadi, if he came today, that would be a good addition. Even Weta. Right now, anybody coming in, let them come in. They say it is the principle, gather all, scatter none. So if anybody comes in, and we don't want to look at, oh, he has betrayed us. In politics, you have the bigger picture. The bigger picture is you want to win. And winning in an election is you win by numbers. So anything that you can do to do that, you see already we have a president and his deputy, and we have a constitution that is going to rule Kenya. The rest of the things is based on what you agree. I mean, they come after the thing has come. What happens in politics, they say once you've already won. Now, when that time comes, now you say, okay, fine, these are the realities on the ground. I'm sure even if he was to be promised however many seats, when that time comes and you're looking at it and you're saying, Wiper is not only in Ukambani. Wiper has a Somali Secretary General. There's a lady from Garissa who is, and there's also Farah Mahali who is in Wiper. There's someone from Kisii who is in Wiper. So even if you are giving 4 Wipers, but you are giving someone from Garissa, that lady, that's a plus, for Azimio.
I agree with you.
Even in the 4 that is being promised, if Wiper will get 4, if 2 come from Ukambani, 1 come from Garissa, another one from Kisii, how about that? It's something that you're like, okay, fine. Look at the optics generally, and one thing right now, Abuya, focus, and that's why I say normally focus. You need to not look at the Kalonzo Musyoka, the troublesome person that we are trying to see, that is coming with whatever it is. Look at the person who, when he comes, you'll have less headache in Ukambani. You'll not really have to struggle with other things. Of course, right now there's nothing like zoning. Parties will go, if it is Ukambani will be an Azimio zone. So all the parties in Ukambani can vie. Everybody can put their people on the ballot because it is an Azimio zone now. So whoever gets the MPs, that's good for them. So there'll be no Nothing like what Kingi was saying, which is now troubling Kenya Kwanza, because Kingi had been promised that Kilifi will be zoned for PAR. But Aisha Juma has refused, you see? So if Aisha Juma has refused, now they're having trouble. Now there's nothing like that in that is what Kingi had been told in Azimio, that ODM will still field and PAR will still field. So if you're okay with that, stay. If you're not okay with that, he said he's not okay with that. He moved. Apparently, he had hoped that he will be given, the other side will be zoned for him. Now that it has not been zoned for him, now Guru, if you wanna come, kindly have your camera on, have your picture on. We have to see you. If we can't see you, we are not admitting you. So you see, if you have that sense of numbers, then you stay focused. That is, for me, is what I would urge us. It's not about Kalonzo, the flip-floppy guy. Is Azimio, what do you want? You want to win. So if you want to win, right now the campaigns are already started officially. Kalonzo, even if you would mount a campaign, he can't go so far. You see?
Yeah,
So
I agree with you. My problem.
Hold on.
My problem is this.
Hold on.
My problem is that we have.
Hold on, Abuya. Hold on. I'll give you time. So if Kalonzo comes and he's been given that opportunity, what has happened is the public and everybody else has seen the kind of a leader he is. So we don't want to make it even worse further. Let him come. What does he want? They're saying he's giving demands. He has been given, as someone has said, oh, he has been given this for MPs. He has given this. Fine, let us bring him on. What will happen? They are going to give us the votes. Now, what happens after voting? Now you say, okay, fine, this is what we have. These are the people we have. Now, do you still insist you'll be given your thing? You know? So you see, those are things now, dynamics you deal with now after election. That is what I'm trying to say. Yes, Abuya.
Yeah, I agree with you on that point. My only problem is that in the last 2 weeks, Azimio has gained so much momentum, and if you look at it, so they always say that one bird at hand is what two in the bush. This one that we have, the momentum that we have gained, we need to safeguard it jealously so that as we negotiate with him there, let it be quiet, and so that it does not disrupt and reduce the speed at which we are moving. That was my point. It's not that Kalonzo is not important. We need those numbers, and we need to finish this job as early as possible. But at the same time, it should be communicated to him that we are in this together, and let's make this thing easier for both of us by doing our talks privately and then coming out with a result, not fighting in public before we even get a result. But anyway, I agree with you. We need the numbers. That is true. Thanks.
Yes, Robert.
So let us not forget, so with IBC, this man called Kalonzo, he has an appointment this coming Saturday so that he can represent his purpose. So the question remains, are we going to let him to go in and his name will appear on the ballot? No. So they have negotiated, they have agreed, and his name is not going to be one of the names presidential candidate, and that's good for us. Now let's look at the big picture. So Papa's people are very smart. So what they've done during the negotiation, they have given the slots, and those slots are known. Like the one I told is water, and I think foreign affairs and the other things, 3 of them. Guess what? So Kalonzo calls himself a national figure. Remember what he has been saying, like Tampa said, he has MPs from Kisii, he has MCS from Kisii and other parts of the country. So the question remains, when this time comes, is he going to do what chameleon William Ruto did? Just naming people from his own community. So that's something we need to watch out. So we know what he's going to get. Then when the time comes to name them, what's he going to name? Is he going to name one of the people from Kamba? Because I think Kalonzo is also eyeing a big picture. Maybe after Papa, he wants to be a president. Let's not forget about it. They have been playing games now. I think they might have run from their mistakes. Going forward, I think people want to advise him, telling this what you have to do, this and that. Because if he didn't want to be a president, the way people were projected him to be, he has to go down. He has to cut it off. He has to start making his image to be a better image. He has to support Papa, but at the same time, eyeing the big seat. And from there, I don't know whether he will get it or not, but at this point, I think it's a done deal, and let's see where it goes. So, Temba, that's what I have.
Thank you. Jakindube, it's your time now to give your views. Na uwashe taa, sijui mbona nazima taa. Hapo sasa tunakuona. Mbona umemute Jakindu? Umemute.
Ninalalamika sana kama mwana Kenya kwa sababu sisi wana Kenya tunapenda, sijui kuna kitu gani mbaya sisi. Tunakubali kabisa kudanganywa. Tunadanganywa kila siku. Mtu mmoja anatuambia hivi leo, kesho anasema jambo lingine, kesho lingine. Na huyu ndio mtu watu wanampigia makofi. Hii kitu inanishangaza sana. Vile wa Kenya. Yaani mtu anawadanganya machoni. Anasema billboard imeingolewa. Na billboard iko tu hapo. Sasa maana yake nini? Huyu ndio mtu anataka kuwa president. Kusema kweli, baada Ruto kuchagua Gachagua, ndio mimi nilikuwa nafikiri wa Kenya wataona utapeli wa huyu mtu. Na hata hiyo bado wa Kenya hawaoni. Mimi hiyo ndio sisi hatuoni. Mimi nashindwa. Ni kwa nini? Kwa nini huyu jamaa anadanganya watu? Machoni mwako anakudanganya. Anakuambia uongo machoni mwako. Na Wakenya wanampigia makofi. Hii kitu inanishinda. Kabisa. Hata sijui Wakenya tuko namna gani. Hawa watu wa Kenya sasa hii tunasema mambo ya corruption. Sijui mambo ya watu wengine wako na cases nini. Sasa zingine Wakenya wanasahau. Wakenya hawa ndio walipigia huyu Ruto na Uhuru. Wakiwa wameshtakiwa. Walisema wanawapigia kura. Sasa hii wanasema kuna watu wengine ni corrupt. Mnaharibu kwa sababu huyu mtu ni wetu. Na hiyo kitu nishawaambia. Hii mambo ya mtu ni wetu. Huyo mtu mkuli, wale walimpigia Uhuru na Ruto kura. Mbona sasa hii wanalalamika? Wanalalamika ati kazi haijafanywa. Na yule mtu ambaye hajafanya kazi, ambaye hata president mwenyewe amesema huyu jamaa badala kunisaidia hafanyi. Wakenya bado wanamfuata huyo mtu ambaye hafanyi kazi. Wanamlipa pesa bure, anakaa kwa nyumba yetu bure, anasafiri na gari zetu bure, anasafiri na ndege yetu bure, na anatudanganya, na watu bado wanamfuata. Hata siwaelewi Wakenya. Sijielewi hata mimi. Sijui kwa nini watu wanafanya hivyo. Haya, angalia. Anasema hakuna wajinga. Hakuna umasikini. Kwa sababu alisema juzi, nilimwona akisema ati huyu jamaa mkitandawili anasema ati sisi bado ni wajinga. Sasa ujinga imeenda wapi? Ati hapa Kenya watu wamesoma. Ndio, kuna watu wamesoma, lakini hao watu hawana elimu. Mr. Demba, kuna kusoma na kuna kuelimika. Yeah? Kuna ukisema I'm educated na mtu amesema I'm learned. Kusoma tu wetu unasoma shule na huna hekima, huna ubinadamu, we si mtu mpole, we si mnyenyekevu kwa wenzako, huyo ni mtu ambaye hajasoma. Huyo kwa maoni yangu, huyo ni mtu ambaye hana elimu, kwa sababu ukiwa na elimu huwezi kuiba. Hawa watu ambao wanasoma, mtu ana degree lakini anakuja unamkuta ndio mtu corrupt, ndio yuko corruption. Sasa hiyo elimu ni ya nini? Ndio maana nimesema mtu ambaye tumemuelimisha alafu tunakuta ameingiza mikono yake kwa banki ya Kenya kutuibia vitu ambavyo vinatakiwa vifanye, yani vitu za umma. Huyo ni mtu ambaye anatakiwa kufungwa miaka nyingi sana, kwa sababu tumemsomesha. Kumsomesha ni kwamba tunataka aelimike, ajue hizi ni mali za Kenya, zinatakiwa kufanya kazi fulani. Lakini sasa unakuta mtu tunamsomesha alafu haelimiki vile tunataka, vile inatakikana. So mtu kama Ruto ni mtu ambaye hajasoma, kwa sababu amesema kwamba hizi vitu vitatu mimi nilipokuwa shuleni tulikuwa tunaambiwa hiyo ndio kitu, maana tulikuwa tunatakiwa tufanye kazi kwa bidii ndio tufukuze umasikini, ujinga na magonjwa, kwa sababu kuna magonjwa ambayo yanafaa kuwa tumeziweza, kama malaria, kama kuna magonjwa mengine ambayo mpaka wakati huu ingekuwa tunaziweza kabisa, lakini bado hayo vitu bado zinatuua. Umasikini imekita mizizi kabisa. Kusema watu wengi hawajatoa ujinga, kwa sababu ujinga, angalia vile watu wanafanya. Mtu anawadanganya machoni, alafu huyo mtu mnampigia kura. Hiyo ni ujinga. Manake bado hatuna fahamu, hatujajua, hatujaelimika kujua kwamba tunataka vitu gani vinatakiwa za kutufanya tuwe na maendeleo mazuri. Bado tunabaguana. Kubaguana hiyo ni kukosa elimu. Kwa sababu hatujajua kwamba sisi ni watu nchi moja, tunataka tuwe wamoja, ndio tupate maendeleo, ndio tufanye kazi pamoja. Hiyo ni kwa sababu bado hatujaelimika, bado hatuna fahamu ya kujua kwamba hiyo ni vibaya kubagua wenzako, kwa sababu ukianza kubagua uishi hapo, ubaguzi inaenda tu. Kwa hiyo ni jambo ambalo kusema ukweli bado tuko nyuma katika hizo vitu vitatu. Bado hatujazipiga vita, bado hizo vitu ziko hapa, na hiyo ndio maana inatakiwa tubadilike. Nasema tuokoke. Nilikuwa nasema Wekesa Bernard anatakiwa afunge, aombe, afanye maombi kwa Wakenya, ndio tuwe na ufahamu vizuri. So ni jambo la kusikitisha sana watu mtu anaposema kwamba hizi vitu zimeisha. Kwa hiyo mimi nawasihi Wakenya wote, sisi wote tufanye kazi pamoja, tuhakikishe kwamba tumepiga kura kuweka azimio katika uongozi, kwa sababu ukiangalia Raila na Martha Karua, hawa ni watu ambao watafanya nchi yetu ipige hatua nzuri sana katika mambo ya maendeleo, mambo ya sheria na umoja. ndio kitu ya muhimu. Kwa hiyo mimi nawasihi wa Kenya wote sisi pamoja, na tusionee haya vitu kama ufisadi, tusionee haya corruption, tusionee haya hata kidogo. Hata kama ni kufungwa wafungwe, vile Roba amesema watu wafungwe, na kama wewe ni msomi tunatakiwa tukufunge miaka kabisa nyingi, kwa sababu hatuwezi kupoteza pesa na wakati tukikusomesha, alafu wewe huyo tumekusomesha unakuja kuiba. Hiyo hatufanyi hivyo. Afadhali mtu ambaye labda tunasema hakusoma, huyo tunaweza kusema labda hafahamu, ajui, lakini wewe umesoma, tunataka uwe kwamba umeelimika, unajua maana ya hizo pesa. Ukipewa kazi, tukikupatia kazi, tukupatie kazi ndio uibe. Kwa hiyo ukiiba wewe kama umesoma, tutakuchukulia hatua kali zaidi. Asante sana Bwana Themba.
Umeamua Jakindu Bey, mtu kama amesoma akipatwa na nini achukuliwe hatua kali zaidi. Alafu kuna jambo pia umesema, kuna tofauti ya mtu ambaye ni msomi na yule ambaye ameelimika.
Unajua mtu ambaye kusema mtu ambaye ameelimika anakuwa ni mtu ana busara, mtu ambaye ni mtu ambaye anaangalia vitu kwa mapana, kwa sababu ameelimika. Unaona? Lakini kama umesoma, kuna watu wengine wamesoma tu lakini hajaelimika. Kwa sababu nasema hajaelimika kwa sababu kama una elimu huwezi kwenda kuiba. Hiyo ni kweli, huwezi kwenda kuiba kwa sababu unajua hii vitu ambavyo unaiba ni mali ya serikali, ni mali ya umma, mali ya watu wote, mali ambayo wewe vile vile uko ndani pale. Sasa ikiwa unaiba, wewe ni mtu ambaye hujaelimika. Hiyo ndio maana nasema na watofautisha kwamba ikiwa unaiba ni hujaelimika, kama wewe ni msomi. Na kama umesoma alafu unaiba, inatakiwa tukuchukulia hatua kali, kwa sababu tumekusomesha ili uelimike. Na kama sio hujaelimika, tunafikiri umeelimika, lazima tukufunge, tukufundishe.
Ni lazima uwe usome ndio uwe msomi, lakini si lazima uwe msomi ndio uwe umeelimika. Kuna aina nyingi za kuelimika. Kuna wale ambao wanapata elimu bila kupitia kwa masomo. Sasa kuna itikadi, kuna vile vitu ambao nasema yani kuchukia ufisadi haipatikani tu kwa njia ya masomo. Hiyo ni hulka ya watu, tabia ya watu. Ni tabia zipi ambazo zimeweza kuelimisha Wakenya kuhusiana na chuki ya ufisadi? Na nimekubaliana na wewe Jakindu Bey unaposema haswa yule ambaye ameenda akawa msomi, yahitajika ya kwamba si elimu tu ya maisha, pia kupitia kwa usomi kuna mambo ambayo ameweza kukutana nayo ambayo anapaswa kuwa yanamfanya kuchukia ufisadi. Hasa yeye vile ambavyo nimesema, kwa yule ambaye anapewa nyingi, yahitajika kingi kutoka kwake. Kwa hivyo kama wewe mwenyewe pia usomi umeupata, sio elimu tu ya maisha, basi tunahitaji kiwango chako cha kupimwa ni kikubwa zaidi. Nakubaliana nawe Jakindu Bey. Ni jambo la busara ambao nasema. Roba?
Asante sana. Jakindu Bey, kuna kitu ambao umegusia hapo, mambo ya hii bills or billboards being brought town, na yeye anatanganya. Unajua sijui kwa chameleon anaitwaje kwa Kikalenjin, and I think you kigewe kwa Kiswahili. That's a new name I'm going to give Ruto. Ruto is Mr. Dr. Chameleon. He can say this, anageuka kesho, kesukura nachita jina ingine. You know, I don't understand about him. And first of all, I'm one person who have been questioning about how he became a doctor. How did he get his doctorate? I want to see the paper trail where he did his research, where he did all what the requirements you are supposed to do until you get your doctorate. Because with Sudi, I think Sudi's name coming up and what's going on in some other places like Marara, the UTA people, most of them, they are buying some of this. They are not even educated, what I've come to realize. Kuna mahali wanaenda wamenunua degrees, I'm not accusing them, but they need to prove themselves. So, I'm not going to call him Dr. Ruto. I have a reservation on that. But I'm going to give him China like Ruto. I'm a chameleon. I don't know what current China. When I find it out, that's the name I'll be calling him. Let me say what Jakin Baby said about the mambo ya kutanganya. Or mambo ya just going beyond what you're supposed to do. There's a clip, remember you played, or maybe Bernard before he left, about somebody, I think Kittel, the MP who won the election, but Ruto's people, they saw him and they said, you know what, they cannot allow him to run as a UDA. And you know, some of us who have come here and said, we believe in democracy. And we believe democracy comes from people, and you never impose democracy on people. So this man comes here, he wins the election, they give him a certificate, a few days later, they take the certificate from him. That's Mr. Ruto, dictatorship. He owns that. If it was really a man who was, like some people are saying, oh, he's champions for democracy, he could have not intervened on that man. Just because the man opposed him, the man talked about maize and other things in their left further things being misused, and now he's trying to revenge about it. We cannot allow that one to happen. Another thing I've come to realize about this election here is about experience and somebody's being babysitted. And now, as we go forward, Mr. Ruto is realizing how Ruto knows about running an election. He has never run for president before. And that's why he's going to lose like a small baby comes election night. Here's my take. The most dangerous man in our country who stands between democracy as being a free country is Ruto. The most man who never said the truth is Ruto. The most dictator in our country is Ruto. And that one comes to my conclusion. They will never let him to be a president. He has not proven himself. The more we go on this issue, he has failed. He has failed on his running mate. He has failed, and that's why his party now is melting down. We know what's going to happen. People are running away. And like I told you, before the end of the week, you will see Mr. Muthama is going out. Before the end of the week, maybe the end of the month, believe me, Musalia will not be there. It is hard. Nyumba emewaka moto. And we have the sources, whether you like it, whether you don't like it, before the end of this new month, UTA is going to collapse and it's going to remain a Karenjin party. You can take it, you can hate me, but that's the truth of the matter. Thank you.
Elijah, kindly mute.
Okay,
Mute kidogo. You just came and kuna wale wamekuja mbele yako. So wacha tufuate hiyo msururu. Tutaanza na Makiadi, Guru, then tufike kwa Elijah, alafu Julia. Makiadi, tafadhali.
Yangu ni haraka Themba, kwanza niwasalimie wale hatujakutana leo. Tumeshinda hapa the whole day. Akina Jakendu Bay hatukuwa tumeonana na Roba Elijah, Guru tulikuwa naye hapa mchana, Robert Abuya tulikuwa naye mchana, Julia, Themba hatukuwa tumeonana. Otherwise leo tumeongea mengi.
Nilikuwa mbele yako, hata nilicontribute. Wewe wakati ulikuja kusema zile
zile numbers
ndio nilitoka.
Okay, sawa. Sikuwa nimekuona lakini pole.
Asante.
Mi yangu ni very brief kwa sababu nataka kupatia wengine nafasi ya kuongea. Nitaongea juu ya Kalonzo issue. Nasikia si kusikia, nimeona kwa newspaper ya kwamba Kalonzo amesema lazima apatiwe viti 5 za CS. Na sikuwa na issue sana na zile viti ameitisha, lakini nimeguswa sana kuona kwamba na kando na kupatiwa kiti ya chief CS, bado Kalonzo anahitaji, ana demand kupatiwa kiti ya energy. You know, if you look at a country, the engine of any country is the energy sector, because if the prices of fuel are high, then it means production is high, transportation is high. Every good you buy at the store is determined by how much money has been spent producing it, and it all trickles down to the energy sector. It is where Kenya Power is the ministry that is in charge also of production of power. And so there's a lot that is at stake in the Ministry of Energy. The current administration, you see all the trouble that we are facing right now in the current administration. We know the people that have been in charge of this ministry. We know what they have done in that ministry. We have had all the corruption cases where people have created some artificial leaks in the pipeline industry so that they can siphon fuel and sell it in the black market. So I would never in my rightful mind advise anybody to put Kalonzo in charge of the Ministry of Energy, because Kalonzo, first of all, has shown us that he's a flip-flopper. I don't know what basis he was looking at when he demanded the Ministry of Energy. And if I was Baba, I would keep Kalonzo as far away from that ministry as possible. He can go pick his, any person that he wants, put them in the Ministry of Sports, Tourism, Foreign Affairs, all that. But the Ministry of Energy, the Ministry of Finance, the Ministry of Security, these are ministries that are crucial to the growth of a nation. And because we've discussed here so many times and seen and said that Kalonzo Musyoka does not have the interest of the success of Azimio, then the last thing you want to do is commit him to the ministries that are key to the progress of your government. And one of them is the Ministry of Energy. Kwa hivyo baba, kama atasikia ama kama kuna mtu atamfikia, mwambie huyo mzee ukidiscuss na yeye, try to keep him as far as possible from that ministry. All right. The next issue that I want to talk about is the IEBC. IEBC inakuwaga na miaka mitano ya kujiprepare for an election. And most of the time when we come here for a discussion, we say that IEBC as an institution is supposed to be giving the major players in any given election, progressive updates and reports on what they are doing to make sure that the coming election is a successful one and is a credible, transparent, and accountable process. Unfortunately, Chebukati has always failed to do that. So when I was looking at the press conference that he was offering today, saying that he has had inside information that voters have been transferred from one place to the other without their consent, I was surprised. I was surprised because right now when you say that you do not know how that happened, almost 2 months to the election, you're already creating something called doubt. And people will start asking themselves, are you really ready to, commit to carry out this election in a transparent manner? I just hope that everything that was happened was not intentional, because I believe that nobody can just go there to the IEBC and transfer their names to another place without the consent of the officers who are in charge of that docket. So Chebukati, I always think Chebukati was the worst thing that has ever happened to the Kenyan politics. To the Kenya electoral process. I don't know how he's going to get out of this, but I hope he has a plan, because looking at the way he talks and the body language, this is a guy that looks like he's compromised. And every time he speaks, he confirms our fears. I hope that political parties will, press him and make sure that moving forward, he tries to address these issues that come up every day. And it's not just about, the transfer of voters from one region to the other. I also doubt his commitment towards making sure that only the candidates that are clean, candidates that are not tainted with corruption, candidates that do not have fake papers, are the only candidates that will be given a green light to run for the next election. I want to leave it at that, Ndemba. I hope someone picks up from there. Thank you.
Thank you, Makiadi. I didn't realize you guys came here earlier. So, Karibu. Guru, how are you, sir?
Fine, thank you.
Been a long time.
Yes, where have you been?
Been right here.
Okay.
You're welcome.
Okay, thank you. Now, I won't go straight to the issue of the demands that are being made by one Stephen Kalonzo Musyoka. I think we as Kenyans are now agreed that this way of doing politics is something that we should go refusing. You remember the 2013 government that brought in URP and TNA was anchored on these kind of negotiations, where somebody comes with this quote unquote tribal outfit of a political party, masquerading as a national organization or a national party, and then makes demands on behalf of his community and makes it a national issue. What this means is that the communities that are small in nature are marginalized more. Right now, I've seen this man, Kalonzo Musyoka, has demanded 5 slots in the cabinet. And beyond that, I believe he has negotiated a percentage. I was hearing of a figure of 20% in the government, meaning appointments as parastatals and diplomatic postings and so on and so forth. Now, there is a big problem in this one, because what we might unknowingly be doing is to bleed a kind of ethnic enclave in the government. You saw what happened in 2013 when URP was given half the government. The postings, the cabinet slots were given almost exclusively to one community. Now, I don't know how you build a country this way. What do you think of that Digo, that courier person? What do you think of that person deep in Kwale? A community that has maybe not more than 200,000 people. How then will they ever get a posting in the cabinet? I think let's call political parties for what they are. Maybe up to there in Kenya, ODM has done quite well, because although the leader is a Luo, the party has not come out as strongly as fighting for the ethnic group from which he comes from. KANU may not have as many people as it had in some years back, but it also has not come out as a party that exclusively fights for the Kalenjin. Now, I don't know whether this political culture is sustainable. You can see the kind of havoc that Stephen Kalonzo Musyoka has caused. He doesn't want to run on his own, but he wants to use the political party that he calls national, but which is actually exclusively an ethnic outfit, to bargain on behalf of his community. Right now, we are not very sure if he is given those positions, he will be magnanimous enough to spread those positions as widely as possible, because I believe there are also a few supporters out there in other communities that have stood with that party. But the truth of the matter is that over 85–90% of the support of Wiper Party comes from Ukambani, 3 countries that are populated by one ethnic group. Not even neighboring Meru, Embu, KIRINYANGA have any known toehold on that party. Now, I think in 2027, Kenyans are becoming much cleverer every day. I see a possibility where some of these political parties, if they do not change their culture, they'll die slowly, a sure death. Because the reality is that Kenyans are opening up their minds, and that's why you see somebody like Mother KIRWA eliciting an excitement across the country. That's why you can see Ruto planting his people and his support across various communities. He's trying, and I hope also if he wins, he will not behave like he did in 2013, where whenever he goes to scout for talents, the only people he sees are those that come from his community. And somebody asked why Kalonzo is asking for energy ministry. I want to make him aware that people see government service as a way of advancing their personal and sometimes community interests. Today, if you visit some of the parastatals that are under the Ministry of Energy, you will be surprised. It's like you'll be taking a census of one ethnic group. A very sad affair, if you ask me. But that is where we are. And it is because of the politics of the kind of Stephen Kalonzo Musyoka that are going to perpetuate this kind of thing, which I think Kenyans want to run away from when they talk about Azimio la Umoja, where we share resources and positions so that the true national spirit is felt across the board in every facet of the government. Thank you, Demba. Asante.
Thank you, Guru. Thank you, Guru, for that submission. We wish that one day Kenya will move away from the idea of nigawie zangu, nigawie zangu. so that what Jakindube keeps saying here, that we need to build Kenya, so that we are aware that whoever comes to the presidency, wherever CSS are elected or are nominated, will be serving all Kenyans, in spite of where you come from. That way we'll have built Kenya. But let's see how it pans out. Yes, Elijah.
First of all, I want to say hi to everybody. For Kalonzo to ask for the 5 parts of CS, Kalonzo is trying to share the animal before they kill. As I know, I was a hunter before. You have to kill the animal before sharing some parts. But you see, Kalonzo have already see the big parts of the animal and say, okay, give me this one and that one and that one. This is to be greedy of something. And for someone like Kalonzo knows that Raila needs him so much now, more than even before. Because this is a very strong game whereby it's like now 50-50. So for Raila to get Kalonzo, Raila have to give Kalonzo something good. That's why you see Kalonzo asking for this one. Because he's asking, oh, if you don't want to give me that one, you're not gonna get 2 million votes from Mukambani. That's why you see Kalonzo is asking for this all. Secondly, for Kibruta ARAP KIRWA joining Asimio, myself, I'm a UDA member and I'm a very strong supporter of William Ruto since 1997, because I'm coming from Eldoret where he was running as an MP at that time. And for Kibruta ARAP KIRWA to join Asimio, this guy have not even been showing up in any of our UDA rallies, and he have been hiding since. And before, he never voted one direction with Kalenjin people or Nandi people. Kibruta ARAP KIRWA was with Moi before, yes, but after that he joined Kibaki, and after in 2013 he was so silent, didn't show where he was. But this time around joining Asimio, I don't see if it's a big deal for us, because this guy, even when he was joining Asimio, just to say, I have come to add to 50 plus 1, which is me. But of course, if somebody detected the other side and joined the other side, that means he will have his own supporters. For William Ruto, if you may ask him, because I see there you write that diseases and poverty is like it's gonna finish when Ruto runs for or take the power. What I want to say is that Ruto will run again in the year 2027, and because of that, I think this man is going to try to work for this bottom-up economic model, because he knows that next time I'm gonna run again, and if I can't do it, I'm not gonna get it. And for KINGI meeting Papa, he was having no other option, because at that place, that was a barrier, and the guy over there was his friend, and before there were supporters of Raila, and he was having no other option. He have to meet him, no matter what. So for youth here to be a democratic alliance, I can say that UDA, they are new in they are the youngest party in Kenya now, if I may talk, or if I may speak about it, because they just start maybe less than a year. But for us now to be here talking about it, that shows that they have tried to where they are now, because this is the first time for them to run. For me, I wish them all the best, and may the good person take this country the next level. I appreciate for you guys to allow me to speak in a place like this, Like I see, there is some people, maybe they are older than me. I want to say thank you and thank you all.
Elijah,
Yeah,
which is the youngest party again?
UDA is the youngest party as I'm talking now.
Are you sure about that?
Yeah, I'm sure because they just started maybe less than 1 year. Where was
Okay.
UDA in 2017? It was not there.
No, you're right. I mean, let's
Yeah.
let's look at it. When was UDA officially formed?
They launched UDA less than one year ago.
Less than 1 year ago.
Yeah.
When was DAP launched?
Okay, if we talk of DAP, it's long time ago.
DAP.
Yeah.
DAP.
Yeah, DAP, the one Western party. Which one? That one?
Yeah. When was it launched?
I don't know exactly, but it's a long time. That one's for some years back.
Really?
Yeah, it's not for now, man. This is UDA is just less than a
And
year.
and TSP.
Oh, I don't know those ones because I am not in Kenya now. I don't know. You asking me about this
You're clearly not aware of.
Yeah, I don't know about these small parties. Another one, I don't know.
Also, the other smaller parties.
They are small because now UDA, we can't sit down and talk about something that is not there. We can see UDA now is running like crazy.
How many parties do you have in Kenya?
Do I have?
How many parties are there in Kenya right now?
Let me say I know the first, maybe I know 5 or 6. I don't know the other ones.
Okay, let me help you. There's Jubilee, there's ODM.
I know Jubilee, I know ODM, I know UDA, I know KANU, I know DAP, and I know for the one from Salia Mutavati, and for Kalonzo.
Okay.
And for Papa
so, but
well,
you clearly realize that UDA is not the youngest party.
Okay, maybe if there is some, I don't know, but I know about UDA now because UDA is less than 1 year.
Good.
If we compare,
that's okay. That's okay, Elijah. It was less than 1 year, 1 year ago, yeah? Less than 1 year ago. That's fair enough. Huh? So, what are the achievements of UDA?
The achievement of UDA now, as we are talking, you see the way they are trying to bring people together, trying to ask people to speak for themselves, to say what they need. If in case this government, this party going to take the next government, they are going to do what people asking them to do for them. The next thing, as we can see, we will not talk about something which is not there. Because I've been hearing you people talking about William Ruto. Yes, because it's like the second person now, apart from Raila Odinga. Myself, as you all know, I am a peace preacher guy. I like preaching peace, like all of us. Let's try to tell these young people, don't throw stone, don't do whatever.
No, calm down. Calm down, Elijah. You are a sober guy, and I like the way we are listening to you. I just asked you. So UDA having been 1 year, there's nothing we can measure that UDA has done, right?
Okay, if we see now, UDA have tried to that point where they are now because winning some election and it's a new party, they have achieved something. That's
okay. Other than achieving the numbers, so they have not done anything. There's nothing that they have done as UDA.
As UDA, for now, what I can see, they have achieved because taking people from Raila Odinga too is too hard.
No, that's okay. I'm just saying in terms of like if they are going to tell people that we have done this, there's nothing they can sell because they are just 1 year.
Okay, the party is new, but people inside that party, These all guys that you can see in that body, they have been in politics for more than 20 years, my friend. They can say what they have done, but the party is new.
So according to what you're saying, UDA has nothing that it can show us, but the individuals can tell us what they have done.
Of course, yes.
Okay, now that's what I wanted to say. Yeah, Makiadi.
My question, sometimes when we come here, we try to run our eyes around to see what's happening on the side. There's something I'm looking for here. Sijui imeenda wapi. Yeah, so Elijah said here is a person who believes in peace. And I was looking at the comment section, and there's one comment here says, ukiona wajaluo wote wametengeneza group ya kuongelea UDA, kumbe ni Ruto amewapatia shida kweli. I don't know if that is the same Elijah that we have in the studio here, or it's somebody different.
First of all, I say myself, I come from Kisii and I support Raila Odinga. Whoever doesn't like what comes from my mouth, you can just take it. I don't care what they say.
No, there's no problem. I mean, if you stereotype people, that's up to you. That's your problem, not our problem. So if you're like Elijah, I saw your name. I've seen people who have Kalenjin name. They come here, and when they are talking, they express themselves. So that is a person who has their own problem, and I wouldn't want to attribute that. If that person has issues with stereotyping people, he's the one who needs to do what Jakindu Beya said. He needs to unschool himself and probably return the fees that was paid when he was being taken to school.
No, Ndemba,
yes, sir.
The same person that posted that comment is the same person that we see on the screen. That's why I'm asking just for clarification. That's all. Because that person is Elijah Arap Cheboson, and the one we have on the screen is Elijah Arap Cheboson. So I don't know if it's the same person or it's a different person.
That's okay. I mean, hata kama ni wewe, you see sisi wote, what do we have our forehead written Wajalua? But not to worry, you are here now. At least kama ni wewe pia uko hapa. It's just like us saying all Kalenjins support Ruto. Do they, by the way, Elijah, now that you are here, do all Kalenjins support Ruto?
Okay, let me speak clearly.
Do they all support Ruto?
No, we have some people that they are not supporting Ruto, even from my area,
Oh, okay.
So as we all know, this whole thing is when somebody is speaking, even if you speak, there is some other things that everybody will not support, right? So when Ruto start this whole thing that okay, I'm preaching bottom up economic model, there is some other people that they don't believe about that. So how can you join something that you don't believe?
Okay, so any relation to the comment that was made down there that Makiadi is referring to?
Okay, I'm withdrawing.
You withdraw? No, that's fine. I mean, if you withdraw it, that's okay. I mean, hata wewe una confirm ya kwamba not all Kalenjins support Ruto. So
I know, even not all those that support Raila.
Yeah, that's okay. So let's just, what we are trying to say is it's not something for us to celebrate. We share more as Kenyans than we differ.
Yeah.
The only difference that we may have is a political difference, which is okay. It's enshrined in the constitution. Yeah. You have a right to support Ruto. You have a right to support whichever politician that you want to support.
Of course.
Before listening and talking to people, it is not a good thing to stereotype people. It's not a good thing to look at someone and you definitely think because the people are talking about Azimio, then they are all Luos. Martha Karua is not a Luo. Joho is not a Luo. And other people are not Luos, and Sabina Chege. So, and even in Kenya Kwanza, some of those people are not necessarily Kalenjin. So
yeah, of course.
Let's just unite and Iluos, Kalenjins, and all the tribes are Kenyans. And
Allow
all
me to say
Kenyans.
one thing.
Yeah.
Okay, the way you speak, it can touch everybody's heart. The way you speak, you're speaking in a way that you are making anybody, man, believe in you. You are different for sure. And I can say that what you are saying now, you can change some people. Even if the politics was to be talked the way you are talking now, it's still different according to what I've been seeing. What I've been getting is that when you speak maybe different, they are judging you wrongly. Directly, not like they are waiting for you to finish even. Before you finish, everybody is raising his hand. So you are like, what have I done, you know? But now I can see this platform is mature people where they can speak mature politics and they can make you believe in them, you know? So what I write over there, it's me because I can see Makiadi is saying it's me, but I am withdrawing. I'm saying sorry, and let's preach this because all of us after 50 years of independence in Kenya, we can't say we are Kalenjin, you are low, you are wherever. Our sisters have been getting married to some other people we don't know, you know. Kenya is now, we are all Kenyans. We can't speak this whole thing, guys. Let's speak as Kenyans. Let's come together and let's make this thing work together. We need
Yes,
Kenya
Elijah.
for tomorrow for all of us, where
Yes,
everybody
Elijah.
is going to be okay.
Yes, Elijah, and thanks so much for coming on. I mean, don't listen to the things being told out there about this place. We might have many people supporting Azimio, but we are very accommodative. And this guy Black at the end who has just come right now, he's a guy who supports Kenya Kwanza. But the thing we always say here is that you don't need to be stereotyped because of the position you hold. If you hold Kenya Kwanza, if you support whichever party, I mean, just come, let's reason together. And we don't have to agree. You don't have to agree with us, and we don't have to agree with you, but you are a Kenyan, just like we are. The Constitution protects all of us, you and I, all of us together. So let's just be accommodative of each other. I am averse to people who stereotype others. I would want to listen to the content of your thought rather than what I think I know about you. So when I see Elijah's Tebosom, I'm not seeing Elijah's, I'm seeing a Kenyan, but I want to hear how you reason. So let's reason together. Let's accommodate. Don't stereotype people. Just come, support your guy, tell us, let us ask you questions, respond to the questions. When the questions are up, you say, okay, fine, nimeacha. Haya basi, wacha niende, hii nitaenda kuulizia, nitakuja. I mean, that's how Kenyans, we should learn to just accommodate. We wouldn't like, by the way, let me tell you, it will be a disaster if everybody in Kenya supported Azimio. That will be back to one party political rule. We don't want Kenya to go back to one party system. Let us have, and we don't have everybody to support UDA or Kenya Kwanza. Let's have a multi-party system where we come and compete in ideas. I'll allow Jakindu Bey 1 minute, Robert Abia 1 minute, and then I bring in Julia.
Nataka kumwelezea huyu kijana kwamba si vibaya kuwa Mjaluo, Mkalenjini, Munandi, kila kitu, lakini kitu muhimu ni lazima ujue hao wote. Ukisema Mkamba, Mjaluo, Mkikuyu, hao wote wanaitwa kitu kimoja, wanaitwa Kenya, wanaitwa Wakenya. Kwa hiyo ni lazima sisi wote tujue kwamba kuna Mkalenjin, kuna Mjaluo, kuna Mtaita, lakini wote sisi ni Wakenya. Unaona? Hiyo ukifahamu hivyo, huwezi kusema hao wote ni watu fulani ni Wajaluo. Huwezi kuwatenganisha. Hata dini lazima tujue kuna Waislamu, kuna kila dini, lakini hatuwezi kuzifanya zitufunge macho tuone tu dini yangu. Hapana, lazima tuheshimu dini za watu wengine, na lazima, ndio maana nataka nikwambie, ndio maana unaona azimio la umoja ina maana, kwa sababu taifa letu kuna kitu hatujajenga, na hiyo ndio kitu tunataka kujenga saa hizi. Tunajaribu kujenga, kuna kujenga taifa na kujenga nchi, na nikuambie, kujenga taifa ni kujenga watu wawe wamoja. Unaona, ndiyo maana inasema azimio la umoja. Kujenga nchi ni kujenga vitu kama barabara na nini, lakini ni jambo la muhimu kujenga watu, ndio tujione kitu kimoja, ndio tukiwa hapa tunazungumza kama jamii moja. Unaona, ingawaje tunatoka nyumba mbalimbali, lakini sote mwisho wa siku sisi wote ni jamii moja. Kwa hiyo nashukuru kwa vile umewithdraw hiyo. Umeona kile ambacho ulichoandika haifai. Si vizuri kutenga Wakenya wenzako, kwa sababu hata ukiwabagua hao Wajaluo, ukifika kule kwa Wanandi vile vile mtabaguana. Mtaanza kusema kuna wengine wa Marageo, kuna wengine wa namna hiyo. Ubaguzi hauishi. Ukianza ubaguzi haishi. Asante sana.
Aya, Buya, dakika moja.
Mine is very brief. Elijah, you mentioned that UDA preaches peace. That item caught my eye. I don't know whether you have seen the running mate of William Samoei Ruto, Mr. Gachagua. He has come out very clearly that huyo mzee wa kitendawili tunamjua na hatutawahi kumsamehe. Now, I don't know what he knows about Raila Odinga, because I have not seen where Raila needs to be forgiven for something that he has done. I don't know what he has done. So when you speak of peace, and to add on that, we have seen several posts by leaders from UDA leaders, especially from Rift Valley. There is a gentleman who recently was in court. He's a senator. He's called Cherengai or somebody like that. Yeah, and he was, Cherengai. He was caught. I mean, he recorded a video himself. I think he was being recorded, and he was talking about Musisumbue William Ruto, na mukiendelea namna hiyo, we are profiling you na tutawashughulikia. Haya, then we move to a next one. Sudi comes and tells us that muache kusumbua William Ruto, na sisi si watu hivi hivi. Then come another gentleman called, he's also a young Cheriot. He tells us that sisi si watu wa kutupa mawe, mnatujua wakati sisi tukisimama sisi mnatujua. You know, that kind of statement. And you are telling us that UDA is advocating for peace. So those are two different extremes. I don't know whether you still want to maintain that statement that they are a very peaceful party, because for me, I see them as extremely violent party.
Robert, don't forget Joy, my uncle there, the guy who abused Mamangina. Don't forget about him too.
Okay, calm down. Now, I'll give you 1 minute, Elijah, to respond, and then we move on to someone else.
Okay, let me say that, let me tell you what I said before. What I say is that me, myself, Elijah, is a man of peace. I like peace so much. UDA, for them to speak, these people will speak because of what they need. Some of them will speak something that will make this country even burn again. And for us who are speaking in this platform, I come out myself and say, okay, me Elijah is a guy I like me so much. Because what I witnessed in the year 2007, I don't want to see it again. Like for sure, my people, let's say this clearly. Let's try to preach peace. And even from Tembe TV, I want you guys to try what you can, because now this platform is something else. It's growing faster. Please preach peace. Tell these young people that maybe that stone that you're gonna throw will make one of your brother die. And we don't want, after this election, to lose any of us. We need you tomorrow and you need me tomorrow. In this life, we need each other. We need each other. Kenya is like one house with different bedrooms or different rooms. Let's come together, guys, and join our hands and preach peace together. But that's what I can say. For politicians, they can speak because of what they need. They can use us. And after we will be the one crying after.
But Elijah,
because they will run outside the country. They have
Elijah,
money, they can do whatever they want to do. But for
Elijah,
me and you, let's preach peace. Okay.
Elijah,
Yeah.
you owe it to this country and yourself and others to condemn it. You are not condemning all those things. You can't just say politicians can say. You need to condemn such. You haven't denied or agreed with this gentleman. You have You have given a blanket statement on such. You need to condemn your side on when they come to incite the young people against any tribe, against anybody, against any profiling anywhere. So like you're speaking so passionately about peace, absence of like calmness is not necessarily meaning that people are peaceful, right?
Yeah.
And absence of war does not mean that there's peace, right? So when you come here and I hear you speak, and your side of the divide that you said you belong to has been called out on certain situations, and you don't seem to want to categorically, come out and say this was not right. Now we would want to urge you plus anyone. I like what you're saying, that let us continuously highlight and call out the leaders who incite us against each other. That one, I think I agree with to that extent. But to the extent that you're not able to come out clean and say, I don't agree with this. Yes, I support this side, but I don't agree with this and this, especially when you say you can't stand for peace. But you see, like when you came and you said you stand for peace, but your comment section was suggesting otherwise. So you see, that was already a red flag, that you can come say one thing, but probably inside you mean
But
something.
I withdraw, my friend. I withdraw.
Okay.
Okay. Let me come out like this. Of course they say. I heard the one Ricardo say, but Ricardo come out and say we will not forgive Raila Odinga because of this and this. I think everybody other. But for the one for KRK, I will not support that in any how. Because as I am one of the young people that want Kenya to be in another level, I will not agree for anybody who is going to speak something like that. For Ricardo and their money, because they say there was some money that they put for Mount Kenya to be funded for electricity. I don't know. I don't know about that more, because these all things is people that they are speaking. If you say anything, not because I'm supporting that political side, I will agree with you. No, there is some other things that they will speak that even you will not support. You will not stand and say, okay, because I'm supporting this UDA, but I will say everything that they say, I will support. No, I will not support that. I will not stand and support a peaceful country whereby we will see young people dying. young children and women die? No. We will all need Kenya that will prosper and move on together and see everybody moving from one side to another side of the country. Not like before what we experienced that time. We all need Kenya, whereby I can go to Kisumu and buy wherever there that I need and come back to my place. Go to Nairobi or Mombasa and come back. That's what we need. If we don't need Kenya like that, then we are not Kenyans. We have to need peace so that our country will move on. Even if they keep anybody, the country which is banned will not control it, man. We need Kenya whereby everybody will feel free to go anywhere. For myself, I am outside the country. What my friends who are with me outside here, they are not from my tribe. But because we meet from far away, anybody is my brother. You understand me? Anybody that I meet with is my brother. Because we came from Kenya, not even Kenya, Uganda or Tanzania. They are my brothers because of as far as we are now. So let's try and be grown-up people, understand each other, and try to preach peace for our people.
Julia?
Okay, Asante Demba. I was here earlier with Makiadi. I was trying to fix some points into them. Lakini succeed sana Demba. Ungelikuwa hapa ungenisaidia. Hawa watu wanahitaji sijui. I need to. Makiadi, I'll call you to my class to teach you something so that I help you understand what I was trying to say. Okay, that's on a light note. Hi, Black. Someone is saying, Linet anasema siku hizi umehama umeingia Azimio. And now you are afraid of telling your friends in UDA that you've joined Azimio. That's why you take kuja kwa studio. I hope that is true. Now, I want to talk about what Makiadi said about two things about, I think, Kalonzo. Okay, it's okay if we have Kalonzo because like what Demba said, we need the votes. So we are really going to accommodate him. But I'm really worried, this thing of my party, I need this ministerial post. I don't know whether it's my tribe or my party. I'm really worried for Baba because I really believe in Baba and Mother KIRWA. I believe in them so much. And I really was hoping that they are going to have the opportunity to work with performers. Now, if Baba is tied to this thing, my party, like let's say Jubilee says, give us 10 posts, or I don't know which party says, give us this. That is not going to work for Baba. It's not going to work. We want Baba to have people who are going to perform, people who are going to bring in results, not somebody who has been joyriding, mara anachunga ng'ombe zake, mara sijui ameenda ng'ambo kufanya nini. I don't know what that kind of a person is going to do in this government. I think we are going to go back the same thing, and Baba will be saying he wants roads, he wants energy to be done, this, he wants education, this, and people are not performing because they are just joyriders or they are sycophants. I mean, he's going to work with sycophants, and he's going to bring in sycophants into the government. So I just hope after Baba, what Demba said, after Baba sending, the law is going to be applied. And if you can't apply, unaambiwa kwenda kabisa. If you can't, I mean, if you can't work, if you can't perform, unaambiwa out nature. Ama aji Makiadi. Kama uperform uende, hata kama wewe ulikuja na Jubilee na ukatupatia Madha na ukatupatia kura zote za Murang'a na Kiambu, na even if your best friend is Uhuru Kenyatta and you're not performing, unaambiwa kwenda kabisa. Me, that is what I hope to see. And I hope Uhuru is going to give Baba the freedom to work. So even if you are Uhuru's best friend and you're not performing, you are kicked out. I'm even looking forward to a situation then where the cabinet secretaries will be interviewed like the Chief Justice was done. I mean, I'm looking to a situation where people apply, make applications, formal applications that I think I can work in the Ministry of Energy because I can do 1, 2, 3 for this country. and then they are interviewed. See, sasa ati watu wamejipanga, tunataka ministry 3, mwingine 10. I mean, we are more than 42 ethnic communities. So, nani atateta kina Dorobo? And do you want to tell me that people who are not in Azimio and are going to vote for Ruto, I mean, do you want to tell me we can't find people who are performing? And I mean, I don't buy that, and I don't belong to that school of thought. And I hope that Baba is going to have the freedom to work with the people who are going to perform. So that's and another thing about Kalonzo, let me tell him. I said something earlier here that we pay attention to his thing, and after we win, we may bring in Madimoni Part 2 and decide kwamba utadu and ask him, utadu what? So if that happens, it's okay. But I want to tell Kalonzo this. After kusumbua hivi Demba, after vile ametusumbua, this one is the end. Working with Azimio will be the best he'll get ever, because after this, I don't know what will happen in 2017. And I think in 2017, Azimio will decide we are working with people who are working with us. And we'll decide that hata kama ni Ukambani, we are campaigning with or without this person. Sometimes unaweza amua hivyo. You decide, you make hard decisions, because we cannot carry this baggage to 2027. We'll carry this baggage now, but I can tell him he's done. Hata hiyo foreign ministry, 2027 hatapata. He'll get nothing. He'll not even be an MP. He'll be nothing. He'll be forgotten in the political arena, because ametusumbua sana. Amaitwa, we can call him Stephen Kalonzo Sumbua. That is the best name we can give him. Going to the issue of the Electoral Commission, I think this guy should be sacked. I mean, he's telling us that there are people who have been transferred to other polling stations, and he's telling us that himself. Is like the principal of a school telling us the school is about to go on strike, or the students are about to burn down the school. What does he want us to do? So I think this guy is working with people who are planning to interfere with the elections. And I think it's Roba who said, or somebody, that looking at his body language, you can't trust him. But I blame Uhuru himself for allowing the election to be interfered with. If at all, it will be, if us here we can feel it, then the government should feel it and should do what they should do, or what should be done to stop election malpractice. Now, and to Kenyans, there has been a text, an SMS number that has been sent to counter-check where you are registered. So I expect Kenyans are not going to play dumb. They are going to counter-check whether they have been transferred. Hii kugojea ati wakati wa mwisho, the last day, alafu unasema ati sipati jina yako. I also find that a stupidity. So I hope Kenyans are going to find out where they are registered, so that we don't give anybody room for election malpractice. Now, the other thing I want to comment about is this thing on the I haven't talked about the agenda of the day. Now, KINGI meets RAILA. I think KINGI is regretting he made a stupid decision. Now, about KIRWA, I think he's a technocrat and he was in the wrong camp. So we welcome him with or without votes at Nakura yake moja, because some people are saying he didn't bring any votes. Now, KKA in KIRINYANGA, KKA is feeling the heat. And I said here that Mount Kenya is tending to 50 plus for Baba. Black, believe it or not. You don't have to believe me. I'm telling you. And I want to say this. As soon as Mount Kenya hits 60 for Baba, Mount Kenya Black itafanya kumira for Baba. Because why they were shying away from voting is because they were not decided. But now they see a hope beyond the horizon. They see Mother Karua. And they beginning to develop confidence in the incoming government. So they are making up their mind. Now we have a hope beyond the horizon. We have a reason to vote. So once they make up their mind, they go 60 plus. I'm telling you the truth. Watafanya kumira. Those votes you saw for Uhuru will go for Baba. And I think our dear Ruto will be the most frustrated person. That is why today he's saying he's trying to paint a picture in Mount Kenya that they don't suffer from poverty, hunger, and disease. Everybody in Kenya suffers from poverty, hunger, and disease. Everybody is struggling, whether Mount Kenya or Mount Elgon. Everyone is struggling. He's trying to change the story. He's been walking around saying Muganga who mzee wa kitendawili. Now that nonsense is no longer selling. It's not sellable. It has been reduced by Mother to pure nonsense. So now Mother has introduced policy talks. Way forward. One man, 1 shilling. And it makes sense, Mount Kenya. So now Ruto doesn't know what to say. I think he's short of ideas. And my advice to William Samoei Ruto, if he doesn't want to kill himself on 9th, I think he should defect to Azimio. But even if he defects to Azimio, I think let everyone else defect black, including you, but not Ruto, because Ruto we shall jail. Asante Themba.
Thank you, Julia. Kwani Makiadi walikufanyia nini? I wasn't here. Walikufanyia nini?
Makiadi, they were trying to bring up their story ya jana. Nikawambia, and you see, Themba, these people, they were still telling me about the numbers. And my problem is I think they don't understand my English. I don't know whether I'm speaking in English Mount Kenya, because niliwaambia, I have no problem with the numbers. My problem is the negativity that comes with some of their panelists when interpreting those numbers. That was my problem. And they kept saying, our numbers are real. I have no problem with the numbers. So the moment they kept repeating that, I concluded either I am not a good teacher or my English is not clear to Makiadi's team.
Wacha waendelee. Wacha wajifurahishe.
Should I make a comment, Themba?
Sasa unataka turudi hapo kwa
No, it's okay. It's okay.
Niona mmepelekana nje kwa comment, huko chini kwa comment mpaka nashangaa kwani what was happening? Yaani kila mtu mnatupiana mawe badala there are more important things to talk about. Musimalizane kabla ya kura. Kura ni tarehe 9 mwezi wa 8. So kama wanataka crunch the numbers, kujeni tu mcrunch numbers, hakuna shida. Kwa hivyo
Julia, never usibaki peke yako hapa. Themba yeye ndio alianza hiyo moto, anafaa kuwa side by side na wewe wakati moto inawaka.
I mean, Abuya, you see, I was told to learn to pick my battles. so I pick my battles wisely. So if I don't just battle, if people have chosen that is what they want to do, I mean, let them do it. That's just how it goes. Unajua kuna siku, kuna time, Abuya, unaweza enda Abuya, sijui kama unaendanga kanisani. Unaweza enda kanisani upate mchungaji yako boring sana. Yaani ile sermon anatoa, yani hata ukisikia unasema wa. But kuna mtu utasikia aseme hiyo sermon ndio ilimgusa sana. So unajua you don't want to block someone else to get a blessing because of yourself. So you might find that maybe that is not something for you, but someone else is getting. So probably there are people who like it. I mean, you guys do your thing. I mean, if you want to come, do your numbers, do it. That's how it just rolls. Black Vipi.
Safi.
Hata hivyo ningewakumbusha Abuya ya kwamba kuna 5WH: who, where, what, when, why and how. Sasa mkikumbuka hiyo, labda pia mkija crunch numbers mtaangalia hiyo pia. Isiwe issue. Lakini crunch the numbers if you guys have the nini. Endeleeni. Kesho tena mkuje. Mnamaliza lini?
Makiadi atatuambia.
They tell us when they are done, but they tell us when they are done because we don't want to hear any negativity. Sisi, we
Mimi
are
thank
damu.
God mimi huwa siji hiyo wakati wanafanya hizo namba zao. That's not what I mean, it's not my, I mean, si time ya siku jangi hiyo time, so you guys come in wakati hiyo mpige hizo namba zenyu kabisa crank. Hata mtaka kutaka 3 hours, msiangalie kabisa.
Julia, Themba amesema he knows how to choose his battles. Unaona sasa? Huyu ni mtu huwezi amini, alikutoroka wakati you needed somebody to also support your argument. Don't trust this gentleman.
No. Themba is okay. Themba is okay. And me, if you find me here and you start saying we are losing, I will not allow you to speak.
Yes, Julia. Yes, Julia. Yes, Julia. Wewe kuja hiyo time yao wakoroge. Mimi, I don't, Abuya, nothing can be further from the truth. I still stand with Julia. It's only that I stand with Julia, but you guys keep doing what you do. Yeah. Hakuna musi endeleeni kucrunch the numbers. Kujeni mapema mna crunch hizo numbers, then mnamaliza, tunaendelea. I mean, by all means, tukishamaliza hiyo, all of us kuna kitu ya muhimu ya kufanya ni kutafuta kura. So kwani iko shida ama namna gani Makiadi? Yeah. Black, karibu.
Themba, what have you done to Black?
Mimi nimemuita saizi amejitoa.
Yeah, I'll make
Black
a comment as he comes back. I think in the afternoon, Themba, when you're not here, we actually did the numbers, and then I came with my troop. Unfortunately, Julia was afraid to engage us, and so I will not. Oh, Black is back.
I think.
No.
Wait.
I want Makedi to withdraw. What do you mean? I was afraid. I cornered all of you, and you are so mad with me. Hiyo negative energy mpeleke kando.
Hold on, Julia. I think Makiadi, you're using a wrong. In my view, let me use that. In my view, it is not a troop thing. It's not. There's nothing like prowess or something. You're just doing your best under the circumstances. So there's nothing like. There's nobody against anything you guys are doing. By all means, you guys can come on and, I don't, we may not agree with what you're doing, but do it because that's what you guys find good to do. It's not resistance. Nobody's resisting it. They are just having a differing opinion, which is also okay. So you just, I also find it a little interesting that when they say they may not want to hear what you're saying, you think that they don't like the numbers. You guys are trying to impute that you guys are now the number masters, which may not necessarily be true, but it's just that people differ. They are looking at it differently. So you guys do your thing. I mean, come crunch the numbers and let the people differ like they do, which is also okay. We always differ with different views and opinions, which is also okay. Personally, I don't see the merit of doing it, but I don't mind you guys doing it. By all means, fanyeni. But I'm on Julia's side. Then what? That is the question you want to ask. Then what? So when then what question is not being answered, I mean, you know where I stand. But kujeni mufanye your numbers. Black, karibu.
Asante. Kwanza mjambo wale mko kwa panel na wale ambao wanatuwatch penye wako. And then secondly, I'd like to thank you, Themba, for using love to turn someone's hate into love, back into love, instead of using the harsh words and hostility that I usually witness here for people that have divergent opinions. Sometimes it's good to correct people with the right information in the right way and in the right attitude. Nobody was born with hate. Hakuna mtu aliyezaliwa akiwa mnyama. There are events that turned them to become what they are. But most of the time ukaonesha upendo, most certainly watageuka. And that's what you did today, Themba. And I hope that the rest of the people that are watching, wherever they are, they could use the same into turning whoever has a radical view about things or other people into becoming loving Kenyans. Now, proceeding to what I wanted to say is in regards to the poverty, ignorance, na magonjwa. It is worth noting that the DP said one very crucial thing, that watu saizi ni wengi wamesoma na ni wengi ambao hawana kazi. That's the reality on the ground. That's why most of us are where we are right now, because we could not get the right jobs back home. And even after getting the education, penye tumekuanga sote, we could not go back home because we know there are no jobs that can pay us. Now, I think it is time for all of us to start looking at that aspect of unemployment, and again start questioning, maybe perhaps I don't know, and maybe ongea pengine nichukule kwa ubaya, maybe I don't know if there's something wrong with the system of education such that it's failing us, or is it that the governments that have come in long before, not just one, like all that are doing it purposely? I don't know. I may sound like as if I'm talking about conspiracy, that hawataki kushughulikia watu kupata kazi by creating employment opportunities for its people, or I don't know. Maybe it's time for us to look into that and tushikanishe vichwa, tuongee hiyo issue as Kenyans and how we think probably we could sort that issue out of the unemployment, because yes, it's true. Saizi watu sio kama zamani venye walipokuko hawajasoma ama sijui nini. Watu wengi wamesoma, na baada ya kusoma, what next? They're jobless. So I think this is what the DP may have tried to address. Now, makosa maybe is maybe watu wanaangalia yule mwenye anaeleta ule ujumbe, yeye naye ni nani? No. Maybe that's the reason why imeleta hiyo backlash. But perhaps maybe if it would have come from someone else, maybe people would have thought of it differently. But also again, perhaps if we could start changing our minds or our view, the way tunaangalianga the person, and we start focusing on what is being said, then perhaps even if in the event that, let's say, Azimio would get into power, let's say, by accident, if they get into power, then we can go back and look at maybe perhaps the things that were said by our side as your opponents. Uangalie pengine kuna jambo fulani ambapo pengine tulisema that perhaps could be useful, that maybe you can address as a government of Azimio if you ever come in. The issue of unemployment versus education. Are people being educated? Yes, they are. Are they getting jobs as they should? No, they are not. How can we address this issue? Maybe perhaps we can look into that. No. So I think it's time we start looking at the issues that are being put forward by either side and stop looking into what Makiadis did before, what Themba did before. Question should be, what is Themba saying? Is whatever Themba is saying resonating to us as a people? Then we say yes. Then after that, once we've discussed that, then we can look into, is Themba capable of addressing this issue? Then at that point, maybe you say no. From my end, maybe I'll say no. I don't think so-and-so is able of doing this. I think so-and-so is capable of doing this. So let me vote for this so-and-so, because I think this one so is capable of voting for addressing this issue. Now, in regards to Kingi's presence in the burial of the late Rabbi MP was, of course, expected. This is someone that was not a stranger to him, 100% sure. Rabbi is a constituency within Kilifi County. Kingi is the governor of Kilifi County. Kingi was previously the ODM for the last 2 terms that he served. So most definitely they must have worked with this guy, the late MP, in gathering votes or other campaign in getting votes from Rabbi. So it was it was in his place to be present in that burial. But most important thing that I am grateful for, both sides, is they displayed a lot of maturity in the way they handled themselves in the funeral. Because yes, Kingi was given the mic to address, but he was also humble and smart enough at the same time. Why do I say this? Humble in the sense that he lowered himself to invite Joho to speak before him, but smart enough to use that opportunity to gauge whether Joho would have gotten into it with politics, whereby he would come next and counter it. But Joho came in peacefully, and thereafter Kingi came in peacefully. So at the end of the day, it's the outcome that matters the most, whereby they all were peaceful in the way they managed and handled themselves at the funeral, and that is good. Perhaps that is an example that our leaders should follow. Iwe matanga ni matanga, tujaribu kuacha mambo ya siasa, and if we can proceed in that direction, then as a nation itakuwa ni poa. At least tutakuwa pia tunapatia heshima ule mtu alituacha. So in that regards, I don't want to say much. Let me just give the rest to the panel to continue addressing. Thank you.
I'm getting disappointed down there with the exchanges that we are noticing there. I mean, you guys are better than yourselves. Those guys who are coming in to especially Makiadi, I mean Abuya and the rest, you guys are better than that. You don't have to keep responding to people. You guys came, did your job. Let the people decide. There are some who will agree with you. There are some who won't agree with you. They are not lesser than you simply because they don't agree with you. I mean, that's how life is. I speak here, there are people who agree with me, there are people who don't agree with me. It doesn't mean someone is lesser than you if they don't agree with what you guys have done. Give people a right to disagree with what you've done. You have your numbers, you come crunch them. There are people who will not agree with you. That's how life is. You can't force people to agree and to accept your numbers. If they don't agree, they don't. And yet there are people who came and said they agreed and they like it. I mean, that's how life is. So you don't have to keep engaging people there. If they don't agree, give the thing a rest. Then when you start using insults that are not very that's unsavory, you know, I really don't think that's the way to go. Let's learn to accommodate divergent view. I am here, I give my comments, they are my personal views, but I accept, I expect that you will not agree, all of you, all right? And they are not necessarily, nobody has a monopoly of knowledge. Nobody has a monopoly of them. So I would expect us to elevate the debate, appreciate and accept those who do not accept what you agree with. In any case, there are only 1 or 2 people. You have 232 people who are watching. You can imagine there are 200 of those people who agreed with what you say. One person coming in and commenting against it, that shouldn't bother you. So when you're bothered by that, the problem is probably you, not them. So I would wish that you guys who are doing your numbers, it's a good thing you're doing. It's an honorable thing you're doing. It's time you're taking to go and crunch them up. But also, not everyone will agree with it. So come, do your thing. Let the people decide. That's how life is. So let's avoid the exchanges. Let's keep it easy. I mean, it brings the decorum that we need. At the end of the day, we need to not get our way of the focus. The focus is not the numbers. The focus is getting people out to vote. Abuya, the focus is getting people out to vote. We may come tomorrow, you analyze the numbers, come next week for the whole week, you finish all the counties. But at the end of the day, what do we want? All we want is people to get out and vote for the candidate that we support, either side. So you don't need to, the person you could be calling names there could be also a voter. So let's remain focused. Let's remain focused. What will it cost you if you are celebrated as the great analyst of numbers here, but at the end of the day, you don't win the vote, you don't get the voters? That wouldn't be helpful. So you can disagree with me, you know, like I see Linet Wabomba, you're okay to disagree with me. You don't have to agree with what I'm saying. That is how life is. So let's just be accommodative. Let's be accommodative of each other. I don't want to be disappointed on the exchanges we're having and on how we're even calling each other very bad names, which I think is not very good. It's not nice. So
yeah, I'm not
Abuya,
sure whether you are.
Yeah?
I'm not sure whether you are referring to myself or Makiadi, but none of us has called anybody names. In fact, we have advocated for civil language. So I don't know whether you are mistaking or generalizing.
Okay, the message is clear, Abuya. So let's swiftly start taking our closing remarks, because I think I've made it clear. There's a sense in which the engagements are not good, and I wish that you guys elevate it. So let's start having our. Thank you so much, everyone, for coming. Thank you, Panda. Thank you, Dan Boss, Panda Penyagaka. Penyagaka, what are you saying? I agree to disagree. Yeah, let's agree to disagree. Let's not insult each other. Just disagree with what someone has shared, but don't insult. I am really one person who is not really keen. I don't tolerate insults. So you will be blocked immediately. Whether you are in Azimio or not, if I see you are insulting anyone, I just block you so that we get out of here. Go manage your emotions, then you come back. Yeah, you can always come back when you have managed your emotions. Kindly try and be civil. Yeah, be civil. Do not insult anyone. Disagree with what they have said, but don't insult anyone. Yeah. Euphem Otieno, David Olo, Bob Werunga, Asante, Mato Makandet, Danny Darius, Fumba East Africa TV, Chui Chui, Linet Wabomba, Linet Wabomba. Kutetea boyfriend yako Makiadi atoke kwa comment section. I don't want to see him there. Makiadi, toka kwa comment section. Don't post down there. Just read and relax. Shakuja hapa, wachana na comment section. Tatu Juma, Elkana Shivashi, rafiki ya Makiadi. Asanteni sana. Richard Makiadi, ukisha kuja huku juu, hama chini Makiadi. Kevin Okango, asante. Sami Dedes, And again, I want to say again, my comments are basically my opinion. So I want you guys to treat it like my opinion. So when I give my opinion, it is not necessarily the opinion of Mutembe TV. That is the opinion of Themba. So when I say I don't agree with something, it's not Mutembe doesn't agree with it. Mutembe TV, tuko wengi. One thing, another moderator may agree with it, another one might not agree with it. So it doesn't apply across board. So you need to relax. Themba is just one person. Kama Uhuru, kura yangu ni moja tu. Hiyo yangu moja ikikuja imesema hivi, at least tuko na Julia kwa hiyo kura ya hii mambo ya mahesabu, so tuko wawili. So we will give closing remarks, at least from all of us, and I want to start with Abuya. Then we go to Makiadi, alafu tumalize na Julia. Abuya.
Today, I really do not want to give any closing remarks because I've said it all. From I feel like I've talked too much, so I will excuse myself for today.
Si hata hiyo ni closing remark. Abuya.
Remember, you're very controversial. I don't know why you have become very controversial of late.
If you haven't gotten used to me, I like poking to get people to talk. So if I poke you to get you to talk, don't worry. Makiadi, karibu.
Thank you, Ndemba. I think mine will be short. You know, the pulse of this discussion here is the comment section. So it's like the heartbeat of this channel. Without the comment section, we would not even know if you are talking to people. We would just see the numbers of people watching, but we would not even know that there's somebody who's watching out there. So I love sometimes to look at the comment section. I like it because you can tell the mood of the audience. With regards to bad language, I always try to refrain myself to use any language that is uncouth, uncivil to any person, and I'll always maintain civility in my discussion. Now, my closing remarks would be on a lighter note. I was actually not really impressed by the work that IEBC did, especially with one of the people that I expected to run for presidency, who is Wajakoya. I would have loved to see Wajakoya run for president and see him debate the other candidates, so that if he was lucky enough to be elected, I'd have wanted to see how he would try to legalize some plants that are really good in terms of medicine. And I think he has a good vision, especially for the youth. You know, his idea, if incorporated by any other presidential candidate, would be good, because most petty offenders in the country, rot in jail without any legal services because of, you know what I mean, the plans that he was advocating for. So I just hope that, as we continue to do some reforms in our penal code, somebody might look at that and try to help the youth that have found themselves victim to such. Number two, I would also want to talk about, now that people have been cleared to run for presidency, with the incident that happened yesterday, so unfortunate, the Rabbi MP losing his life. I just hope that the presidential candidates know the weight that they carry on their shoulders, and giving them security is one thing, and them taking care of themselves is another thing. So I just hope that they know that now the country's election is pegged on them. If anything happens, like we've always said here, we might have to postpone our elections. And so as much as the government would want to protect them, I hope that they also be careful in the way they do their things moving forward, so that we can have 2 months period without any incidences and have our elections on time. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Me? You want me to talk?
Yes, Julia, it's you.
There's someone who wants to one-to-one with you, Themba, anaitwa R2K Real Talk TV.
Yeah, I've seen that one. Who wants to have a one-on-one with me? Kuja hapa kwa debate. Link ikitumwa tu hivi ukiniona wewe kuja. We will talk up here. But go to my channel. Ngoja niuze channel yangu kwa huyu ambaye anataka kuwa na anwa. Enda kwa channel yangu huko inaitwa Themba and Lulu Show. Enda subscribe huko, utakuwa na and leave a comment. Themba, wacha niweke hapo Julia, ndio nisipoteze huyu ambaye anataka kuniona.
Anataka kuona mundu kwa mundu.
Mundu kwa mundu, eh?
I don't know what that Makiadi means. You know, when I was in college, some guys taught me some bad things about that. So
Yeah. Don't think about the bad things. Think about the good things, Julia.
Okay. To Kenyans, I'm disappointed with Chebukati, but he said that we should confirm your registration through some text number. I don't know what the text number is, that number. I think we can find it online, and you can confirm where you are registered as a voter. So Kenyans, please do that. Don't wait for the last moment to say ati nimewekwa Kibera na mimi niko Nyahururu. Don't do that. Now, the other thing I would like to say to my Azimio fans and supporters, we are winning this thing asubuhi na mapema, but we must come out and vote. Now, if you are still not in Azimio, please don't waste your vote. There is no need kupoteza kura yako kwa hii watu wa UDA. Naomba uvuke sakafu, uje upande ya wenye watakuwa kwa uongozi. Asante Themba.
You are muted.
You are muted, Themba.
Ati thank you guys. Ati nani Adams aniuliza, are you laughing all that long or you're being sarcastic? I'm a happy soul. So hii maisha ni fupi bwana. Sasa unataka tukasirike kwa nini? Julia, unasalimiwa na mwana wa Ingo. Wacha nitoe comments zangu ndio nilete Mise hapa pia yeye akusalimie, now that Mise anakwanga na Julia. Linet Wabumba anasema Julia raundi hatuvuki. Okay. You guys.
That's saying, Linet, Makiadi, do you see what your girlfriend is telling me here?
The girlfriend ya Makiadi anasema hapo. Lakini sasa unataka avuke kwa nini na yeye tayari ako hiyo side yako? Sasa yeye asivuke. Yeye asivuke. Now I want to say this. Really, it's always nice as engaging as Kenyans, and as things continue, unfolding, as they are getting better and better, and of course, as it gets into the 11th hour, they say it is darker before the morning. It is darker before the morning. So it means that as you're getting towards almost the end, you need to put in more work. You need to put in more energy. And there's a saying, I think, in most African societies that says that chungu kinavunjikianga wapi Abuya. Abuya, hicho Kiswahili kilipotea.
Hiyo ni ngumu Themba. Abuya, you know that? What he asked?
Mlangoni.
Chungu kinavunjikianga mlangoni. You know, when you're just about to get in there, that's when in a burst. So you need to be more careful ukifika mlangoni. All we're trying to say is we need to now work harder We need to bring out the vote. Now calling people, setting up, even getting numbers of people, reminding them, telling them that we need to get out and vote, facilitate people tuwe na ile nyumba kumi ya getting the vote out. So I have people having nyumba kumi of getting people out to vote. That is now the crunch that we are getting into. And the language and the mantra should be vote, vote, vote. Have your vote. Confirm where you are going to be voting. Confirm that you're a voter. Confirm that you're ready. And that day, get out the vote. That is what you want to be, the chorus and the melody that we want to keep singing. Because as someone said here, that, it is not over until it's over. You have not won it until you have won it. So let's not sit easy. Let's not relax. Let's not relent. Let's give unceasing pressure until 9th of August, when the numbers are flowing in, the real numbers are flowing in, and our candidate is on top. I mean, that's when now you can say, okay, fine. Na kati anasema mimi Raila Amolo Odinga na hapa ya kwamba. That is the time now you can say, okay, fine, we did it. But before then, bado tuko uwanjani. Anything can happen in politics.
Wacha mimi mmekuanga na stress. Sasa you'll enjoy the game, because this is what happens. At 7 p.m., you start seeing some small numbers, but they are consistent. And then at around 9, Citizen and NTV analyze wanasema, unaona hii statistics, they are consistent, because this is random sampling. It is not that imechukuliwa Kisumu and somewhere. It is random sampling across the country. So that gives you the picture who is on the lead. So you'll see at around 8, Baba ako kama na 100,000, na Ruto bado atakuwa kwa 2,000 ama ajima kiadi around 2,000. So
I'm not going to talk about numbers.
So at around 12 noon, you'll see the random sampling. Makiadi basi nyamaza kimya nikuambie zangu. These are my real numbers. Yours are not real. At around midnight, Baba will be reading like millions, like 6 million. And Ruto now will be hitting about 2 million. Hiyo ndio stress wa inawapeanga them, but this time you'll be enjoying. So utakuwa na popcorn na juice hapo, una sip, unafuata.
wewe Julia, wewe Linet Mabomba ananiambia ati chungu kinavunjikianga mlangoni, ati mkononi, ati nimedanganya. Yaani Linet inafaa ongea na Makiadi akupatie Kiswahili, kamusi ya Kiswahili. Makiadi, chungu kinavunjikianga mlangoni. Hey Linet, hata wewe Kiswahili cha Linet kiko na dosari. Julia, are you talking about tyranny of numbers? Isatemba was just issuing an advisory to Richard McCarthy et al. That all are free to engage as long as they remain civil. Yes. Elkana Shivashi. Yeah, to see tuwe civil too. I mean, tupige gumzo, engage kabisa, lakini muwe civil. Usitumie majina mengine, wengine wanatumia hapa. Naona ukitumia jina mbaya unakula block, ukae siku kadhaa ndio urudi tena, na kuacha kwanza uende you cool off, alafu utakuja baadaye. That's how it rolls down here. Yeah, them Lulu show, I got it. Yes. Real 2K, Real Talk TV. That's my YouTube channel with my daughter. Kindly go there and subscribe. Mmekataa kunifikisha hata 600 jamani. Simuende hapo tu msubscribe. Mtufikisha 600. Mmekataa, nimebakisha watu kama 30 hivi nifike 600, niende 1000. And then ni pale mpige subscribe. Kama uja subscribe, enda huko. Enda kwa Themba and Lulu show. Tafadhali. Alafu subscribe to Mutembei TV. Subscribe to Mutembei TV. We are on our way to is 500. 500, yes. We're on our way to 500,000. 500,000. So end up pale, subscribe. Themba, wacha kudanganya, kinavunjikia mlangoni kama imetoka wapi. Hey! Linetu wa bomba Linetu wa bomba ndio wale wa aliye juu, mfuate huko juu, usimngoje chini. Okay. Linetu wa bomba, acha nilete Mise asalimie Julia, alafu pia tusaidie kufunga. Mise salimia Julia, ndio huyo, hata uko karibu na yeye, ako on your left hapo, karibu tu kabisa. Mwambie habari gani?
Julia, uhali gani?
Si jambo. Hi, Mise.
Hi, Julia. I'm very honored to say hi to you this evening. Na nimeambia Makiadi akuache useme namba zako. Namba zako ni za kweli. Za Makiadi lazima tuziweke kwa mizani.
Makiadi, you had that. Mine are the real numbers. Wacha hizo zenyu fake.
You know, if you find yourself siding with a UDA guy, then you should ask yourself why.
Mise alihama hakukwambia after I gave him some conditions. You never had his confession.
You know, there comes a time when you have to leave your passion and follow the dream and the vision. Sasa hapo ndio mimi nilivuka sakafu vile niliambiwa. Kwa hivyo Makiadi, usije katikati ili ukatutenga. Lakini mnaendeleaje? Themba, habari yako? Makiadi, how are you?
Hivi wewe Mise hukuja kucrack numbers hapa, na nasikia Makiadi walikuwa na crack numbers hapa mchana. Mimi
nimefika tu nyumbani saa hii nikawaona, nikasema wacha nije.
Nimeshukuru sana kukuona. Sisi kesho najua Makiadi tena wanarudi hapa kucrack numbers. Makiadi, mnarudi saa ngapi?
Sijui tumepangiwa saa ngapi, lakini muda ambao tutapewa tutawapatia zile tuko nazo nambari, na ule ambaye hatakubaliana nazo ni sawa, ule ambaye hatakubaliana nazo pia ni sawa. Lakini hizi nambari ambazo tunawapatia zote tunatoa katika mitandao pale, ni nambari ambazo ziko kwenye public domain. Kwa hivyo si nambari ambazo sisi wenyewe tumezitunga.
Nyinyi kujeni, mimi bila shaka nafurahi. Kujeni mfanye nambari, mpeane nambari, si mbaya. I mean, kuna wale ambao wataokoka. Hata kuna kwa pastor anapohubiri si wote uokoka.
Lakini Adam hajasema vizuri, lakini hajazungumza vizuri pale, lakini
nani hajasema vizuri?
Adam anasema kwamba hii mikutano sasa
Adam is using some bad words.
Lakini si unajua tuliambiwa na ule
lazima uongeleshe kura vizuri bwana. Kura lazima uibembeleze, lazima uikatie. Hii ni kura tunakatia. Huwezi kubali kura iende bwana. Kura ya baba hata kama ni kuikatia, uikatie ingie.
Hivi sasa mimi hata vile kule niko kwa box siwezi kupumua.
Hata wewe ni kura. Unafikiria Julia aliangalia nini? Ni kura. Aliona hii kura isipotee.
Hapana, Adams alinipromise ati mzee mwingine hapo akaniambia huyo mzee ati alishaingia Azimio. Sasa sijui how true that is. How we are going to confirm that Themba?
Say that again.
Themba ati kuna mzee mwingine hapo anataka kuongea, nikamwambia kabla huyo mzee aongee apigie baba kura na vuke aingia Azimio.
Safi. Unaona kama pale Nairobi pale, unaona wale jamaa wa matatu wakibeba, wakikuangalia anasema ingia, wanaambiana kule ndani, unasikia dereva anamwambia yule makanga, anamwambia usiache pesa. Alafu unaona makanga anatoka nje anakubembeleza, ingia tu, hii itakupeleka mpaka mahali unataka. So unajua yeye ashaambiwa na dereva usiache pesa. Yaani anapokuona hakuoni wewe, anaona pesa.
Lakini Themba unajaribu kusema nini? Kwa hivyo mimi ni ile pesa inaambiwa isiwachwe.
Wewe ni ile vote, tunaona usiache vote. Sasa hata kama utaibembeleza hiyo vote ingie, na tayari ushavuka sakafu, vote imeingia ndani. Sasa
ameingia box.
Tutajua mbele. Kwa sasa niko ndani ya box.
Tunashukuru sana Mise kwa kuja Azimio pamoja na sisi. Tumeona Black pia amegeuka kuwa motivational speaker leo, na nimeona ni kwamba hata yeye ameona hakuna mahali anaenda, so tunatarajia pengine kesho ama kesho kutwa pia atavuka sakafu. Najua amekuwa shabiki mkubwa wa Kipruto Kirwa, na ukimwona Kipruto Kirwa ambaye alikuwa deputy party leader amevuka, ujue Black pia yuko njiani. So ni vizuri kwamba nyinyi mmeanza kuona mwangaza, mmefunguka macho. Na hata tumeona leo kuna supporter mmoja amekuja hapa wa UDA akiwa mkali sana. Ndemba akamuongelesha kwa ungwana, na pia yeye amekubali, amesema atabadilisha kura yake. Kwa hivyo tunafurahia, ni steps ambazo tunafanya kidogo kidogo, lakini tunaona matokeo yake na matunda yake.
Hii vote ya Mise ndio mimi naishuku sana, manake hii vote inaonekana motivation yake hapa ni Julia. Tunataka kujua ukweli, Mise uko na ukweli gani na hii kura yako
wewe? Abuya, hii ni siasa, keep the focus, usianze kuuliza nia. Hiyo vote iko ndani, bora vote iko ndani bwana.
Unajua nani Abuya, ukikumbuka kuna ile sheria ya Gay-Lussac anasema kwamba regardless of the route the product is the same. Kwa hivyo hata kama nimepitia kwa Julia, bora ni vote, hiyo ndio ya muhimu. So niko nyumbani Julia, hapo mimi hata siwezi kumua, kanyagia hapo.
Abuya, keep the focus.
Abuya, keep the focus. Wacha kuleta story mingi. Keep the focus. Vote iko ndani. Hiyo mengine story baadaye.
Lakini bora nisiwekwe kwa mataa, lakini tukiwekwa nikiachwa kwa mataa, kikao hichi lazima kikae kishughulikie maneno haya.
Usijali, tuta explain mengine baadaye. Kesi ni baadaye. Haya, Mise, wewe unajua tulikuwa nimekuleta tu upige salamu hapa, lakini leo tumeshukuru sana vile Makiadi amesema kuna wengi sana ambao wamejiunga na Azimio, na kuna jamaa hapa amesema jambo la maana, ndio eti kwa kweli naona ni jambo ambalo Makiadi, umeona hiyo comment Kuna jamaa anaitwa John Paul hapo, hebu soma hiyo comment yake.
John Paul nimeiona kweli.
John Paul Okeno amekuja baada ya Shivashi Elkana.
Oh yeah, anasema kwamba good morning Themba, say hi to all the panelists, particularly Julia, Makiadi, Jakendi Selina, Mato, and not forgetting Nyumba. The way you guys debate makes me proud to be Kenyan. Good job. Especially Julia. Sijui kwa nini ameweka Julia pale kutangulia.
Amesema Makiadi hata wewe pia.
Amesema kila mtu Makiadi. Sasa wewe mbona you are putting ideas into John Paul's head?
Amesema particularly Julia, Makiadi, Jakindube, Selina, Mato, and not forgetting Nyumba. Yani, you see, you might think that your engagement here is in vain. It is not in vain. There are people who are saying that they are proud to be Kenyans, and that this is what we want. This is all Mutembe. Such beautiful statements and kind words give us the motivation to keep coming here, to keeping us on our toes, and to keep talking. So we really appreciate your feedback. Don't just give us bad feedback ati mnakuja kutugonga peke yake. Ndio tugonge, lakini pia be kind. Give us such positive feedback inatusaidia. We know we are not perfect, and nobody has a monopoly of knowledge. We might mess at times. We may say things that you don't agree with, but again, we are all Kenyans. Let us, tolerate each other. Let us be civil. And thanks, at least we are making one person be proud of being Kenyan, which is a good thing. I mean, if that one person, only one person, will be proud of being a Kenyan because of us, we have done our job. Only one person that is proud to be a Kenyan because we have come here and we have engaged, and they have seen us engage in civility, and they have seen us accommodate our differences, and they have seen us tolerate each other. If you have been changed and you're proud of being Kenyan because of that, we have done our job. There's nothing more to ask. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. We'd love to please, but we have to leave. This is where we say, let us keep talking, because when we stop talking, we start fighting. The show starts every day from 9:30 Kenyan or East African time. If you come in, you only need 4 things to come in and talk. You need a working gadget, a phone or a computer, connectivity, something to share, and a willingness to learn. We have to be civil with each other, be ready to learn from the other people, and also be ready to share. Mostly we focus on developing stories in Kenyan political scenario. Right now, we already have the date for official campaign period in Kenya has started, 29th of May. So moving forward, there's lots and lots of things that will be happening. It is shaping up to be a 2-horse race. And of course, some of us have our preferred candidates, and some of us have already picked a side. And so we believe, like our deputy president running mate says, that there's only one horse, there are not 2 horses. So we are convinced that on 9th of August, you will go out there and you will vote for Azimio. That is the only team. There are teams and then there is Azimio. There are politics, there are politicians, and then there is Baba and Mama. So we hope that you are going to make the right choice come 9th of August. Now, kama kawaida, tunamalizia kwa before we finish, Makiadi tafadhali tusomee constitution, and then now that Missy has come here, Abuya will sing the first stanza of the national anthem, Makiadi Missy the second, alafu Julia the third one. Then kwa wengine tuonane kesho majaliwa. Makiadi, constitution.
Okay, sawa. Kabla nisome constitution, kuna Father Darius ameuliza nimwambie barikiwa kwa Kikongo inasemwa namna gani? Kwanza utasema unabarikiwa na nani? Kama unabarikiwa na Mungu, Mungu ni Nzambe, kubarikiwa ni pambola, wewe ni yo. So Nzambe apambola yo, Mungu akubariki wewe. Haya, sawa. Wacha niende kusoma katiba sasa. 64 ambayo ni private land. Inasema private land consists of A, registered land held by a person or any person under any freehold tenure, B, land held by any person under leasehold tenure, and C, any other land declared private land under an act of parliament.
Asante sana. Buya tafadhali. Kifungu cha kwanza.
Mungu nguvu yetu, ilete baraka kwetu, haki iwe ngao na mlinzi, na tukae na undugu, amani na uhuru, raha tupate na ustawi.
Amkeni ndugu zetu, tufanye kazi sote kwa bidii, nasi tujitoe kwa nguvu. Nchi yetu ya Kenya tunayoipenda, tuwe tayari kuilinda.
Na tujenge taifa letu, ndio wajibu wetu. Kenya istahili heshima, tuungane mikono pamoja kazini, kila siku tuwe na shukrani.
Asanteni sana. Mungu awabariki hadi kesho takapoonana tena majaliwa. Inshallah. Na wacha niimbe ile wimbo Makiadi anapenda sana kuimba kwa Kikongomane. Muzina ditata edi mama edi pepe shanto muzina ditata shampe
Ile vitu ndemba unaimba.
Umeimba poa, maridadi kabisa. Maridadi kabisa.
Nataka ukipata nafasi uende usikize wimbo mmoja unaimba Makambo Ezalimi nene.
Unajua
huo wimbo utakupatia nguvu. Alafu kesho
hiyo muzina ni
muzina ni maombi.
Ni maombi.
Ni maombi. Kwa jina la Baba
na la Mwana
na la Roho Mtakatifu.
Muzina ditata edi mwana edi pepe shanto Murina zikata
Okay.
zande.
Yeah, ni maombi.
So Toto is the mwana.
Yeah. Ni kama Kiswahili by the way. The only difference, the only thing inafanya Lingala inakuwa gumu ni kwa sababu wanachanganya Kifaransa na Kilingala. Kwa mfano ukisema Tokoma ba comrade pamba, comrade is comrade ni rafiki. Tokoma ni kukata. Tokoma ba comrade pamba, katisha urafiki ambao unakuletea shida. Pamba ni unashika pamba ni shida, yani trouble. Sasa Tokoma ba comrade pamba, katisha urafiki ambao unakuletea shida. So they try to mix Lingala and French to get a full sentence.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So they also have their shing.
Yeah, sure.
So their sheng is Franca, yeah.
Kesho sasa vile Themba ametuimbia mzina, kesho inaonekana nitampatia Makiadi assignment atuimbie kitu inaitwa Fuate Komesa. Mimi najua anaifahamu sana.
Naelewa, lakini sasa tutakuwa tumetoka kwa siasa. Hiyo ni extra duty. Hiyo ni show tunaweza fungua show kando niwapigie ngoma na kwamba inamaanisha nini na nyinyi mnakumbuka kutuma sadaka hapo chini kwa sababu
so if we get to that show you sing Makiadi and dance, you know.
No, I'll just translate what is being said. Lakini hiyo
namba inakaa nyinyi sasa mnataka late night show.
Yeah, hiyo namba inapita hapo chini inatumwa. Sawa ndugu zetu.
Sikia. Makiadi sikia vile unaambiwa hapo chini na DA. Hapo sasa, hapo Makiadi. Hapo sasa late night show. Kwisha wewe. Kwaherini. God bless you.
Good night.
Tukutane